Yeah.
Nice. And we got Rosenberg early this morning.
I told him I was surprised they still had a job.
They've been getting into it with Jerry, man. They've been getting into it with Jerry. But B, yesterday we got to hear from Dan Quinn. We got to hear from Jaden Daniels. And I think it's easy to kind of mock the regular week of practice thing as like, man, these are professionals and it's week 12. Does practice really make a difference? I think if you look at how everything has gone since Jaden got injured, Jaden basically didn't practice for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Then there was a full week before the Steelers game. Then you had a short week where nobody practiced. I think there is something to just getting back in the flow of things.
You know, it's easy to knock something when you don't have a clue of it.
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of people do. The ultimate thing is practice matters. Okay. I know AI said we talk about practice, but practice does matter. And I don't care if it's football, basketball, hockey, or radio show. Let's say this. You and I work together every day for, let's go, 4 or 5 months. And you have something happen with your voice.
Sure.
You're gone for 3-4 days. When you get back, then I have to go somewhere. And then all of a sudden we get back together. It takes a little bit more timing to come back to it. It's a natural thing. But everybody knows everything about something that they don't know a damn thing about.
Right.
That's how it goes.
I totally agree with that. I think it's interesting, kind of, to your point about you and I working together. We are undoubtedly better now than we were our first year, right? Like, not that we didn't know each other, but we just understand the flow of the show or whatever it is. And time and repetition helps in anything. If you've read the Malcolm Gladwell book, Outliers, it's all about time and repetition. If you look at these like series of incredibly influential and successful people, right? Yeah. Like, that's not a myth. And I do think, specific to the offense, I almost wonder specific to some of the drops, specific to some of the stuff that looked just off. Mm-hmm. It looked just off. If that's a real issue. And I think maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but perhaps, you know, the placebo effect, perhaps most importantly, if the players are like, man, we were just off because we didn't get to practice. Now we got a full week of practice. Let's go kick their ass. Mm-hmm. Then it works. Yeah. Like it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
But I just think, man, when you've been through it for an extended period of time, you understand those little idiosyncrasies of a sport, of coming together and things like that. And a lot of times you just got to get to the mindset of turn off the people that talk about it that don't know. You know, and I think that's where the players have to be. The one thing that they say that makes a lot of sense to me is we have to correct us, not worry about what the other people are doing. Every time you hear people talking about sports, we always talk about what the other person have to do. No. If you really into it, sports people take care of what they can do. If you get to your highest level, you feel you can beat any damn body. But if you keep worrying about I hope who's hurt on their team, who's hurt, then you don't ever reach your full potential.
Sure.
So that's what you need to do. Every day you're trying to reach your full potential. Because listen, I went to Southwest Louisiana. A lot of people went to Ohio State, Alabama, but if I was at my highest level, I would whoop their ass. That's what I believe. It ain't the school you go to. It's what you're made of when you get out there and how deep can you go. See, the problem, too many athletes, they don't reach their full potential because they care about what everybody thinks. They care if somebody comes to you, oh man, you're great. Remember when Mike Tyson first came along, when he was with Custom Auto? Mike was walking through people. Then he got Don King and all the LaFlunkies that were hanging around Don King. What did everybody tell him? Oh, Mike, you the man.
You the champ.
Man, can't nobody beat you, champ. So what did Champ start doing? He stopped working out as much as he did, and he got his ass beat. Okay? When Cuss had him doing it, he was always afraid of something. And he never, ever lost. He'll come in the ring, and the dudes that he was fighting was scared. And that's the whole thing about it. You need to strive to be better. Like what Jaden says about himself, he's trying to be the best Jaden he can be every day.
Yeah.
If they keep doing that, they're going to be all right.
That's the only path, man, and I really think these guys understand that. Just because trying to, like Jaden, how I think he really handled every time there's like, oh, how do you compare to Lamar? Or, oh, you know, did you mind that there were other quarterbacks on your official visit? All these questions. He's always been like, no, I'm just going to be me. I'm comfortable in my own skin. And I think it's the right way to handle it. And I think it's by and large how these guys have handled stuff. And I think it's intelligent. I think going into this week, we can talk about Jaden getting the time and all the differences, all the little misses they've had over the last few weeks. Because let's be real, there have been little misses. I think about the Luke McCaffrey deep shot they took late in that Steelers game that was there, and they just missed it. Like, people miss. Those things happen. I think if you get back in the flow of things, all of that will follow. I think what's far more important, though, frankly, than the week of practice and all the little things that we're going to get caught up in is the offensive line is fully healthy. And nobody's on the injury report. Got to talk to Biotish at length yesterday. He said he feels good. Brian Robinson said the hamstring feels good. I mean, dude, I'm looking at the injury report from yesterday. You got 3 DNPs, Lattimore and Ballore. Those guys probably aren't playing this week. Let's just be honest. Maybe they come back. Zach Ertz got a DNP for rest. That's kind of become his standard situation. I would expect that he's back today. And then there's not a single offensive lineman on the report. Brandon Coleman is on there with a thumb, but as a full participant.
Okay.
I think that is tremendously important news for a team that's starting with the Steelers and then in the Eagles. The Steelers, they were getting beat on the inside. The Eagles, they were getting beat kind of everywhere. And I think injuries were a massive factor. And I think, listen, Micah Parsons is on the field Sunday. He's a legit player and makes a big difference. But they've gone up against Myles Garrett and TJ Watt this year too and held those guys sackless. Like, I think they can scheme that up, but the scheming up only works when you've got healthy players. I mean, what do you care more about a full week of practice or the O-line appears to be back and in business?
O-line. I like the fact that the O-line is back, but you know what though? I like the fact that they're back because I think they're the reason that the offense was looking so good early. And people like to choose the skill position players, but the offensive line gave them time. They gave them holes. They gave them, the ability to do the things they wanted to do. I believe if they're healthy and you got your week of practice back, you got some good stuff about to happen.
Yeah, man. And none of it's guaranteed. There should be a lot of opportunities for this team to prove it this weekend. Dallas's defense comes in woefully bad, and I want somebody to Photoshop. If this weekend goes well, I want somebody to Photoshop Jaden Daniels spraying a fire hose on narratives, on like a narrative fire. Maybe Kingsbury too. This is just an opportunity for what the Commanders have built to prove to everybody just to calm down. They played 2 of the best teams in the NFL, 2 of the best defenses in the NFL in 5 days, and their guys are really beat up. If it goes poorly, then the conversations change. I just think it's far too early to have these like extreme conversations.
Totally.
I also, I kind of don't care. Like this rookie of the year thing keeps popping up, and you can have it like whatever discussion you want to have with that, fire away.
But see, that's what most people want to discuss because that's exciting to them instead of the things that really matter. Get some practice time in, have some chemistry built, and you can win some games.
One thing I asked a bunch of players yesterday, because Wednesday you get your most access to talk to the most players, and I asked DQ this too, defensively they've been really good for 50 minutes in both of these last 2 games. They've been really good for about 50 minutes.
Totally.
How do you think to me, I think it's a complimentary football result of not having first downs, not having time of possession, like all those factors. How do you think this defense finishes games? How do they cross that bridge?
Well, they finish games if they're not exhausted. They were on the field a good bit in that game. And then offense got on the field and boom, threw them right back out there. they have to play complementary football. And ultimately, when you're not capitalizing off of points and opportunities, and you don't do it, it always comes back to haunt you. In that game, I kept saying, man, we don't get some points, it's gonna come back to haunt us. And it easily did, because you can get field goal, field goal, field goal. Then somebody scores one touchdown, they're only 2 points out. If they get 2 points conversion,
you saw that
they
in the
won
Bears
out.
game.
Yeah, that stuff happens. So you have to make sure. And when you, like early on in this season, our offense was carrying the ball 7, 8 minutes. Defense was rested when they got on the field.
Right.
So you could do a lot more.
I'm with you. I think it'll be interesting to kind of watch it all shake out. But I think a lot of this has to start with increased offensive efficiency. Their third downs over the last 2 weeks have been abhorrent. I think they were 3 of 12 last week and 5 of 15 the week before. What is that? 8 and 28.
Mm-hmm.
You're not giving yourself a chance. You're not giving your defense a chance. Last week they took a lot more sacks than they have, and I think that was a product of good interior pressure and a lot of hurt guys on the line. There's a lot of ways for them to get right this week. And I think the biggest is just by taking care of what they can control.
That's it.
And I think what a lot of fans don't understand is when it comes to buying a car, you can control the process. And how do you do it? You work with Orsman Automotive of Virginia. Brian and I have been buying cars from these guys for a long time, both for us, for our families. They take good care of you, and they've been taking care of DMV car buyers for over 100 years. You've been doing something that long, you're doing something right. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia with the best-selling brands you want. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Toyota, Dodge, Jeep. They got it all. Chevys, Buick, GMC. And beyond just the great locations and the great service, they've got the Orsman Lifetime Edge.
And that comes when you take your car in for service and things of that nature. When you go buy a car, you want to be treated one way. But when you take it in for service, you don't want people to be treating you all bad. And Orsman have their Lifetime Edge to give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news out there. If you're trying to sell a car, you want to get top dollar. So you take it to Orsman, they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Orsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they kept JP and I happy. So at Orsman, let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Alex Ovechkin, to injured reserve, out for at least a week. The Capitals return home. They will host Colorado tonight at 7. Listen to it here on The Fan. Georgetown's defense was outstanding in a 79-51 win over Mount St. Mary's. And tonight, listen to Westwood One coverage of Thursday Night Football. The Steelers and Browns at 8:15 on the Team 980. Get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And this month, enjoy an additional 7% off each soft light window. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What a great, great song, Otis. All right. If you want to be in the stream, figure out where it is. First place today, first good morning comment. Good morning to Chris Strickland.
What up, Chris?
He said, "What up, squad? What up, squad, to you, Chris? Sitting on the dock of the bay."
It is
All right.
106.7 The Fans. YouTube. YouTube.com/1067 The Fan.
All right. There you go.
There you go.
Brian, remember the dude called in last week mad about Jaden's blankets? And I was like, what the hell does that mean? And you had to explain to me, I guess on the broadcast, they show him getting the wraps around his like chest and his ribs.
Mhm.
I thought they were just talking about like the coat that all quarterbacks have been wearing since like the days of
Since the beginning.
Terry Bradshaw.
Y.A. Tittle was throwing the
Yeah,
damn ball.
like they just throw that like cloak over them like they're a
Yeah.
vampire. So I think sometimes these things are kind of silly and they become questions. But Jaden Daniels got asked yesterday about the wrap that goes on him. Let's let Jaden answer the question, Landini.
Jaden, I know fans are wondering, during the game, in between drives, you put on this wrap on your ribs. What does that do for you, and why do you do that?
It's to stay warm. It's getting later in the years, it gets colder. You don't want your body parts to get cold, so it's just to stay warm.
Brian, you played football more than a decade. There's a lot of people that don't believe this. I'm curious your take on it.
Well, I didn't wrap a wrap around me, but I sure put that jacket on and I stood right next to that damn jet thing that shoots. And I also sat on that heated bench. But when you have ribs that have been injured a little bit, what do you have to do? Don't let them get too cold, right? So he said, I'm keeping warm. He ain't had to specify I'm trying to keep my ribs warm. So it is what it is, man. But what I'm learning is no matter what you say, something is going to be taken to what nobody's going to believe it anyway. They're going to make it what they want it to be. So, hey, next time, just don't answer the damn question.
It was a tricky one, I think, man. Like, I get why it's being asked. Sometimes I think we're like driven by
drama,
sort of, or like what people are asking on Twitter. I think if it looked a little weird, remember the first game, I guess it was who they played right after the Panthers? Was that the Bears the next game? And they wrapped up like his whole body. Remember, like he'd come to the sideline and they'd use like the the big ace bandage, like outside around. That was probably just to keep things tight. You remember what I'm talking about?
No.
Dude, there were videos of it. Like, it was on the broadcast. He came to the sideline, and they put this big old industrial ace
I
bandage.
guarantee it had something to do with an injury or something.
Yeah, it was the
They
ribs.
It would keep him warm.
It was his first game after the ribs. I feel like we're so used to mysteries and Ron refusing to divulge any information and going back further than that. Was the player injured and the coach forced him to play, or did the player ignore medical advice, and was the medical advice bad? And we're just predetermined, but because we've dealt with all that legitimately, that there's this like locked in mental state where there's just extreme skepticism towards all things. And I understand where it comes from, and I'm not even necessarily like condemning that. It's just I don't know or believe that this is how they are operating now. I think
far from that.
Jaden got popped in the ribs bad, and it hurt him, and it's probably going to hurt him the rest of the year, especially when he gets popped again. But I don't think DQ is lying when he says he's healthy. I don't think Jaden is lying when he says the thing is to keep warm. Like what is the conspiracy? Is Jeff available, Landini? I haven't even said good morning to the boys yet.
When a guy pulls his hamstring and then he comes back to play, what does that guy do after the game and after practices? He goes and get treatment for it. Even after he's back healthy and playing, he still is going to do maintenance. The thing of it is, I've said this many a times, our job is to educate people on stuff and not always entertain their BS. Okay? Wish I could just say the real damn word. Because it gets to a point where I get a little sick and tired of stupidity. The job is to give people information, and then when they're way off base, tell them what the truth is and be done with it. But we as media people have gotten into this thing of entertaining stupidity all the time. You know what the facts are. You know what people are doing. If that person wants to think what they think, they let them think what they think. But when we bring it to the airwaves, we get more people thinking stupid then. Listen to it, keep moving. Because he said to keep warm. It's to keep his ribs warm. You know, some things you got to read in between the lines. They're not giving you every little word, every little tidbit. So I don't know, man. It's just like society is going to hell in the handbasket. We entertain the weirdest, most dumb, stupid things in the world, and not the intelligent stuff all the time.
It seems like we're trying to create something here. Jeffrey,
it's always that.
Jeffrey, I know that folks are up in arms about this on the social media. Like, what is the theory? What is the thought here?
People think they are trying to hide an injury, but what I'm realizing, it's like the Commander fan base, Washington fan base. We need therapy. We need meditation. We just need to all sit back, relax, take a couple deep breaths, understand that change is coming. So we gotta let the past go. You know, I know it's hard to let the past go because the past is also where we were winning, but for real, we gotta let the past go because everyone is holding this ownership to the last ownership. When in reality, they know what they're doing. They're professionals. They wouldn't be here. You know, the way they went about hiring everyone, getting help from outside organizations and all of that, they wouldn't be here if they wasn't good at their jobs.
So is the theory that like DQ came to the podium Monday and said he's not injured now, like he's lying, or that he remained, like, do they think there's a new injury besides the rib injury from the Panthers?
No, they think he was injured in those games, and that's why they were putting so much emphasis on, of course he's not injured now. We were talking about last week, and that
I think he was probably injured in some of those games. Like playing through it. It was pretty clear. They told us it was week to week, and that he was going to be it was a pain tolerance issue, and that the only thing that helps it is time and rest. I don't see where the conspiracy is.
I don't think it's a conspiracy, but Jeff, you said people don't remember the good past. They don't compare stuff to that. People need to learn how to forget the negative past, because that's the only thing they compare everything to. They compare everything to Dan Snyder and his era, what transpired then.
Disaster, Bill.
It's nothing else. Nobody's complaining about anything. If they try to do something like they did prior to that, nobody complains about that. They complain about all the things that happened then. They got to learn to let that go. If you let go the good stuff, you damn sure need to let go the bad stuff.
Let it go. Peter Rosenberg joins us next. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up. You hear that song, you might wonder what time it is, but we reschedule for Rosenberg. That's the motto around here. What up, Peter? How you doing, bud?
Yo, guys. Thank you for your flexibility.
Dude, of course. Let's start. Speaking of flexibility, are you moving to the suburbs? Did I misinterpret your Instagram post?
Yes, you absolutely did. And and so did everybody, because if you read the caption in full, it says, with the baby coming, we had to move stuff out of the apartment.
Stuff
then
is a key word.
Yeah, everyone saw it and was like, yo, where are you moving? Congrats. And no, my wife is very, very Manhattan committed, so we are not moving anywhere right now. Not coming home to D.C. quite yet.
All right.
You know what? It shows you, Peter, people don't read, man.
They don't
They see
read.
pictures,
It's unfortunate.
They see pictures and they think, oh, here we go.
There was a moving truck and a house that looked like it was in the suburbs.
We're expecting our first child in January, and the space in New York City is at a premium. So we had to make space in our apartment, and that required moving a lots of stuff.
That's a little wordy, though. It's a little wordy.
Read. It's
Thank you, B. Mitch. Thank you, B. Mitch.
It's fundamental.
All right, I got to read more, but I got a question for you, Peter. This is our dear friend Peter Rosenberg, ESPN New York, Hot 97, WWE, does it all. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio on all the different platforms. This is just a very generic. I'm going to ask you a simple question. You're a Commanders fan. How you feeling about your squad?
How am I feeling about my squad? I feel pretty good. I got some concerns about the health of the quarterback, which I wanted to ask you guys about and see if anything's been uncovered this week. But I'm not going to. What you can't allow yourself to do is to get down because you lost an incredibly close game that you easily could have won 2 weeks ago against a great football team. And then you absolutely had a chance to beat a great football team the next week, and some possible questionable coaching decisions and other bad things happen. You lost the game. I'm not getting into the place of yesteryear where I all of a sudden start doubting the whole team.
That's an important place to be, man. I think here's where I have landed. It's like a couple losses. It's literally 2 losses to 2 of the best teams in the NFL over 5 days. And this wave of, oh my gosh, there's trouble brewing, kind of besets the fan base. And I think everybody needs to chill. Let's see how this game plays out against the Cowboys with a full week of practice. Jaden says he's healthy. DQ says Jaden's healthy. And let this game be the narrative extinguisher. And then you've got 5 games left. You got a bye week. They got 3 games in the next 30 days. You know how good that is for their bodies, for recovery? It was a tough stretch. I think they gave away the Steelers game. I think they eventually were outclassed by the Eagles. But, they're 7-4, get to 9-4 at the bye. The sky is hardly falling.
Yep.
That's exactly how I feel. I really – so let me ask you my question then. And this helps determine the other things. Hey, yo, getting a little loud here, guys. Sorry. Yeah, everything's okay. Let me ask you this.
He's bringing it to that house that he just moved to.
They're breaking into my non-existent house. No, let me ask you guys this question, though. Have we gotten any more information on if there could be injury?
To who? Jaden?
To Jaden.
No. I think the ultimate thing is the injury. By him saying he's healthy now, he's saying that the ribs are feeling better. They're not 100%. They'll never be 100%. But he's saying that they're feeling better. And that's not a reason for anything now. I think people get so caught up with the quarterback, they forget about the other people. Those 5 people that blocked for him, I bet you go look at the list of injuries they had going into the last game, then you'll understand why the quarterback didn't have a lot of time and why he struggled as well.
I think the O-line was a wreck. I mean, I literally saw those dudes trying to get their pads off and having a ton of trouble just with simple, movements. Mm-hmm. So I think it's weird. I think they've been pretty honest about the injury. he has the rib injury, and the only thing that helps that is time, and he hasn't really gotten it, time and rest. So now he's gotten a bit. And Peter, I don't know if you saw this, but DQ, Jaden, Eckler, all of them tried to make this about practice, about a lack of practice time. I went back and counted. Since Jaden got injured on October 20th, how many full practices do you think he's gone through?
No idea.
4 at most in a month. I guess 5 with yesterday. So I do think some of just the timing and situational stuff probably got a little messed up. I think it was just a combination of 11 straight weeks of games plus a rookie quarterback they're gonna start playing him differently. They're going to adjust to him. I think the Steelers and the Eagles had the linebackers to actually spy on him and make it work. It's easy to say you want to run a spy at Jaden Daniels, but there's not that many people in the NFL that can actually do that. I think the Steelers and the Eagles had that. And I think when you add all that up, you just get this cocktail of, all right, they can't convert on third down. Brian Robinson missed a few of those games. I think there were just a ton of factors, and there's this like overwhelming desire to simplify it to what's wrong with Jaden, what's wrong with Cliff, is the team sinking.
Can I ask you something crazy?
Yeah.
Would it have been absolute madness if he is, quote, feeling better, but still ailing? Would it have been insane to rest him this week? Because Dallas is an absolute freefall. This is a horrible football team. There's a reason the line is 10.5. This is a horrible football team.
That's why I get scared of those games like that.
You are nervous of every division game.
But because
even the Giants,
division games, especially rival games, they scare the hell out of me. But I would say this. He's basically has 10 weeks of not getting hit. 10 days of not getting hit. You let him not play this game against Dallas, you think the crazies are already coming out on social media. It'll be ridiculous.
Well, I can't. I don't want to. I'm not even concerning myself with the crazies. I know what we have here. I know what this team is becoming. The people who are still stuck in the past and waiting for the other shoe to drop because they think the ghost of Dan Snyder is going to bite our heads off. I can't play that game with them. So I just want to think about who's the bad team we play the following week?
Titans.
So maybe I have the order whack. Maybe we play him this week. If for some reason coming out of this week, he still looks like he's dinged, I rest him against the Titans and give him the extra week with the bye week to get better. Like I want to be very mindful of what this season could be. Like this, I just don't want us to get so caught up and desperate for immediate gratification. We have cushion right now. They can be smart. They're playing a couple of weak football teams. You have Brian Robinson back. I just want to be very smart and calculated. And if they start seeing Jaden Daniels not looking right this weekend, I really hope they do the right things to protect him. Don't get desperate. Like, this is a much bigger picture than it needing to be perfect. Listen, I know we beat the Bears with a Hail Mary. It was glorious. That doesn't mean everything is going to ascend exactly the way we all planned. And I just want to be super mindful with the kid who's at the focal point of this whole thing.
See, Peter, you are a sensible person. And I know how you would accept all of that. But I don't think there's a person in this building that want to deal with all the stuff they're going to have to deal with if that were to happen. Now, if he were injured, I understand that. But if he's not injured, he got to play. But you are talking from a place of sensitivity, having sense and having sensitivity.
Sensibility, yeah.
Most of the people that they deal with on a regular basis and you hear all the crap from, they don't have a clue of what the hell they're even talking about.
I just want this to be different, than the past. And I think we're in a great situation right now. I'm not taking the Cowboy game for granted by any means, but that is a team now that is currently in free fall. And frankly, this is sort of weird, but I sort of feel like if they had decided to trot out Mariota this week, there would have been such focus and intensity because the line wouldn't have been 10.5, guys. The line would probably be what, 6.5, 7.5. And I feel like there'd be a real
question.
It has to be at least a few, although it's never as much as you think, right?
Yeah.
But I just think there'd be enough intensity. I think they'd win this game regardless. It's fine. I understand that's a little bit wacky, and people think that's probably dramatic. But
dude, here's where I land on it. Like, you can't be healthier than healthy. At some point, there's not more to gain. If this is where they've determined he's healthy and they're saying it over and over, they clearly think he's okay. And he thinks he's okay. I know. Dude, Jaden didn't want to be held out of practice after the Panthers game going into the Bears game when he just got the shot to the ribs. So I think for a lot of folks, it's nerve-wracking. Like, I understand that. And there is like the ghost of RG3 somewhere in the back of the brain. But I just think the situations are quite different. And everybody is using, I guess, there were a couple bad throws in that Eagles game, but the kid was also on his ass a lot of that game in an unexpected manner.
I mentioned this last week. It was the ball thrown at Noah Brown's feet.
Yeah, right.
That's the one that because he didn't appear to be getting pressured in the moment, and it was just so off. The pick wasn't great either, but that wasn't the same kind of example. Listen, I hope you're right, and I hope he's feeling better. I will say this. If he were to not play a good game against this Dallas team, yeah, the conversation's going to get louder about, like, is he what we thought he was? And we live in this microwave league where people are anointed and then torn down in the series of 3-4 games. It's a scary league, man. How many times do we see quarterbacks and people go, "Oh, they got him. Oh, no, they don't have him. Oh, wait, I think they have them." I mean, we've seen it with Dexter, with Trevor Lawrence. We've seen it with C.J. Stroud. Guys that you think you have, and then all of a sudden it gets questioned. I think we all know exactly who Jaden is. I don't. Even if he gets solved, now there may be growing pains because there may be really good coordinators like we saw the last 2 weeks who do a better job with him, and he may appear to be solved. And so there may be a period where it does get worse before it gets better. But we have to be patient and have belief in the kid, and I have that.
I totally agree with that.
I'm with you on that.
And I wonder, dude, can you give me 30 seconds on the Paul Tyson fight? I know you were there. 30 seconds,
Sure.
And we got to go. Landfill's going to
Yes, absolutely. Listen, the fight got panned by a lot of people. Obviously, some people had Netflix problems, so that's one reason for it. And then there were a lot of other people saying they got ripped off. To those people, I say, well, you should have listened to what I said when I was on with you guys last week, because it played out exactly as I expected. Being in the building, it was actually an awesome experience. Like, being there, the house sold out to the rafters that place was. And as a lifelong Tyson fan, to get to watch his ring walk with 70,000 people cheering for him was such an unusual experience that we do not get in sports. The fact that he then stood on his feet for 8 rounds, if you go back and watch it, actually had a couple moments where he looked all right. To me, I thought it was great, but I understand many people chose not to view it that way. They, for some reason, thought he was going to go from being 58 to 22. I didn't have that expectation.
10-4. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your time, man.
All right, bro.
I'll text you guys Sunday.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you there. That's our friend, Peter Rosenberg. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finland.
This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Well, the grade 8 to injured reserve, Alex Ovechkin, who scored 5 goals in a 48-hour stretch Sunday and Monday, suffering a lower body injury in the third period of the Caps' win in Utah Monday night, and he is now week to week. He'll miss some time. The Capitals recalling Ivan Miroshnichenko from Hershey, and Washington will welcome the Colorado Avalanche to Capital One Arena tonight. A 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to it here on The Fan. The Commanders are getting ready to take on the Dallas Cowboys Sunday at 1. Yesterday, they were back on the practice field, but newly traded for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore was still not a participant, nursing a hamstring injury. Kicker Austin Seibert, who has been out the last 2 games, was back practicing in a limited fashion. And tonight, week 12 of the NFL kicks off. Westwood One coverage of Thursday night football on the Team 980. The Pittsburgh Steelers looking to continue their surge. They are at the Cleveland Browns, an 8:15 kick. Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, in about 20 minutes, Nikki Walcott from the Washington Post is going to join us. Nikki covers high school sports, been covering this Hayfield High School mess in Virginia. I'm fascinated to hear kind of the real facts on this and how it's caught up in the courts and really how many of these kids are getting screwed. I tell you what's wild. Did you hear? So they had the playoffs set because they suspended Hayfield, right? And then they reinstated Hayfield at the last second. So one team got screwed. It was Robinson High School. Shout out to Pat Wickstead. He's a Robinson alma mater, alum. Do you know what their record was?
3-7.
Yeah, they didn't really get screwed.
Yeah, no, they didn't get screwed.
You shouldn't have been in.
You probably shouldn't have been in the playoffs at all. But ultimately, listen, bro, the adults have screwed this whole thing up. That's what the whole problem is right there.
Yeah, totally.
It has nothing to do with the kids, okay? But no.
Somebody's getting paid.
Let me
somewhere.
flip this on you. Yeah, these kids knew too. The kids that knew the kids came from somewhere else and knew they played at a school last year, they've had conversations. Hell, their parents knew. Okay, the kids that we got three freedoms based off of what I'm looking at right here. One is in Woodbridge area. One is in Prince William County over there, like Manassas, and another one is supposedly like Chantilly area. None of them is in Alexandria. I know that, right? And if you are going to a school in Alexandria, you live in any of those other areas, you're not supposed to be in that school district. Let's just look at it that way.
I just don't understand why this coach didn't start coaching at a private school, and then none of this would be. I don't know if illegal is the wrong term, but it's certainly immoral in the public school where you're supposed to live in the district. Yeah. We're going to talk to Nikki Walcott about that. B, I think this not that much makes you nervous, but I don't think you're going to like this. What? Commanders are the biggest favorites in the NFL this weekend.
Jay, I don't look at that type of stuff.
But you don't like it.
Really, I could care less about what the point spread is. I don't like when people go, "Oh man, there's no way we lose this game." It's always a way to lose a game.
I'm looking at this now, and the Commanders right now are 10.5-point favorites over Dallas on Sunday at 1:00. The Chiefs are a bigger favorite. They are 11-point favorites against the Panthers Sunday at 1:00. I mean, I don't know that Ahmet's going to accept it, but when he asked me for my weekend parlay pick, it's going to be hard to not take the Panthers plus 11.
We're playing?
Team in Kansas City.
that team might come together this week.
They've won 9 games. Don't get me wrong, but they win them tight. They win them late.
Yeah, okay.
If
you pick the Panthers, they probably going to lose.
I had a decent weekend.
They may lose, but they're going to lose big.
I tell you what, I am open. I'm going to MGM tonight. We'll be hanging in the sports book. We're doing a podcast event. Everybody's welcome to come. It's going to be a fun night. We're going to do a live taping of our Monumental show. I am going to take the Browns plus the 3.5 tonight. I understand people probably won't want to ride with me on that. I am open to a player prop if anybody has any recommendation. I want one player prop that all the boys
playing tonight.
That all the boys can bet on.
Nick Chubb playing, take a ATD.
Anytime TD for Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
All right.
If he's playing tonight.
That could be. He's playing over under 52.5 rush yards. Nick Chubb anytime touchdown is plus 145. I don't hate that. I kind of like George Pickens for an anytime touchdown at plus 200. B, I wanted to ask you a question because a lot of people are asking me this, and I don't know if I have the answer. Jaden said he's wearing the heating pads to stay warm.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's possible that's related to the injury to keep the ribs warm, to keep the blood flowing in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible he's just cold and wants to stay warm. What do you make of this? Is a Southern California kid, especially Inland Empire is hot. Like when you get over those, I think it's the San Gabriel Mountains, it is warm. You're basically in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
So you grow up in Southern California, then you go to Arizona. You and I were there. It's hot there. It was 115 when we played golf.
Yeah.
Then you go to Louisiana. Not to say Louisiana doesn't get far more temperate than the other two, but it doesn't really get cold. We did see him against the Bears, I think, wearing like the head warmer. It was 55 degrees. Like it wasn't that cold. That could have been a style thing too. Who knows? Yeah. What do you make of Jaden doesn't like the cold? I think it looks like he doesn't like the cold.
Nobody likes the cold.
But
you get past it.
What do you make of that mattering?
I don't think it necessarily will matter over time. I think what it is, once you get on the field, it's a different ball game. When you're on the sideline, you learn how to figure it out to keep yourself warm. Hell, I came from Louisiana. I was in Louisiana all my life. Then I came here. And Monty Coleman cut my sleeves off, and I haven't worn sleeves since then. So you will get used to it. But when you first get there, Tanner played 14 years, New York and here. He still hates the cold.
From Miami.
And did he play well?
And he played.
So, I mean, listen, I think that's a stretch to be. I don't think it's the fact that he don't like cold. I'm telling you, those ribs are being kept warm.
You think that's a blood flow thing? Like it's
just a keeping them, because one thing, if you ever had a rib injury and you sit around and it gets cold, when you stand up and go to stretch, it hurts. Okay? You keep it already all limber and stuff, you don't have those problems. But you don't want to sit around and just let yourself get stiff. As I told you earlier when we were in the break, everyone talks about inflammation and things like that in the body.
Totally.
When you got inflammation anywhere, you may not see swelling, but if you have inflammation, it hurts. So what happens normally when you have some level of an injury somewhere or bruising? It's inflammation around there. It hurts. So if you let it get too cold, it hurts. You got to keep things warm, keep it moving.
You never want to oversimplify what those guys do, because playing professional football is an unrealistic physical activity for 99% of the population. Like it's a different world. What you were able to accomplish, what these guys are able to accomplish every week. But you can compare it to your own life with some kind of just trivial matters. Like when it's cold out and just say you're throwing the football around as a kid, and when it's cold out and the ball just hits your finger, it hurts way worse. Mm-hmm. I don't know it's not that different than when you were a kid playing football. If you played high school football or something, it was just harder to get going in the cold. But once you go, you're playing. You're playing.
Once you start. Like, I play golf and do other things up here with a lot of people who grew up here. You know what? One thing about those people that grew up here, they don't like the cold either.
Bro, I'm from here.
People act as if you grew up in the cold. Oh, you love the cold. straight BS. I know people from New York, Canada. They don't like the damn cold.
Why do you think people from Canada move to Florida?
Exactly. So it's amazing to me. Like people try to, oh yeah, he's from down south. He's from that place. He's not gonna like the cold. You don't like the cold.
I mean, there's literally decades worth of population information, like in the United States Census, that shows people are moving from northern climates to southern climates. Maybe it's taxes and unions and blah, 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 but it's also just weather.
When people show up to these football games, they're not dressed like, oh, I grew up in the cold. It's not bothering me.
Right.
And the ones that you see that dress like that, they normally have internal alcohol rub in them. Okay. You don't see a sober person with his shirt off, right? You don't see a sober person when it's 20 degrees with a shirt like I may have on right now. They have on a lot of stuff. And what do a lot of people who sit in those stands bring? They bring blankets.
Right.
So when they're sitting down, they got blankets. When they're moving around, they don't have the blanket. What's wrong with the quarterback when he's not moving around to keep himself warm? I used to take the jacket and put it on backwards and then sit on the bench. All the heat stays under the jacket. Once you take it off, you throw it down, you're on the field. You don't need to worry about it at that point.
Yeah, I also think there are extremes, right? When the Chiefs and the Dolphins played in Kansas City in the division round last year.
That was cold.
That was like -6 temp. And then wind chill was -30.
And there was a guy out there without a shirt on.
Right. And
he was drunk.
Right. For sure.
Let's be real.
But what I'm saying is like that has an impact on a ball game.
Yeah.
You get snow or freezing rain or something. There are things that have an impact on a ball game. I don't think Jaden I was in Philly last Monday night. It was chilly, but it was probably like 45, 50 degrees. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it was.
Listen, man, if you're moving around, 20 degrees feel like 70. When you sit down on the sideline, 20 degrees feel like -20. You got to find a way to keep it level. Like, people will tell you if you're inside, like, people be wearing their jackets inside and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then they walk outside, they go, oh, it's cold. Why? Because your body adjusted to the jacket being inside. And then when you go outside, now it's extremely cold for you.
Right.
If you had taken that jacket off and had on your regular shirt, then when you walk outside to put your jacket on, you wouldn't be as cold. So it's just a mind thing.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I think Commanders fans are just reaching, and maybe not just fans, media analysts, coaches, everybody, who knows? Everyone is just reaching for an answer to why they've lost 2 in a row. And nobody wants the answer to be the Steelers and the Eagles were just better.
That could be the answer.
The Steelers game they gave away. Offensively, they had a double-digit lead in the third quarter and generated 2 turnovers defensively, and they didn't score. They got 1 first down off 2 turnovers. That's your problem. Not about cold or ribs.
Did anybody call in
conspiracies
and say anything about his ribs or hurt after the Steelers game? No.
It was about the drops.
Because people were dropping balls. He was putting everything on the money. Then the Eagles game come around. Now we want to tie these two games together. The 2 games aren't together. The production was different in both of those in those games. So how about we just deal with the Eagle game? He may have been still sore, but there were a lot of other people who were supposed to protect him that were sore. And after you get hit a couple times, you know what people don't like to do? Step into stuff when they got a guy coming to hit him.
Yeah.
And a lot of balls that were thrown when he wouldn't step into it had somebody coming in his face.
It is hard to look at the stats and not notice a big change after that Panther game, right? Where he got hit, both in the accuracy and the yardage. But the Bears game with the Hail Mary, when you connect on a 65-yarder to finish the game, it's going to make your stats look way better from a yardage standpoint. I just think you don't want to get – I just want to get through this weekend, and if it goes the way it should, then everything chills out and the conversation changes. I also want to wish a happy birthday to our guy Steven Danzy, Crown Royal Steve from Philly, that we smoked some cigars with, B. Happy birthday, Steve.
Steve.
I think the best thing for people specific to this Jaden Daniels situation is you just want to gather as much information as you can and then make your own determination without going crazy,
And move
without
on.
being unrealistic, and without just letting emotion dictate your move. And I think for people that are looking to maybe buy or sell a house, the best thing you can do is to talk to John Leahy, because what he can do is provide you the information you need to make a decision about what's best for you and your family.
Just like John and Catherine when they were retiring and preparing to move upstate New York, the one thing complicated matters was the fact they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sell their Silver Spring home while attempting to buy their next one. Leave it to John Leahy and the Fan Living Group to save the day. Not only did they get it sold in just 13 days, they were also able to sell it for $730,000, which was $5,000 over the asking price. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guarantee offer in your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H, Jon. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fan Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And think about this. If you want to sell your house, but you know you need a little bit of upgrades, a little bit of upkeep, maybe repair a few things, talk to John. Don't give up. Because here's what John can do. He can come through your house. You guys talk through it. What's going to make your home look the best? What's going to make your home irresistible for buyers? And then you can figure out the money. He can loan you up to $50,000 to make the repairs and upgrades you need that would make your house irresistible to buyers and in turn get you more money. And then you just settle up with John for the money at closing. That could be super, super helpful. I would call John today if you're thinking about a real estate move. Call him 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Good morning, everyone. Well, college hoops last night. Georgetown bouncing back after a rough outing against Notre Dame. They stifle Mount St. Mary's 79-51. Virginia Tech upset at home by Jacksonville 74-64. George Mason throttles Coppin State 93-55. In women's hoops, UConn's legendary coach Gino Auriemma setting the all-time college basketball record for wins. Last night, win number 1,217 in UConn's victory over Fairleigh Dickinson. And it's been a magical start to the season for the Capitals. Washington's got the third most points in the NHL. They're going to have to keep rolling, though, without the great aid, as Alex Ovechkin is now on injured reserve. He's going to have to miss at least a week with a lower body injury. The Caps tonight welcoming the Colorado Avalanche to Capital One Arena. Puck drop at 7. Listen to it here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Just getting warmed up. It's about 11:30 on Thursday. It is a Bleep You Thursday. We'll get to that a little later in the program. You're also going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt. But right now, I'm really excited. Young man reporter for the Washington Post that's been doing a really good job on what is a fascinatingly weird story. Nikki Walcott joins us now. Nikki covers high school sports for the Washington Post. And obviously, Nikki, things have gotten really busy for you. Get us up to speed on everything going on with Hayfield High School.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, busy might be a bit of an understatement. I'm sure some people are kind of aware of the situation right now. It stretches back to February when, Coach Daryl Overton, who led Freedom Woodbridge to back-to-back Virginia Class 6 state titles, moved to Hayfield. After that, you kind of saw some players from that team start to transfer to Hayfield over the summer and during that spring. And yeah, a VHSL investigation found that 24 total student athletes transferred into Hayfield, 14 of which were from Freedom Woodbridge, where Overton previously coached. And, all season, there's
24 transfers. Hold on, 24 transfers? How many kids are on a high school football team?
24 people don't go to one school without something being coerced.
How many kids are on the team? 40?
A bit more than that. Their roster is pretty big. I'd say about 60 or 70, but a lot of Virginia, Northern Virginia high school teams only have about 40 or 50 kids on their team. Okay,
gotcha. Please continue.
Yeah. And so, FDPS initially, cleared all the players in the program of any wrongdoing. On the Monday before when the season started in August, it kind of went quiet for a while, and then the VHSL, in late October, kind of conducted its own investigation and handed Hayfield a 2-year playoff ban, and that was confirmed the day of the final day of the regular season, November 8th, after 2 rounds of appeals from Hayfield. And so the league essentially decided to give them that ban based on proselytizing, which is applying undue influence to get student athletes to transfer. And then last Friday, a lawyer representing a group of 9 Hayfield football student athletes, filed an injunction on that Friday, earlier that week. On that Friday, a judge granted the injunction, and Hayfield, after being, banned from the playoffs, out of the playoff picture, just 3 hours before the first round of playoffs was set to start in Northern Virginia, was inserted back into the playoffs, and games were postponed literally 3 hours from when they were supposed to start to today.
That is so absurd. And the adults involved need to be so embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when did it become clear that there was a problem that Fairfax County started looking into everything?
It was early this summer, and parents and some people in the region, probably people who have, direct ties to these football teams, whether that be parents or student athletes, they've been aware of this story, since then, since, June, July. I know our first story on it was in August when FCPS actually brought, had basically a town hall almost of sorts to announce the findings of their own investigation. And that cleared Hayfield of any wrongdoing and set them up to play during the regular season this year.
So was it just a fake investigation? Like how did they not crack that code?
Nikki, this is a question I would ask. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
24 people. Okay, there are several Freedom High Schools in Virginia.
Yeah.
Based off of what I'm looking at on this online. This is the Freedom High School where? In Manassas or Woodbridge?
In Woodbridge.
Okay. If people were going to Freedom in Woodbridge and they were eligible to go to Freedom in Woodbridge, based off of where they're living, I'm not a person that knows about all every little area, but I would think that they would not be eligible to go to Alexandria to go to school at Hayfield.
Yeah, and so presumably the VHSL investigation found is that they had established residency in Fairfax County, which it does seem kind of absurd to have that many players move across county lines and establish residency there. I will say also, all the players that played this season, which a lot of those players did play for Hayfield, the VHSL did also clear them eligibility-wise, which usually also has to do, they also do their own residency tests and stuff like that. So it does sound pretty absurd, but the fact that the VHSL also cleared them is an interesting kind of part of this story.
All right, we are talking with Nikki Walcott from the Washington Post, covers high school sports. Nikki, high school sports is usually a great entryway into a newsroom for a sports reporter, and you just cover state championships. Now, all of a sudden, you've got this huge national controversy over what is kind of turning into like a miniature, oh my God, is the transfer portal coming to high school sports? Like, is that what this feels like? Is that is the defense of, just let the kids play because college kids are doing it?
I've seen a lot of people kind of say that in defense that, they're comparing it to the college transfer portal and things of that nature. I don't know if that's a really fair comparison to make at the high school sports level. But you do look at the landscape now, and it's not as surprising that, people might be more willing to do this, and from a Hayfield football, student athletes, parents perspective, this coach has put players, they've gotten them scholarship offers. He led them to multiple state titles. Like, if I move across county lines to follow him, is that a sacrifice worth making for my kid? And honestly, from a legal perspective, I don't know how fairly you can kind of judge that. And it's easy to compare it to the college level, but it's a whole different meaning to that from both perspectives. Where, well, you can't just have students move across county lines to go to a different school, but at the same time, if the parents are willing to make those sacrifices and are kind of getting them into these schools fairly from a residency standpoint, it's kind of hard to be like, well, parents aren't allowed to move their families.
But how about the kids that were there that were moved out of their positions and didn't get a chance to actually play? I'm sure there's some kids out there that's a little pissed off, and some parents that are pissed off. But the Fairfax County was a superintendent.
Yeah, Reed.
Michelle Reed, I think her name. She said that we're going to change things moving forward so this won't happen again. If you don't want it to happen again, you're telling me right there that something happened that was wrong.
Yeah.
You messed up.
And if you're moving forward and you're changing things, then why are you changing if it wasn't wrong?
I found that very interesting that, today, and it seems like all of the, I know JP kind of mentioned the adults in the room earlier and how they should kind of feel about themselves right now. And in pretty much every scenario, these organizations have left things until the last moment to seemingly get the outcome that's easiest for them, whether that be the VHSL banning Hayfield on literally the last day of the regular season, FCPS, clearing them the week before the regular season started. And now, FCPS kind of announcing that we're going to change things going forward after, and something like this shouldn't happen again when they were fine with it the whole time and haven't really said that anything wrong happened. I agree. I did find that very interesting. And this week certainly has been very interesting with the amount FCS has had to communicate now. We're certainly in a weird kind of time now that the court, it's kind of in the court's hands and we're kind of at an impasse.
I wish I was
Nothing like high school
I
football.
wish I
in
was
the
more of
court's
an
hands.
investigative reporter where I would love to know that 24 kids, I don't know if some of them live in the same house, and their parents moved just to go to another high school in the middle. Just let's go over here with this coach.
Right.
I doubt if that seriously happened.
Now, a couple
Yeah.
people are telling me that the coach, this dude Overton, has been running youth football programs, so a lot of these kids want to play for him, and that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he go coach at a Virginia private school where all of this would be completely normal and no one would bat an eye?
Yeah. I mean, that's a great question. I would have the same question for him probably because like there are certainly private schools in the area that probably had more transfers than Hayfield did this
Yeah,
summer.
but it's legal for
And,
right.
for the private school. It's
Yeah,
not
but it's
legal
not
for the
legal.
other
Yeah,
one. So
yeah,
that's the
of
whole
course,
thing,
of
the
course.
legality of it.
So
Yeah,
what
so-
happens next? Is Hayfield in? Are they going to win this damn thing? Like, is there a school from Norfolk that might beat them? What happens next?
Yeah, Hayfield's in. They're playing tonight. I know local coaches, a lot of them kind of in that region threatened to forfeit before meeting with FCPS and that letter coming out yesterday. As far as I'm aware, and from what I saw this morning, all games are a go tonight. And I'd say they're probably favorites for the Class 6 title. There is a team, Oscar Smith's from further down in Virginia. That's great. There's some other really good teams in this region, such as Madison and Battlefield, that can certainly challenge them. But I'd say that now that they're back in, they're certainly one of the favorites to win.
All right, last
Smith
one.
can play.
Nikki Walcott, Washington Post. Give him a follow at Nikki Walcott, NickYWolcott. Last one. How are my BCC Barons doing? They're still going in the playoffs, right? I'm going to Maryland now. Sorry to switch.
Nikki, like, man, Tim, you don't talk about no Maryland.
I mean, I'm from Maryland, so I'll
boy.
the Maryland schools for a second. I know we have multiple BCC people on staff that have kept an eye on them as well. So, yeah, they're doing well so far.
But they're playing QO.
Yeah, so in other words, you're gonna lose tonight.
Would they be like 3 touchdown underdogs in this thing? Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, that might be a bit kind, but yeah, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Whoa, y'all gonna be more 3
Hey,
touchdowns underdogs?
Let's check all the addresses of these QO kids. All right. Nikki, thank you for the time, bro. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother.
Of course, thanks for having me on. Have a good one.
All right, man.
All right. Nikki Walcott covers high school sports for the Washington Post.
Adults, don't screw up high school sports for these damn kids, please.
Dude, seriously. Overton is clearly a good coach. Clearly, he knows how to develop talent. They got kids going D1 all over the place. Yo, Bishop Ireton or Paul VI, somebody call this dude, hire him, start winning in the WCAC. The Virginia schools in the Catholic League have figured out how to compete and be the best in basketball. Figure it out in football. Hire this guy. There's obviously money floating around. Somebody figure it out. It's not that complicated. Here's what we're doing. We're buying cars from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I have bought 4 cars from those guys. I bought from Biaggi at the Chevy Buick GMC store, and I bought 3 Toyotas from Garv at the Oarsman Fairfax Toyota store. I looked at a Jeep, but my wife ended up wanting a bigger car, and we got the Toyota Sequoia. I'm telling you, I know all of these people. I know the general managers, the sales managers, the salespeople. Jaime Manassas calls us weekly. That's our guy.
Yeah.
Working with them is different, and you can buy a car anywhere you want. Working with them is different because of the people involved. They treat you like family, and that's why me and Brian keep going back.
That's the main thing. I go over there and I can sit down. I can talk to people in sales. I can talk to people over in service. I can talk to people over there that leave the management. I know people personally. I've been going there for a long time. I passed 4 cars about 8 years ago. I had 3 daughters and I had to go buy everybody a car. But you know what? They give you the lifetime edge as well. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes. With every scheduled maintenance, they give you loaner cards with every major maintenance, and they have the Oarsman lifetime engine guarantee. And if you want to sell a car, you take it to Oarsman, they'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's very simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from JP and I to beyond satisfies Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Let's ride.
Hi, be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Ashburn at Commanders Park. Joe Witt was talking to the media, and we get a chance to get that. We'll bring it to you. JP stepped out to go there, but, a lot of different things going on. We talked a little bit about the high school, but let's get back to this whole thing about Dallas week and what's going on, and people wondering if Jaden Daniels is hurt or not hurt or whatever. The ultimate thing is football, people, okay? People get banged up, they get nicked up, and they move through it. I don't think that he'll be on the football field if he was totally hurt where he can't play. The last game, I will tell you, I saw a lot of different things. I saw a lot of people being hurt. But ultimately, you still stay on the football field. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll go to Joe Witt right now, who's talking to the media over at Ashburn Park.
He can produce at a high level. He's a guy that has tremendous bend and balance around the corner. The thing that we talked about going into this year is finishing on the quarterback. The past couple of years, his sack numbers haven't been as high. He's beat the tackle. He just hasn't controlled and finished on the quarterback. And I give all that credit to Ryan Kerrigan. All right. He's done just a heck of a job taking Dante. And once you get past the tackle, control to the quarterback and finish. That's really what he's worked with him for a long time. And it's showing in the production that Dante's having. So that's all Ryan right there.
Do you take notes when you're in these like cross the hall meetings about what you're telling other coaches, or is it just, hey, I remember I told Kellen this? Or
I have my whole presentation. I have every presentation since I was in college. So I went back and looked at the presentation. I have everything. Yeah.
And you do that regularly
when I'm playing somebody that I know. Yes. Because I know, like, if I've coached with you, I want to know exactly what I've told you. So if you're going to try to hit me on it, at least we can prepare for it, And so, like Kellen, let's put, for example, the sack that Oos had. Frankie Luke. Everybody asks me who Oos is. That's Frankie. Okay, all right. San Fran hit the same. Go back and look at it. San Fran hit the same. They tried the same trick play last year and beat us. They scored a touchdown on it. All right. In the same area against a fire zone. Well, I ran a fire zone right there, but I ran a different one. We did, and we sacked him because I figured he was going to copy that play. Well, he did the same thing. So it's just a chess match back and forth. Sometimes I get him, sometimes they get us. That's just what it is,
Is that something you learned from someone, or you just have always done that?
It's just being in NFL football. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's why we, like Mike Thomas said, that's why we get paid what we get paid. It is what it is.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Mikey Sanders still obviously been very impressive. What is, if you can isolate one thing, like what's impressed you the most about him on the outside, and how does that kind of fold in or factor into Marshawn Lattimore as he works his way onto the field?
Mikey is just a high-level competitor. That's what's impressed me the most. He doesn't shy away from anybody that's in front of him. We asked the young man to play inside and outside early. And for the betterment of the defense, I say, okay, we're going to put you to the field, all right, and you're going to stay there. And he's made it at home, and he just looks really good, comfortable, understand the checks. He's not playing like a rookie. He doesn't communicate like a rookie. If you've talked to the young man, he's very polished. He's very mature, and so, but just the way his competitive spirit is what I'm most impressed with. With Marshawn, when Marshawn comes, then we'll make those decisions right there. I haven't thought about that until he's been available.
And then kind of the flip side of the disadvantage conversation, Doran's kind of shared with us that he knows all those offensive linemen in Dallas, and he's going to share some tips with guys. How much of an advantage can that give your side of the ball?
I think it gives us some of an advantage, because he's lined up and played those guys. He knows how to, work them and what they like, what they don't like. So it gives them an advantage.
Hi, Coach.
Hey.
Could you talk a little bit about what you like of what you're seeing up front with the pass rush over these last few weeks?
The pass rush, like I said, they've rushed as a unit, and that's what I really like. When you add Frankie to the rush with Dante and DA, Payne, all those guys, they rush as a unit. There's not a selfish guy that's getting out of his rush lane just because I think I can win. And the times that has happened, we haven't won. We've let the quarterback out. And so, and we point that out, that if you're going to be selfish, the blitz is not going to work because it's put together in a way that we want to put a wave at the quarterback. We don't have independent contractors. If that's the case, we'll just rush 4, and now you can just cut it loose and go.
All right, that's Joe Witt talking to the media out here at Commanders Park. The Be Mr. Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We'll be right back.
This sports update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Capitals, who are coming off of a sterling road trip out west, they won in Colorado, Vegas, and then Utah. While Washington now returns home, and they do so without their superstar, Alex Ovechkin, on the ice, placing him on injured reserve yesterday. He will be out at least a week with a lower body injury. As tonight, the Caps will look to stifle the speedy Colorado Avalanche once more. Puck drop set for 7 p.m. from Capital One Arena. You can listen to it right here on The Fan. And week 12 of the NFL season getting going tonight. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they're coming off a huge home win over the Ravens. The Steelers looking to go to 9-2. They are in Cleveland taking on the 2-8 Browns. Kickoff at 8:15. You can hear the Westwood One call on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
If you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. All right, it is high noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Before we get southwest, shout out to Kirk, the Uber driver. Apparently, Fortier got an Uber here, and Kirk was driving him. And when he got in the Uber, he was cranking B. Mitch and Finley.
There you go, Ford. There you go.
Appreciate you, Kirk. And it may or may not be Commander Tequila's birthday. If it is, happy birthday, Commander Tequila.
I don't know if he would know if it is.
I agree. Now, without further ado, let's get down to Dallas and welcome in our boy, Sean Sharif. Sean, what's up, man? You guys have been busy down there.
Now, Brian, when I had you on just a few hours ago, did I blast some stereotypical generic DC music or some?
Hey, man, you got to talk to your friend Landfill about that.
Yeah, that was all Mullins.
I don't control music.
I need to come on here with a yeehaw, get off my horse.
I don't do the music, dog.
You're having enough of a hard time down there without coming into Alabama singing the fiddle in the band song.
No. You got it all wrong. This is a great thing that's happening. This is the only way that it still may not happen because it's Jerry Jones and his stubbornness wins out. The only possible way that there was going to be a big enough wake-up call for a real culture change, for someone with real credibility to come in here, for it to be bad enough. You give me the option of 12-5 with a second-round playoff exit versus this, I'm taking this. It had to get this ugly. It had to get this embarrassing and humiliating in order to shock Jerry into doing something drastic, and I think we're at this point.
Do you think the roof falling caused him more strain than the team losing?
No, because the roof falling was taken care of in one post-game press conference, and the team getting their teeth kicked in has him getting destroyed every single week for twice a week. He just got off our radio station for the second time this week about 25, 30 minutes ago, and we're just waiting for the next blow-up. You all may have heard about what happened between us on my show and him, and he getting punched in the nuts every damn week. So that is, every week just getting his jaw stuck out there to get destroyed and mocked. So no, that's worse.
Wow. I seriously, man, credit to you and your show for not backing down when he clearly, that's a rich, powerful man trying to bully you. And as a journalist, as a radio guy, I was very proud of the way you guys handled all that. Clearly it's a mess down there. And we've seen it get messy and Jerry just ride it out. and Jason Garrett was employed for whatever 12 years or whatever. Do you
Yeah.
think there's any chance for McCarthy to ride this out?
You talk about ride it out for the rest of the regular season or after this?
After this.
Both, yeah.
If they bring Mike McCarthy, I believe survives the year. Jerry has said 15 times, I regret Wade Phillips. I regret this in-season change and firing, blah, blah, blah. If they bring back Mike McCarthy, we'll have a January 6th version of AT&T Stadium that y'all had. That's what there will be an insurrection at Cowboys Stadium if they bring Mike McCarthy back. I'll say there's a 1% chance. 1% chance just because Jerry Jones is so stubborn. And it would just be because of Jerry's ego. Less than 1% chance, but I won't say absolutely nothing because everyone thought Mike was getting run after the Packer game. Everyone thought this was done and over with. But there's some people who think that Jerry is so frugal, which would shock many, that Mike or so petty, he was not going to pay Mike to go sit on a beach. No, you're under contract. You're going to work. I'm not going to pay two coaches.
We're talking with Sean Sharif here from Sean and RJ, weekdays 5:30 to 10 a.m., 105.3 The Fan, down in Dallas. Does a hell of a job. You can follow him at 105.3 SS. Of course, many years ago, worked here in D.C., went to AU, understands both markets really, really well. You mentioned something there that correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this was a real tipping point for Jerry when he gets pushed on this, and I think you guys did it. The frugality. The Cowboys don't necessarily spend to the cap. They don't go cash to cap. Is that a real issue down there that just isn't talked about?
Look, man, we know how messy the salary cap is, right? Like, there's some people who think the salary cap is real and then not real. It's difficult. So Stephen Jones took over the philosophy here of we're going to draft and develop. All right, which is, the Baltimore Ravens. And I grew up being a Redskin fan, and I loved that. My favorite thing was to go on Madden and put together the all-star teams that Dan Snyder had recruited. We all know how it worked out, right? And draft and develop is a smart thing, but you got to tinker, right? You got to add Marshawn Lattimore. You got to add some missing pieces that put you over the top. I do find it hard to call them a cheap, frugal football team when you're going to pay out the top of market salaries to three guys. Can you really call them cheap if you give Dak 60 and you give Lamb 33 or 35, and they're going to give Mike a 35 as well. So they're not cheap. It's just the allocation of the spending, the timing of the spending, the waiting to cost yourself a little bit more when you could have signed it a year prior. That's what fans are really, really ticked off about, and they just refuse to budge whatsoever. The Cowboys are like they're like a fifth grader that got dumped by a girl, and they just don't believe that, like, you should ever date again the rest of your entire life. Like, there are people here that still believe the Brandon Carr contract scarred them so much because you gave Brandon Carr $50 million and it didn't work out. We just should not take that big of a swing and miss again. And that started the offseason anger and disgust from the fan base. Jerry's all-in statement that was delivered horribly, got interpreted, I think misinterpreted by us in the media. It took us this long to figure out what he actually meant. But this thing has been an absolute disaster that everyone saw coming from the offseason, starting with All In.
So we talked earlier when I was on your show about the possibility of Bill Belichick coming there.
Yeah.
And we hear all this stuff from Michael Irvin, who say he knows from a source that Dion may come there. Long as they draft his son, the source is Dion. I would have to say that's the only person who know that.
Seems like a pretty safe guess.
Do you think that's any possibility that can happen?
So I think that here are the couple of issues. The Belichick thing. There's two things. Number one, I think it would cause Will McClay to leave. Will McClay is beloved around here, the scouting director, right? He's the one who really picks the players. Like Jerry Jones didn't know who the freak Mingo was in Carolina. Jerry Jones is not going to the room and saying, trade a fourth rounder for that receiver. We liked him in the second and third round in the draft a couple of years ago. He doesn't know who Jonathan Mingo is. Will McClay picks the players, and Stephen Jones puts together the money, and Jerry has the final say. Let me placate you. Here you go. Sign off on it. So there's a thought that Stephen Jones and Will McClay would lose their roles if Bill Belichick came in, right? Brian, you said it earlier this morning, control and personnel. Now, could you marriage it where Will McClay, because they said Belichick was fine with giving up player personnel control in Atlanta when he wanted that Falcon job. I don't know how it would have worked in D.C. when the rumors were there with you all, but could you have Will McClay and Stephen deal with the players, the money, and Belichick stay away from personnel? That to me is the dream scenario. But if Bill really wants total control, then Will McClay and Stephen Jones are going to be out of a job or their roles. And is Jerry Jones really going to kick his son to the curb? Probably not. The other problem with Bill, my two co-hosts believe this. I don't even know, as bad as Jerry has been recently, I don't even know if I can accept this. They believe that Jerry Jones would not hire a head coach that would take the spotlight from him. That would get in
I
the
believe
way.
that.
Yeah, I mean,
He
so
fired
here's
one
what
that won
happened.
him some Super Bowls.
I know. But
Because
now
he was
did
taking
bring
the
in
spotlight
Parcells.
away.
But he brought Parcells in. But he had to. That's why I told you to start this segment. I'm not miserable because to me this is Parcells 2.0. Jerry brought in Parcells to build that stadium for a draw. Right? We knew that he wasn't thrilled working with Bill's control and Bill controlling everything, right? And Bill controlling press conferences and getting attention and everything. But Jerry needed it for the stadium. And I think Jerry needs something right now to salvage this fan base. And when the game's end, and JP, you would probably know this covering it, in the press room, 4 people the other day were in McCarthy's presser.
Wow.
And everyone else is outside. Like Jerry doesn't even wait for McCarthy to do the presser before talking. Like the pressers are taking place at the same time, and everyone's
That's
outside
crazy.
in the hallway. They're outside in the hallway with Jerry, and 4 people are in there with the head coach. Now, does that happen with Deion Sanders? My guys believe that Deion would become the face of the Dallas Cowboys and not Jerry Jones, and that would stop them. That would stop Jerry from hiring Deion. You also have Diana Rossini and our Cowboys insider saying not a one person has really brought up Deion Sanders as a serious name. Jerry was just asked about it on our station about 35 minutes ago, and I think he said, I was just reading Twitter, Deion's recruiting plays a major role in college, so it sounded like he was distancing himself from a tiny bit. I have to go back and listen. But I would think Belichick would be more of a possibility right now than Deion.
Talking with Sean Sharif. No, I think, dude, I don't know if you watched this. I was trying to do a reset, but who cares? Everybody knows who you are. I think if you listened, and you probably were watching the game, so you weren't going to do this.
Oh, and by the way, JP, let me just stick this in real quick. I think the most likely thing to happen is Mike Vrabel. I may as well just throw in my own opinion. I think you have.
I think that's a really good hire.
I think you have the hard ass culture guy that you would want in this team is dumb. This team is undisciplined. This team is sensitive. This team is whiny. This team is delusional. All of these things have been happening here for years. Now, with Vrabel, to me, you get the hard ass culture guy with more of a personality than Belichick. You also get someone who doesn't need personnel control and someone who doesn't take the spotlight from Jerry like Deion and the credit, right? He would get more credit. If you hire Bill Belichick, how much credit does Jerry Jones really get? That's why I wanted Garrett to work. Like, that's why that was his hand-chosen guy. That's why there's this Jason Witten minor talk around here. That would be like his next Jason Garrett. But my prediction for it is Mike Vrabel.
That's a really good one. I think Vrabel's very good at coaching too, which might just be what Dallas needs. Talking with Sean Sharif here. Give him a follow at 1053 SS. Check out the Sean and RJ weekdays, mornings down in Dallas, 1053 The Fan. It's almost secondary. I mean, hell, it's not almost secondary. It's definitely secondary, but there is a game this weekend. Washington needs it bad. They're coming off back-to-back losses for the first time in kind of the DQ tenure. I was texting with some folks I know down there that perhaps there was no love lost between Joe Witt and Mike McCarthy. I think there's going to be, Dan Quinn came up here, Witt came up here, Armstrong, Fowler, Noah I, Tyler
They got a
Biotish.
lot of people.
I think there's going to be some real excited players to see that star on the other side this weekend. What are
Yeah.
you expecting? And is Dallas at this point in the turmoil and everything else going on, are they really even up for a fist fight at this point?
Oh, the Cowboys are not up for a fist fight at full capacity. The San Francisco 49ers, the 49ers proved that. Like, they're the Cowboys' daddy. We all know that. They punked this team. They gave them wedgies and dunked their heads in the school toilets year after year after year. They proved the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are bullies. That's what they are. When Washington has been terrible, the Cowboys beat up on the sorry ass NFC East, and then when Debo comes around the corner, literally, figuratively, then they cower in fear and they fold up like a tent. Now, the big question to me about this game, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to win. Could they keep it like Houston close, like early on? Yeah, possibly. But I would always bet the Commanders in the points. The question we're all asking is, like, was Washington like a little overhyped? Like, is Jaden Daniels like coming back to earth a little bit? That's the only way that the game could be in any way close. Like, the Commanders would have to not play well. The Cowboys aren't going to do anything to be like, whoa, this is impressive. As long as you double Lamb and you limit him, it's a wrap. It's done and over with. As long as you don't allow Rico Dowdle to get off, even though I know y'all's run defense is a little bit of a question, they're not going to have Jake Ferguson, probably with the concussion. Like, you guys are going to have to beat yourselves in order for this thing to be close or for the Cowboys to win.
So offensive output from Washington and the game's over.
Yes. Done and over with. Mike McCarthy, by the way, I'm not going to let Mike McCarthy off the hook either. Mike McCarthy has somehow gotten a different rule book to where, like, he doesn't think you have to get like 10 yards for a first down. Like, you're going to see this team throw 5 to 6 yards short of the first down markers. You're going to see 2 reverses to CeeDee Lamb. You're going to see CeeDee Lamb force fed. You're going to see no running game, and you're not going to see any other receivers. The only thing you need to worry about offensively, and I'm not even talking about really offense, is someone who can score points, is Turpin. That's it. You got Lamb, Turpin.
Yeah, he's explosive.
You got Lamb, Turpin on special teams. He caught a slant for a touchdown last week and nothing else. The Dallas Cowboys offense is broken. Mike McCarthy, he's done as dismal of a job these past few weeks as Cooper Rush. Like, McCarthy just getting absolutely destroyed here for a lack of creativity with any type of game plan or getting anyone else involved. It's CeeDee Lamb, force speed, or nothing.
Well, let me ask you a question. How do they feel about you in Dallas?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because, I mean, no, all you're doing is like what we did in the past. You tell the truth. But they probably don't like that from a guy that came from the D.C. area.
That's a really good question. I think the biggest mistake I made in my career here was I was still, before Snyder sucked all my fandom out of me, I was still rooting for Washington on the radio here. And after the RG3 debut, I played Hail to the Redskins to Jerry when he came on. And that was a really stupid career choice by me, really stupid career decision. But, in years past, B-Mitch, talking like this and this harsh, you would have a lot of diehards pissed off at you because you were still winning 12 games, right? Like, the Dallas, make no mistake about it, the Cowboys have had excellent regular seasons the past 3 years. They're just not anywhere close to a Super Bowl team. This year, and y'all, I can't stress this enough, everyone is united in now rooting against them. They want the Cowboys to lose in such embarrassing fashion. You know why? Because they want it to pain Jerry. They want it. They want it to harm Jerry emotionally. There's such a venom and an anger. That's why I asked B-Mitch this morning, like, is this Snyder territory? And I actually think Washington fans were not rooting for the team to lose this much to hurt Snyder like Cowboy fans are right now because of the arrogance around here, because of the stubbornness, because of the arrogance. So if I talk like this in the years past when they're winning 12 games and fans had real hope, people would be mad at me. Everyone feels the exact same way of everything I'm saying right now. It's all of us. It's all of us against the team.
That's crazy, man. Just for a team that's been so
It's a
good
revolt.
the last few
Honest to
years.
God,
Yeah.
It's a revolt. Like people, Micah Parsons got booed the other night. Micah Parsons, like maybe the next Lawrence Taylor, right? Your generational player. Micah Parsons got booed the other night on the big screen during Tyson Paul. CeeDee Lamb, right? All world wide receiver. People are fed up and sick of CeeDee Lamb's body language, the pouting.
Dude,
and
nobody shows up their quarterback like that, dude.
you know what I'm saying? Like, don't even get me started on Dak. Trayvon Diggs, he already fought with a reporter here about tackling. These guys,
He hit him with these nuts. That was hysterical.
You know what the Dallas Cowboys don't know? Like this is a lesson I have from my parents, and I'm gonna teach my kids. When you're losing and you're getting humiliated and embarrassed, just shut up. Like, don't talk. Be quiet.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth. Well, you know what happens around here? We got Micah Parsons podcast the next day. We got Trayvon Diggs. We got Trayvon Diggs co-hosting. We got Jerry Jones twice a week. We got Stephen Jones twice a week. There is no like just put your head down, your tail between your legs around here. You got Micah and Diggs coming out saying we are, quote, we are a damn good football team. You think that makes fans happy? That makes fans even more pissed off and
that's them
furious.
trying to transfer that blame to the coach and not the players.
Oh, like we have a good enough team. We're just not being coached right.
Yeah, totally.
That's wild, man. Dude, Sean, thank you, man. Appreciate you making time. I know you're busy as hell. You got a lot
I can
going
tell you
on.
where you can get that vest at because you keep talking about them people down there. You're going to need one. I'm going to have to come help my boy out.
Hey, I learned it from someone else sitting in that studio.
JP, you got to stop teaching Sean stuff, man.
Anybody.
I'll come back there and get y'all's coffee when they run me out of here.
It's not going to happen.
I'll come back and play the cowboy music, all right?
Sean, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
All right, man.
Sean Sharif, give him a follow
Sean's
at
crazy,
1053 SS. He is not messing around. When we come back, let's hear from Cliff Kingsbury. There's been a lot of questions about Cliff's offense in the second half of seasons. He was asked that exact thing.
I love his answer.
And answer's interesting. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now it's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is day and night. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. And always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting ready for the Cowboys on Sunday. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report, 3 players did not practice. Linebacker Nick Bellore dealing with a knee injury. Tight end Zach Ertz with a rest day. And cornerback Marshawn Lattimore still dealing with the hamstring. 4 players limited. Cleveland Farrell, Noah Igbenogany, Austin Seibert, and Ben Sinnott. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was able to practice in full after his 21-day practice window was opened. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Steelers taking on the Browns. 8:15 kickoff into the game on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Avalanche at home tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. And in the NBA, some injuries to some stars. Luka Doncic has a right wrist strain. He's going to miss at least a week. And last night, bad news for the Sixers as Paul George hyperextended the same knee that he hyperextended in the preseason. He missed the first 5 games of the season due to that injury. No word yet on how long Paul George will miss with this knee injury. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. There's been a lot of talk about what's going on with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders' offense. And there's this theory out there, and perhaps it's got empirical support, that Cliff Kingsbury's offenses over the course of his time in Arizona performed worse in the second half of seasons. Like anything with statistics or analytics, you can always paint a picture that says one thing, and then there's always context that should surround those things. Context often gets lost. Numbers are pretty easy to look at, especially if you make cool-looking charts. Cliff Kingsbury spoke to the media today. I think it was pretty interesting. Let's go, Landini.
Oh, no worries. No worries. All good.
Cliff, what's prevented you guys from executing as an offense the way you'd like to the last couple of weeks, and how do you improve that?
In what regard? Obviously, the Thursday night game was not our best, but like when you just overall execution, you say. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things. Played 2 really good defenses, first off, and then just having the ability to be on the practice field, continue to get reps together and build. I think this is the first week, but we've been able to do that consistently as a unit, put in a full week. And so hopefully that pays off. But, still had a chance in the fourth quarter. Our guys battled even when we weren't playing our best, which I appreciated. But just nailing the details, calling better plays. I mean, overall, collectively as an offense, we can be better. And I think a week of real practice will help that.
Is there anything specific or different that you focus on with Jaden now that he's back to practicing for the first time and consistently in a month?
Yeah, I think you just get back to the basics, the fundamentals, and really hone in on those. I think anytime you have a couple games that aren't to maybe the level we all want to be at, you narrow the focus, and it's like, hey, let's nail the footwork, let's nail the reads, progressions, the base stuff, and start there. And he's a guy who, when he is working at it, he works really hard. He's very focused. And so this week has been good to see him back out there going full speed and getting the reps that I think will help us play at a higher level.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. Talking about heavy tendencies, right? When heavy tendencies are working, there's no problem with having those heavy tendencies. But when a defense kind of shows the rest of the league the way to kind of shut down that tendency, do you take that one experience and say, okay, we got to change some of this stuff, or do you make the NFL do it multiple times before you feel compelled?
I'm not which tendency. Maybe this will help me out. Which tendency?
Specifically, Terry McLaurin lining up left wide split.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't tell you that. That would be because then teams may use it against me. So
I got you. Yeah,
especially this week. But yeah, definitely got to get him the ball more. So a tendency of not getting him the ball, we got to get him the ball more. I'll say that.
Combining your own previous head coaching experience with what you've experienced here in this go-around in the NFL, is there anything specifically you would want to take with you if and when that next opportunity comes for you?
Yeah, I think I definitely have a new perspective, and being around DQ and just the way he carries himself, the consistency in his approach, his attitude, the way he treats players. He puts players first in everything he does. You come in on Monday, win, lose, or draw, and it's the same guy. And I think that being from IC, being able to step back and see it from the 10,000-foot overview after being in that seat for 10 straight years has really helped me kind of see what I would want to be and who I'd want to be if I ever chose to do that again.
Hi, Coach. Running game. You got Brian Robinson back in the lineup the other week, and now you're at full speed again with all of your backs back there. Could you talk about a little bit about having them all back and what that enables you to do offensively?
Yeah, I think he and Austin are a great combo, and obviously when Jeremy's had his opportunities, he's done really well. And then C-Rod did a nice job when he got his number called. So those guys feed off each other. They push each other really well, and being able to have Austin some of that pass game stuff, what he does after catch has been really impressive. And then B-Rob for the tough yards in between the tackles, he's a physical runner. So it definitely helps our attack be more balanced when we have all those guys healthy and going full speed.
And speaking of healthy, could you talk a little bit about the offensive line and having some bodies back there and what that means this week against Dallas?
Yeah, Dallas is a challenge. There's no doubt. They've been a team that's played at a high level for a long time. I know their struggles because of injuries, things of that nature recently. But anytime we can get that O-line feeling healthy and have the depth we've had and have 6 and 7 guys that we know we can rotate through and play at a high level, it definitely helps our confidence as a unit.
You got to be a head coach really young. And I wonder, when you get that responsibility and those stresses at such a young age, how do you avoid like burnout, in this industry where there's so much stress and so much responsibility?
Yeah, I always just brought it back to the players, but definitely, especially going to your alma mater, and you're 33 and it's a small college town, not a lot of things to do, not a lot of ways to have stress release. So I just focus on the players. I always found that anytime it feels like it's getting hard or it's tough, you just bring it back to them, and that has always centered me. Same deal, being here. If we had a tough day or whatever, it's sometimes Monday and Tuesday when the players aren't around as much, it's tough. And then you get them here and you feel, all right, here we go. It feels right. So I think if you make it about players and process, and you can always come back to those things, then you have an ability to never get too high or too low.
When you look at the pass game, how do you parcel out like the last couple of weeks with Jaden? You said the lack of practice time is impacted versus what do you see there versus these are two pretty good defenses. How do you, I guess, kind of?
Yeah, I think you just take it for what it is on both accounts. The passing game has got to be precise, and you got to be out there going full speed with your receivers to nail it. And then you're playing against two good defenses that make it a challenge, even if you are full speed, even if you're on point with everything. So I think you take both into account, and you just focus on what you feel you can do to get better. You don't buy into one or the other too much and say, oh, it was this scheme or it was just that we didn't practice. You say, how do we get better when we do get the chance to practice?
Did you have to change anything in terms of playing calls or anything like that because of his rib or anything like that?
I'm not going to divulge what we did while he was, I would say, more banged up, but hopefully we play better this week. I'll just say that.
Ask you about Micah Parsons. How do you guys account for him this week?
Yeah, Mike is a game wrecker. He's one of those. I thought Jalen Carter had a tremendous game against us. He was awesome and put us behind the chains several times. And Mike is a guy who can do the same thing. And if you don't have a plan for him every snap, it takes one snap for him to take the ball away, and all of a sudden, it can be a long day. So he's a guy you got to have a plan for. He's dynamic, plays hard, and he's one of the a handful of guys in the league that can really change a game by himself.
Take 2 more.
I don't think he is like this, but is Jaden Daniels one where, if he has 2 not as great games that you have to worry about confidence or anything like that, or is he pretty much?
No, he's pretty much who he is. I mean, he's competitive as all get out. And like I said, for him to put us in that position in the fourth quarter in both games to even have a chance to win, I thought was really impressive. And he's very tough, and very competitive, and I know he earned a lot of respect from his teammates just by battling the last few weeks.
And Tyler Biotish, I mean, just what have you? How much did you know about him? Obviously you knew of him, but like, did you know him much coming in, and what have you kind of learned from him?
No, I didn't. But we were thrilled to get him. He comes from Dallas, where I know he was really well coached, and his college program there at Wisconsin was really well coached, and he's had success everywhere he's been. And I think that's the thing that jumped out to me. They won a bunch of games when he was at Wisconsin, won a bunch when he was at Dallas, and so he's used to winning. He expects to win, and he brought that attitude with him here.
I'm not saying this is happening this year, but historically your offenses have declined a little bit in the second half of seasons. Are you aware of that, and is it important for you to like break that trend?
I would have to see the what you're talking about historically, like the references, but yeah, I don't have any plans to do anything to break that trend that I know of. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what years you're talking about. So I was thinking about doing triple option. Like, is that what you're thinking? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, we're gonna do what we do. So.
All right, let me clarify something. I would not actually expect them to run the triple option. I think Cliff was joking around. Pretty interesting presser there, though. Both with the Jaden stuff, clearly there is a clear message from seemingly everyone involved here that they think they're going to be really back to full operational now.
Yeah.
A full week of practice, full reps, full everything. And Jaden says he's feeling good. Like, it does seem like a concerted messaging effort. And I don't think Cliff wants to hear the second half of the season stuff.
Nah. I would suggest run the triple option. Cliff, let's see what people say about that. But you know what, though? I really, this is one thing that I will stand on the table and say, I don't believe this group here is telling people how to answer questions.
Sure.
I think everything they're answering is truly what they feel and believe. You know, if it was the other group, I'm sure that they would got together and say, this is what we're going to talk about. This is our messaging. I don't believe they're doing that. And I'm listen, after listening to some of Joe's
no joke, man.
I am looking forward to the game this week. I've been looking forward to games all year. You see my excitement level.
Yeah.
I've never been like this. In the last 20 plus years, I guarantee you that.
Sunday's game is a chance for the narrative extinguisher, and they are fired up to do it. Now, there's a game tonight, too. Pittsburgh-Cleveland is coming up on Thursday Night Football. Let's take a look at some of the same game parlay props on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. You heard me and B talking earlier. I like a George Pickens anytime touchdown. B likes a Nick Chubb anytime touchdown. Nick Chubb's rush yards in this thing, 52.5. I had a dude on Twitter tell me to go Jeremy Ford's rush yards go over at 12.5. I mean, there's a lot of options. Obviously, that Steelers defense is really, really good. So you wonder if you put a same-game parlay together with just Steelers offensive players. George Pickens going over 50. I do like that. Pat Freiermuth has been huge for Pittsburgh since Russ Wilson took over a quarterback. You get him over 2 catches. You parlay that 3 ways. You get Russ Wilson over 150 passing yards. You parlay those 3 legs together, and your total odds would be plus 160. That's pretty juicy for what seems very attainable. You only need Russ to get 150, Freiermuth to get 3 catches, Pickens at 51 yards, and you're a winner. I kind of like that, man. Download the ESPN Bet app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game, Steelers-Browns. Now, odds and lines are subject to change. You must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. They don't play my phone. Well, I don't give up. All right. Some information here. Jeff Walker said if we can raise $12, that he'll give Chris Russell the people's elbow. B. Mitch has offered to pay it himself. I'll double it. That's $24.
I
Jeff?
didn't say that, but come on, let's raise some more money. I'll go do it.
I'll contribute $12 as well.
Oh,
$36, Jeff.
bucks.
Just go break them off to people's elbow. And you got to put an AirPod in and do it live on the air.
He's in the middle of an interview right now. I ain't gonna
That's
do
the
that.
perfect
That's when
time.
That's when you really get them. Does they just fall out the chair?
Yeah, Chris Russell's doing his favorite bit where he finds
That's
the
when
most.
they just fall right at the chair. That's what you go.
Is he doing the?
Yeah, he finds the most public place in the station and decides to do an interview with some other radio station or podcast or something there instead of going into one of the dozen radio studios that we have.
Hey, Jeff, full speed, horizontal to the ground, knock him out the chair.
But Landfill, the look that Russell gets in the background is so good. Surely that must be why he does it in the middle, right?
Titus say Russo will knock you out, dog.
It's about it's a bunch of broken TVs behind him. That's the backdrop.
And don't forget all the broken chairs. Nobody's got more broken chairs than the Odyssey Studios on Half Street in Washington.
I'm noticing there's a lot of gumbo talk on this damn thread.
What is all the gumbo talk, Jeff?
Let me talk to the thread real quick. Nobody here knows anything about gumbo but me, and nobody has really asked me anything. So how the hell are y'all having all this gumbo talk?
The only thing I know about gumbo is how to eat it.
No, but I'm saying
Like,
I've seen a lot of gumbo references.
So
and
this will
no one
happen.
has say, Mr. Mitchell, can you cook something?
Nobody
It's like-
wants to see B Mitch in a tutu for real. So they
All
like
the women do.
They like
all the women do. All the women do.
All right.
Yo, who doesn't? I do. Landfill?
I hope you don't, Jay.
I mean, I do.
You already got people wanting to see you in showers and stuff. Don't be bringing that
Yeah.
tutu stuff. You want to see
Now,
me?
here's my understanding. Now, the drawing that I believe Cody Betts made, that is
No,
really an
it was awful.
in-depth drawing.
It was awful.
It's B-Mitch in a bike suit with a tutu on top of it. I don't want to see Brian in just a tutu, but he's also a respectable man that I don't think would only wear just a tutu. I assume he
It's
would have like
depending on-
some
it's
shorts
depending
on
the
or something.
clientele.
I was about to say
Depending on
B
the
is
clientele.
crazy. I don't know, bruh. But I don't want to see that, and I don't want to
That's the
envision
part calling the
B.
kettle black. Talking about I'm crazy.
Everybody on this program is crazy.
In their own way.
Oh,
That's
100,
actually accurate.
100,000%.
Dude, something real and kind of scary. You ready for this?
Who the hell is Chris Strickland? Chris Strickland just fairly new. You better stop talking about tell him we just want gumbo. Strickland, you know how much gumbo costs?
I love how much you pay attention to the chat.
No. I haven't been looking. I just all.
But every once in a while you do, and you get sucked in, and you reply to everybody. And
I like to because you don't want people sending stuff to you.
I get it.
That you're crazy.
I get
it. Melissa Ford. Yeah, that's my friend.
They want us to chat. We're chatting.
Melissa Ford is my friend.
Listen to this, B. This is serious.
Yeah.
The NFL security team. I'm being serious here. The NFL issued a security alert to team security directors and the players union on Wednesday about organized and skilled criminals that are increasingly targeting the homes of professional athletes, including recent burglaries of Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, according to a memo obtained by NFL.com. This is wild. Listen, sources say the FBI is investigating the crime wave as international organized crime. The league, the Players Association, and team security forces also have been monitoring the crime spree, which is believed to be tied to a South American crime syndicate. At least one other current NFL player's home was burglarized in the past week. It's legit, said one source familiar with the situation. It's a transnational crime ring, and over the last 3 weeks, they focused on NBA and NFL players, and it's all over the country. Damn.
I'm listen, I hear what you say, what they're saying, but
this is from NFL.com. This is from
I
Tom
understand, but
Pelissero.
you know who knows when the guy's out of town? The local criminals.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's such a organized thing. The local criminals know people out of town.
Listen, man, if the FBI is, and all these people are saying it, I tend to believe it, but maybe it's just the local criminals trying to frame it on South American criminals. Just be safe. That's all. I mean,
listen, if you are any public figure, you have to be safe.
Yeah.
They know when you're rolling.
I got 3 letters for you. CCW. Any athlete or public, really anybody.
But let me ask you a question.
CCW.
What does CCW do for you when you're in Philadelphia and your house is in Kansas City? Nothing. So not CCW, security.
I don't
Have
know.
somebody watching your spot when you're gone.
I just found that scary, man. All right, here's what we're gonna do.
It is. When you said it, I thought they were talking about something at the damn stadiums.
No, this is, I mean, at the people's houses, man. Thursdays at 1:00, we come together as a people, as a group. We come together in our collective annoyances, angers, misunderstandings. Whoever has wronged you, now's the time. Phone lines open. It is Bleep You Thursday, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines open now.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday. Commanders currently 7-4 and hold the 7 seed in the NFC. Earlier today, offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury was asked if he had to change his play calling for Jaden over the last couple of weeks.
I'm not going to divulge what we did while he was, I would say, more banged up, but hopefully we play better this week. I'll just say that.
The Commanders will take on the Cowboys on Sunday. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Steelers and Browns in Cleveland. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals take on the Avalanche tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. And in the NBA, they're going to be switching the All-Star format. There will be 4 teams now, 2 semifinal games to 40 points each, and then a finals game to 25 points. Also, some injuries in the NBA. Paul George hyperextended the same knee that he hyperextended in the preseason last night. He missed the first 5 games of the season due to the injury. No update on how much time he'll miss this time around. Luka Doncic is going to miss at least a week with a right wrist strain. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Forget you. I'm sorry. I don't drive a Ferrari.
When they can't get you there.
All right, folks. Once a week, it's our time. Let's come together. Whoever you're mad at, let the world know, man. Let them know. A little bit of ground rules, no politics, no naming names, naming companies. Everybody's a potential advertiser, right? But you can tell us with pretty good detail who the hell exactly it is you're mad at. Trust me on that.
Okay.
Where do you want to start, Brian? I'm thinking Kevin in D.C. How's that sound?
I think that sounds good with me.
What up, Kev? Who you mad at?
Hey, what's up, B-Mitch? What's up, guys?
What's up, man? Dude?
I got 2. Bleep you to all the analysts that said we was going to win 4 games. Joke's on you. And number 2, bleep you to the Hall of Fame for not putting Brian Mitchell in there.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
I'm with you there. Thanks, dude. Good call. Yeah, I want you to know this. Obviously, I'm aware of the news. I just don't think you want to talk about it. That's why I don't bring it up.
That's all right.
Yeah. Okay. It's just funny because I know, like, other shows address it, and London and Jacoby and all these things, and I feel like it's pretty obvious where we all stand on these things. And I can tell you there's like considerations. What the hell can I say on air about this? I can tell you something in the break. That's what I can do. Let's go to Ronald in Waldorf. Ronald, who you mad at, dude?
You mentioned JP. This is my first time calling in. Thank you for taking
Thanks
my
for
call.
calling, man. Thanks, dude.
I'm mad at all these fans. I'm a long time watcher. I've been watching all my life. And I'm mad at all these fans that no matter what sporting event I attend, the Nationals, the Commanders, the Wizards, the Capitals, I am so sick of all these fans that's cheering the other team and louder than our own home fans. There cannot be that many transits in this area. I just refuse to believe that. And B. Mitch, my apologies to you too, man. I really wish that they would have selected you for the Hall of Fame because you deserve to be there. Thanks so much, for taking my call.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you.
There are visiting fans no matter what. I think it's better than it was when I was a kid, though, honestly. I remember going to Bullets games where they straight up advertised who they were playing.
Come see the Bullets play the stars of the NBA.
Yes, dude. Like that.
When I heard that, I was like, if I'm a player, I am pissed off at our marketing department.
Dude, I remember that as a kid. It was
Remember the
about
other one? Come see the Wizards. We have the tallest and the shortest person in the NBA.
I think
Muggsy
that was,
Bogues and
that was
Manute
still the
Bol.
Bullets, but yeah.
The bullet, yeah, the bullets. Then I'm like, what the hell is going? Is this a circus?
Like, what about come see the Bullets? We're gonna win. Come see the Bullets. We're fighting for a playoff spot. That was awful as a kid. Caps games, I feel like, have always been pretty strong. I know that like Penguins, Rangers kind of have a good following when those teams are good. The Skid stuff is more last 10 years, I would say. Because, dude, even like the RG3 years, FedEx was full of burgundy and gold. There was a time.
Oh, it bumped.
Like from 2000.
Like you say, let's make it bump.
It was really, I think, a real demise of the organization from like a fan showing up to the games was the rocket ship of Robert, and then that goes sideways, and then all of a sudden, by hook or by crook, they got Kirk. Right? Whether they handled it well or not, all of a sudden you got Kirk, and then Kirk looks pretty good, and they make the playoffs, and then you just fumble the opportunity to handle it right.
Yeah.
And then Kirk realizes, F this place, and it just
he wouldn't stand here no matter what.
I think in 15 they had a chance to get something done. But after that, once you got on the franchise tag road to nowhere, I think fans were just like, these morons can't do anything right.
Passed by Kirk and went straight to Robert when Kirk helped him win the game.
Cleveland.
It was over that day.
That's 2012.
It was over that day.
Yeah. Might be right.
There's a little conversation I had with a particular person, and when you ask what's the problem and they bring up that day, that's when he made his decision.
Might that dude have been related to Kirk by fatherhood?
Would have just been Kirk.
All right, there you go. A lot of dads had a lot of opinions during that era. All right, let's keep the phones going. It is Bleep You Thursday. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe?
JP Beatman, what's going on, fellas?
What up, Jupe?
Hey, I got bleeped the whole chat for frying up Toby the way they did the other day. That was wrong and disrespectful.
What happened to Toby? I didn't know. Toby's my guy.
They was joning on him like a mug in the chat.
That's messed up.
They were eating him up. But Toby was laughing at it. He said, "Oh, it's funny."
Yeah,
Toby can handle himself.
It was all love. It was an initiation into the fam. That's all it was.
Oh, he was initiated too, boy. I tell you. Who is it? Tay say he bleeping Rick Snyder for calling Wale Wally.
He called him Wally?
Wally.
Oh, that's tough. Do you have any other ones, Jupe? All right, I think Jupe's gone.
Jupe's gone.
He gone. We got to talk. DC Dave in the chat is saying this. He's talking about the literal highway robbery in Virginia with the tolls. I'm going to be more specific. I will pay the tolls, dude. The 66 one is kind of nuts. I don't usually have to deal with that. But in the Beltway, I'll pay. The toll road, I generally pay. Whatever's going on with the GW Parkway construction and everything at the
It's
bridge,
about to be longer now.
I've heard they're like, oh, get ready. Get ready. It's been god awful for years.
The exit to 95, I think they have done something with that. That got screwed up over the last week or so.
Dude, it is unbelievably bad. And it seems like there is no help on the horizon. Bleep you to everybody involved with that thing. Go back to the old pothole-ass road. I'd rather deal with the potholes than whatever it is
Bleep
they're
JP
doing.
for putting Quince Orchard on blast earlier.
Well, stop having kids from other districts play for your football team. It's my understanding Professor Landini has a few things he'd like to get off his chest. Hello, Landfill.
Yeah, I've got several bleep yous here. So the first one is going to be people who eat apples during their radio show.
Just brazenly eating apples during the radio
If that person calls his producer to try and talk to him and he ignores him for like 5 damn minutes, and then when the producer comes on and say, "Y'all ready to go?" I've been ready to go, but you don't listen to what the hell I want to talk about.
Bleep you to the donut place for screwing up my order.
What happened?
I
Please
wanted a delicious Boston cream donut and they didn't have it, so I'm not pleased.
That kind of stuff drives me nuts.
Least you can do is tell me. Bleep you to the people who hate the McRib.
Why? Listen, if you don't want them, you want to know something about me, Brian?
What?
This is a secret. I'm going to tell the world. Never in my life have I had a filet-o-fish. It doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. It isn't for me. But I'm not mad at the filet-o-fish.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at people that like it.
Mm-hmm.
What is the point of being mad about the McRib? You need a hobby. You need to go for a walk.
It's disgusting.
Hold hands with a woman.
Disgustingly delicious.
How much
sucks.
time do you have in your life to be mad about a sandwich at McDonald's?
Hey, man.
A lot.
Eat what you like and then keep moving.
Jeff, are you part of the anti-McRib movement?
Yes. That thing
Why?
is horrible. I would
So
never
just don't eat it.
I won't. I had it like twice and I was totally disgusted both times. It tastes like school lunch.
But landfill's fired up. Now, why is McRib back in the news? They're bringing her back?
Yeah, it's
They come back every year by this time, don't
it's
they?
back December 3rd, I believe.
Only for one day?
No, I mean I don't know how long it's going to be back for.
All right, December 3rd. Let's all get them in studio. We're all in studio that day. It's Tuesday.
Yeah, we could DoorDash that.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that.
I will.
Yeah,
landfill.
Okay, well,
I'm all
Jeff,
in.
I'm gonna cook some ribs and bring for me and you.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
rather
I'm
do
with
that.
I'm with that.
That option is on the table. See
I'm
you
just
later,
saying,
landfill.
Hey, I'm of the mindset. I don't knock things that other people like,
Don't yuck somebody's
but
yum.
I'm just gonna tell you, if I had my choice, I'm not eating it. I'm gonna go eat something else.
That's fair too.
Yeah.
I just don't get being mad about it.
You know what, JP? You're kind of weird. You're mad about everything every day, but you always got a problem with people being mad about something.
Right now, I don't think I'm mad about anything.
No, maybe not right
I'm
now.
chilling.
but-
I'm not excited about this weather outside. I'll tell you that much.
But you,
Camera is probably fired up.
The most complainingest person on the whole show,
I'm a professional complainer.
and you get mad when other people complain. I think you don't want them to take your title.
I don't know if that's accurate. I'm willing to give
gonna share
titles
it? You
away.
gonna share it?
If there's somebody that complains about more stuff than me, let me know. Holler
I
at me.
can tell you. I think I've been dealing with it for 30-some years. I hope she wasn't listening.
Yeah, you better hope. You better hope school didn't get out for the snow.
It ain't.
Richard is in Virginia Beach. What up, Richie? Who you mad at?
What's
Yo,
up, bro?
you there,
How
bud?
doing, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, Jeff. I'm mad at JP for messing with you, number one. Anyway, I'm mad at the NFL for not recognizing how great Brian Mitchell is. Okay. And then I want to bleep the people who took away our heritage of the Washington Redskins, the logo, everything, trying to erase our history as fans. I've been watching this team since 1969, man. And I've always been a diehard fan. And I'm a Brian Mitchell fan first. Because when Brian went to wherever he went, because of that dumb Mr. Snyder, because of him, and Brian went other places, I was a Brian Mitchell fan first and foremost. And thank you, Brian Mitchell, for all those glory years you gave us in Washington.
Appreciate
and
you, brother.
I also would like to bleep those people who really are not getting it about that logo that we have. I was watching C-SPAN, how they were fighting to get our logo back. Because when that logo comes back, why not we not thinking about another name? The Washington Warriors with the logo. Indians, Warrior. Remember, they go together. That's common sense, people. That's common sense. But we're gonna whoop the Cowboys and bleep them.
There you go. Thank you for the
You know
call,
what I'm
dude.
saying?
Appreciate
Appreciate
it.
you, brother.
Quickly on this logo, the senator from Montana. I have been fairly critical of the senator from Montana. And on this one, I don't think I am, because here's what I care about is the action. He voted for RFK to move forward.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the correct action. So if he wants to keep banging the drum
But
because the old logo came from Montana and he wants to represent those people, that's cool.
Can I tell you about the logo?
The team has already done something to honor
What
it.
they're doing, so it's going to be some level of a museum, either in the stadium or somewhere else when they come in new one.
Sure.
And it will be blasted in those areas. But I don't think it means the logo is coming back on the helmet.
No,
that's
man.
what I don't think.
I think what people have to stop projecting what they want and just start understanding what is realistic. And I think what maybe they made a mistake, right? Specific to the Darryl Green merchandise they sold, is that they
put
took the
Commanders on
logo off the helmet.
Yeah.
Like they had Darryl in the old helmet with no logo on it. I think we got to stop trying to pretend that the logo didn't exist. And when we're
that's part of a licensing thing, I believe, because moving forward, when you do those things, and I think that logo, if the NFL has anything with it, you can't normally move forward with NFL stuff with something that does not fit with the NFL anymore.
That could be true too.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I think that this organization, the ownership now, the business people now recognize we're not trying to run from our past. I think when they initially made the change back in 21 and everything was so haywire, they just tried to run away from everything because nobody really knew what they were doing. These guys have a measured approach. They understand that there's a lot of great history there, and they're not just going to try to make rash decisions. But that doesn't mean the logo's coming back. Doesn't mean they're changing the name again.
Made that science thing. If I wanted to get it done, I had to get a license from the NFL or take it off.
Right.
And you just take off the what's called.
Now, this is the team selling it, so I would think they have the licensing agreements, but we don't know, honestly. They said it was an oversight on their part with the Darryl Green T-shirts to take the logo off. But regardless, what the dude Danes is saying now is, it's a great logo. You should still keep it as a part of your history. I'm cool with that.
I think it's always been a part of the history, no matter what.
Right.
They're not erasing it.
They tried to. Like,
the people before tried to.
Yes.
These people here, they tried to erase the people from the past.
Right.
They didn't want to deal with them. The people in charge now are not trying to do that.
I agree. The people that are in charge now are focused on getting back to RFK and building a winner. Like big picture stuff, man. I loved that logo.
Only person don't like that is Jeff.
Jeff, the lone Maryland fan. All right,
Actually,
I guess Landfill.
I learned my lesson about that this morning.
What was your lesson?
Dude,
that's the first lesson you've ever learned, Jeff. Congratulations.
Dude, I will never talk bad about RFK again or the Commanders not coming back. Because
why? What happened?
What happened?
I crossed through RFK every day to get to work, right? And the day after I say I don't want it to come back, I go through RFK. A nail goes right into my tire. So who was changing their tire in the middle of RFK parking lot this morning? Jeff Walker. So I'm not talking bad about that place no more.
Landfill.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I put that nail out there.
That's straight B-Mitch voodoo. Landfill, serious question for you. Did anyone on the planet get flat tires and car trouble more than Jeff Walker?
No.
He's got a lot of tire problems.
That was probably like my second time this year. I'm on a good run.
For you to say that you're on a good run when it's the second time this year is pretty indicative of the overall situation. Remember you had that dude that was always attacking your car? What was that? Remember that guy?
Yeah, that's because
and you claimed he had the wrong car or something?
He thought
you
I
thought
was
you were banging
else.
his wife?
Yes.
I mean, that I've been on this planet.
I'm not making any comments about that whole situation.
I've been on this planet 43 years. I know a lot of people in a lot of walks of life. I have a bunch of different jobs. I'm in a lot of different places. I've heard of that kind of situation happen to one person, and his name is Jeff Walker.
My guy, man.
I love Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
How was Jeff's golf game the other day?
I need him to stop getting it. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Now I'm gonna tell you the truth, Jeff. You had way more. You had a bogey and you had about 4 double bogeys. I never thought you would get a double bogey. I thought you were going to be getting.
He had a legit bogey?
Legit bogey.
That's pretty
and
good.
legit. The thing about Jeff.
On
Jeff,
a par 3 or what?
He was on a par 4.
Okay.
The most impatient dude in the world. I'm about to give him a hint, and he's already backswing boom. Like the guy, the 70-year-old dude hit Jeff on social media, and he told me, say, with a backswing, he said, your backswing, I'm 70 years old. My backswing farther than that. What did he tell you, Jeff? You have a girlish backswing?
Yes. And then he had the nerve. Yo, when we come back from break, can we finish this bleep you? Because this was my bleep you.
We'll see.
But Jeff, you know what? Jeff shot at what, Jeff? 57? And I shot 34.
How generous were you on the 57?
All his strokes were in the hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're going to keep the phone lines open the rest of the hour. I do want to circle back to some of this Kingsbury stuff.
There were no par fives, though.
Right. That's a big part of it. I also think so. You're talking he shot a 57 on a par 30 or something.
Par 34.
Okay. I think we got to be careful not to misconstrue stuff, and we're going to do our best to help with that. Specific to Kingsbury earlier today. Nobody go anywhere. It's me, Mitch and Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. The Commanders gear up for the Cowboys on Sunday. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report, 3 players did not practice. Linebacker Nick Bellore, tight end Zach Ertz with a rest day, and cornerback Marshawn Lattimore still dealing with a hamstring injury. 4 players were limited: Cleveland Farrell, Noah Igbenogany, Austin Seibert, and Ben Sinnott. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Steelers taking on the Browns in Cleveland, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, a couple of injuries. Luka Doncic going to miss at least a week with a right wrist strain. Paul George hyperextended the same knee that he hyperextended the preseason, caused him to miss the first 5 games of the season. Also, the NBA is going to be switching up its all-star format to 4 teams, games to 40, and a finals game to 25. And in hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Avalanche at home, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live and work near or with you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm so self-conscious. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. The phone lines are lit up. We're taking them the whole rest of the hour. It is a Bleep You Thursday. Jeff was complaining about something. Jeff, do you need to clarify anything, bud?
Yeah, I want to bleep everyone who was making fun of my golf swing, and
Well,
they didn't leave no like advice that I could actually use. Like, one thing about it, if I post the videos, of course, you can laugh, but at least give me some pointers. And then
Jeff,
if you're
the last thing you want are pointers from random people on the internet, bro. How is that what you think is the answer?
Just because I listen to the advice don't mean I got to take it. If I think it's something that'll work, I listen to it. But
well, I help you, so you better be thanking me. Don't
thank
bleep
you,
me.
bruh. But
And I'm
bleep you to all
guessing
the
be
haters.
paid for it. All right,
I
bleep
was
you to the
willing.
haters. That's just like Jeff's tickets. Like, yeah, man, I always get tickets. I want to go to the phones, but I just quickly, I think this video is getting a lot of run now on social media. I think it's from News 4 that posted it. Maybe other people posted it too. But if you're retweeting a video of Cliff Kingsbury, he's not mad about anything.
He wasn't mad by no stretch.
He's joking. Like
he was having fun.
And when you see him get up to walk away, it's because the press conference was over. Like, he had been asked by everybody in the room, and the PR representative that was there said, all right, last one. And then he had to go to practice.
When you're not in the room, stop always thinking that you're smarter than everybody and posting stuff to try to make yourself seem like you're right. You're wrong. Okay?
Yeah.
It was he was joking. He laughed with them. He wasn't mad by no stretch of the imagination. So let's be real. And then again, I am not going to tell you if I changed plays or if I didn't change plays, because I'm not trying to give information to nobody else. If anybody has been around football long enough, you know one thing. Coaches are the ones that always thinks somebody knows something and they're going to get some information. So they keep everything close to the vest.
Totally.
Cliff's not the first guy to do something like that.
And I think we also, like, a lot of folks want to figure out how hurt Jaden is, how long has he been hurt, when is he going to be healthy, are they hiding him, are they doing all these things? He got hurt. They said it was week to week. They said it was a pain threshold thing. Like, I don't think there's been any surprises. If you believe they should have gone to Mariota, you're allowed to do that. You are allowed to form your opinions of your own volition. But then if you said that the Hail Mary at the end of the Bears game is one of the greatest moments of your life, like, keep that in mind. And then he looked damn sharp against the Giants. Like, there have been highs and lows. I think TJ Watt really got to him, and then they had another game 5 days later. Let's let Sunday's game against Dallas be the narrative extinguisher, okay? And if it's not, then there's going to be a whole bunch of questions. But right now, it seems like we're on a boat that's just rocking, and they're 7-4. It shouldn't be rocking that much.
There are people who started narratives, and they try to promote their narratives no matter what. And listen, you got about another week or two to promote your narratives, and I'm gonna start calling people out. I'm being honest. That's where I'm at with this. Like, I've been around a lot of people a long time, and I know how they do stuff. They do things because they never get called out. But you know what? I have no problem being the man calling out somebody.
Let's do this. Speaking of a man trying to create his own narrative, I believe we have an NFL owner on the line. It is Jera. Hello, Jera.
I'm doing fine, Finley and Brian. I got one for you there, Jeff. Blank you for all that garbage you've been spilling all week about karma against the Cowboys. Well, you got your damn karma getting a damn nail in your tire, you dumbass. Let me share something with you, Jeff. Everybody seems to forget about all them damn parking tickets you get. You think the Martians are going to allow your dumb ass to get in their $1 trillion spaceship and then get it booted when you try to land it, you dumbass? And how the hell are they going to? I mean, what the hell is wrong with you? And as far as Charlie's concerned, he's all crying his little old ass off about rental bikes laying around. I wish I knew where you were, Charlie. I'd rent one of them bikes and run your ass over about 15 times. Actually, forget about that. Maybe I'd just go ahead and let Walker drop that spaceship right on your dumb ass. And then you can sit there and press that little button around your neck saying, hey, somebody come get me. I've been crushed and I can't get up, you dumbass. Hey, listen, y'all have a good day. I got to go.
Thanks, Jerry.
Man.
How did I know that was coming?
Jerry comes for people's necks.
Jerry is
Now,
cantankerous.
Good word, Jeff. Good word.
All right. It's only fair to let the man respond. Charlie is in College Park. Charlie, who you mad at?
Can you hear me okay?
We got you, buddy.
I got 4 quick ones in ascending order of importance. I'm so glad Jared called in because I was going to bleep him before he got on. I knew he'd get on. In ascending order of importance, those gangs that are stealing things from athletes and prominent people, I hope they shoot a few of your asses and maybe you'll stop. The second thing is the Dallas fans that come to the stadium. How's it feel to be down? How's it feel to be humiliated week after week? How's it feel? Wear your blue stuff to the stadium this week, sucker, and get humiliated again. And Jera, bleep you guys a little bit for letting him on again. I told you don't let him in. All you can do is say, dumbass, dumbass. I tell you what, Jera, you want to meet me? I'll meet you at Jefferson Junior High School in Southwest, and we'll talk about it at midfield. You better bring your lunch because it'll be an all-day job. And Jera, if that Bulldog hadn't beat me over the fence, I'd be your father. Now, the most important thing is, D-Mitch, I am genuinely sad. I'm genuinely furious at the selection committee for not putting you in again. There's something going on there political. I don't know what it is, but you know how we all feel about you in this area. You belong, you belong, you belong. You know that. Your greatness is evident. I've been to the Hall of Fame this time last year. I wanted to see your bust in the Hall of Fame. Jared,
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Appreciate you, brother.
We're going to keep it moving. Thank you, Chuck. Did he say I want to see your butts in the Hall of Fame?
Bust.
Okay, thank you for clearing that. Bust. Carlos is in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Look, I know B. Mitch doesn't want to talk about it, but, bleep the whole Hall of Fame, committee. Yeah, what's that dude's name? Jim Porter and all? That goes up to the players that when and surprises them. What floor are you guys on in that building? In the building, are you guys like a top floor in the building when you guys broadcast the show?
Who, us?
Are you talking to us?
Yeah.
What? Keep it moving, Los. I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, well, Jim Porter won't take those stairs and congratulate B. Mitch because that man is too big and breathes heavy. So
I
damn
think
much
that
when
dude's
he talks to
gone.
the players.
The big guy?
Yeah,
I think the big
guy.
dude left.
No, he goes around, surprises players and all that. He don't want nothing to do with the organization. He don't want nothing to do with them damn stairs. You don't want him breathing or congratulate you, B. Mitch. Wait for someone else who appreciates you and who appreciates the work you've done and all that, because I know the DMV appreciates you. So bleep the Hall of Fame, bleep them, Congratulations, B. Mitch. You are a Hall of Fame in all our hearts.
Appreciate
well
you, bro.
said, Los. All right, we're going to close this out the only way we know how. Just some good old boys. Here's Commander Tequila. Hello, Commander.
Hey, you guys. Hey, check this out. Let's give an applause to Gerald. You know, you're doing a great game. You're doing a great year, great season. All right, Gerald. All right. I just love Gerald. He's a great game. Good owner, good friendship. Am I telling the truth? Hell no. Hey, well, I got two bleep views. One bleep view goes to the Mexican Americans that live in Texas, calling themselves Tejanos. What the hell is a Tejano? You know, a Mexican word for Mexican? I have no idea. But,
all right, one more, Commander. We got a boogie here.
And one more is the Cowboys. I want to beat all the Cowboys. I'm going to stomp. I got a cowboy hat and ready to stomp.
All right, buddy.
Tonight.
All right,
thanks
bro.
for the call, man.
That was a ride.
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know what we learned there.
What's that? What's come in Busch Garden? That roller coaster. That's what that was.
Yeah, that sure was. Joe Witt said something that I agree with, and it's the number one thing this Washington Commanders defense needs to do. What is it? I'll tell you when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitch here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Close that door, B.
All I do is think about you.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way in just moments. If you're around tonight, come through MGM National Harbor. We'll be having a party. We'll be hanging out in the sports book. You can get on the Beltway Football TV show on Monumental. We're going to have a live portion where fans can ask questions and stuff. Should be a fun night. Over under $75 won for me tonight.
Over under 75-1. You've been losing on a regular basis.
Correct.
You're gonna probably talk to somebody else who has a little bit more skill sets. You're gonna win more than 75 tonight.
All right. That's one vote over. Landfill, you coming tonight?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll be there.
I was at the Sheets in Sterling this morning. I thought I might see you.
What'd you get?
Some stuff.
When he was in the Sheets landfill, you were probably walking to the studio.
Yeah, what time was this?
9:50.
Wow.
Now, that's when I found the gas pump that wasn't working, in my defense. So had it been working, it would have been a little earlier.
Which one? There's multiple Sheets, though, in Sterling, I believe.
I know. So the best Sheets is the one you told me about that's like in all that new development up there, kind of north of
over there.
Yeah, just straight up out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that's the easiest for me is the one that's right off Old Ox Road, which that could be Herndon and not Sterling.
It could potentially be. If you go down that road just a little bit further, there's another Sheets there as well.
Yeah, well, the Sheets I'm talking about has a taco truck parked like in.
Oh yeah, that's the
parking
one.
lot.
That's right by where they were looking at.
The exit you get to off of the Dulles Toll Road.
That's right by the rock quarry where they were looking at building or quarry where they were looking at building a new stadium.
They weren't going to build a quarry. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, $75 for me as a winner at the casino tonight, Landfill. Which way you going?
Oh, you're definitely going to lose more than that.
Okay, thanks for the support. All right, well, I'll see you there, and we'll figure it out together. We'll
yeah, I'll be there. Make sure. I just want you to know, but if you could, like, maybe you'll give me a ride, right?
You got to be ready at like 4 o'clock.
I'll 100% be ready. Yeah, be at my house at 4. I'll be ready.
Gotcha.
You will not see Landfill at all.
I think B might come. Jeffrey, what are you doing tonight?
New tire. Yeah, I was gonna say I'll be going to get a new tire, and I'll be recording tonight.
Doug, the best place to get a new tire, or at least the money for a new tire, is at the casino.
Oh, you can lose the money that you have for the tire, and then you be out there. Nah, Jeff, nobody want to buy it.
Are you recording? Are you recording your Week 12 Cowboys Commanders hype song tonight?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question, Jeff?
Yes.
They've lost 2 in a row now. Do you have to change something up? Is the pressure on you?
Yes, I think I gotta.
Are you going back to singing?
No. I will give a little hint. If you figure it out, you figure it out. I'm going back to our roots of the city.
All right, it's finally go-go time.
Go-go, baby.
Uh-oh. Give it to him, Jeff. I'm ready.
That's your regular voice too, JP.
That it really is. Yeah. JP's just a huge go-go fan. That's what.
Joe Witt says the number one thing this defense needs to do is stop the run. You agree with him?
100%.
Yeah, man.
You stop the run, you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
It ain't that complicated. Listen, we got a whole show to figure it out tomorrow. Washington needs to beat up on these Cowboys. I think they will. I understand it's a division game. Crazy things happen. But let's get the narrative extinguisher out. Like Richmond John, if you're listening, I need a Photoshop of a narrative extinguisher, and I need Jaden and Cliff spraying that joint Sunday night, eliminating all the narratives. Let's make some bets.
Oh no, our system is malfunctioning. Shockingly, something doesn't work here.
Really?
Heard it here
Shocked.
first. Heard it here first. Everybody gather around.
There you go, Jeff.
There you go. All right, Jeff.
You are talented, dog.
What you got?
All right, it's not looking good this week for Jeff
Are you
Walker.
Owen?
Yeah, I'm Owen Walker right now.
Damn, dog.
Oh man, you normally own it.
JP, you know, J Dog stick together. You're not far behind me. You're 1 and 2.
Great.
B
What I have
said
last night?
You had
I took like a hockey game.
A
I
loss.
think.
Yeah, you had the Flyers +1. They lost by 3. Landini is sitting at 2-1, and B is sitting at 2-2 as the over did not hit in the Thunder game. And
Yeah, I
tonight,
know them Bamas. They
Tonight-
couldn't
All right,
score.
we got football tonight. You got Steelers, Browns. You got college football tonight.
What's the point spread?
I'm taking the over.
college. NC State, Georgia Tech. Rambling Wreck. Oh, there it is.
I fixed it.
What's the spread tonight?
Georgia Tech -9.
No.
3,
Pro.
3.5.
3.5.
3.5. Steelers and
How is that even
Browns?
possible?
Yes,
I'm taking the
that is
Steelers.
crazy. Give me the Steelers.
Oh, yes. Give it to me. Give it all.
And give
to
me an anytime touchdown. What's 14 name?
Pickens?
Yeah.
I need
got
everyone on the
Pickens.
stream to look at me. Look me in my beautiful eyes. This is a system pick. Everybody in the world is taking the Steelers. Why the hell is that spread so low? Give me the Browns for a fortune. Let's go, Brownies. I'm betting on Jameis Winston. How stupid is that? Think about it. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Nikki Walcott. I enjoyed Nikki Walcott. Give him a follow.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get that kid back on as this Hayfield nonsense continues. Thank you to Sean Sharif. Happy birthday to Sean Sharif. You can give him a follow at 1053 SS. Dude brings it. Thank you to most. I'm going to be honest about something. Thank you to most of the people that called in for Bleep You Thursday. Not everybody, but most.
Why most of them?
Some of those were wacky ass calls that I didn't even know what we were talking about. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to Brian. Thank you to Chef Connor. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Avalanche Caps at 7 tonight. Plus, you got football. I'll be at MGM. Come on through. Made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Uh-oh, they're going to get it tonight.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders gear up for the Cowboys on Sunday. Earlier today, offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury talked with the media and talked about former Cowboy and current Commanders center Tyler Biadasz.
But we were thrilled to get him. He comes from Dallas, where I know he was really well coached, and his college program there at Wisconsin was really well coached, and he's had success everywhere he's been. And I think that's the thing that jumped out to me. They won a bunch of games when he was at Wisconsin, won a bunch when he was at Dallas, and so he's used to winning. He expects to win, and he brought that attitude with him here.
And tonight in the NFL, Thursday Night Football, the Steelers taking on the Browns in Cleveland. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear the game on the Team 980. In the NBA, some injury news. Luka Doncic is going to miss some time with a right wrist strain. Paul George of the Sixers hyperextended the same knee that he hyperextended in the preseason. That injury caused him to miss the first 5 games of the season. No update on how long he'll be out. Also, the NBA is going to be switching its All-Star game format. It's now going to be a 4-team tournament, 2 semifinal games to 40 points, and then a finals game to 25 points. Tonight in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Avalanche at home, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan. We are taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. Got a great show planned for you. We're getting you ready for the Commanders and the Cowboys. We will discuss Jaden Daniels' health after Cliff Kingsbury had some interesting things to say about the quarterback at the podium today. There is a list of Hall of Fame finalists in the NFL that we want to go over and a whole lot more on the docket. Danny, how's that Thursday working out for you?
We are doing just fine. And Danny, now you're normally I'm staring right into your eyes, live in color, in person, right across the table. But that's not the case today. Where are you and what are you doing?
Not on this day.
Not up in here.
I am at Monumental Sports because I've got a Capitals Altcast
there it is.
tonight.
He's the Altcast guy.
For those of you that have not seen one of these, I want you to check it out tonight if you get a chance. You can watch it on TV linearly on Monumental 2. You can stream it on the app. I tweeted out a link, but it's pretty fun. It's a Manning-style hockey hang, basically. The Manning cast everyone knows from the NFL on Monday Night Football. It's myself, Tarek El-Bashir, former Caps goaltender Brent Johnson. We have guests along the way that Zoom and FaceTime in, and just a really, really good time. So we're watching the Caps. We'll be talking about the OV absence, some of the changes they're making in the lineup, and we'll stick it up on Puck and all kinds of other things. It's basically just kind of a podcast radio show format where we're on couches watching the Capitals play. It's really, really fun. So I'm here today at the studios because I did not want to risk having to navigate DC right at about 6:30 to get on the air by 7.
Oh, I get that, dude. That is the right play. Because you don't know. I mean, you could probably do it, but we're not trying to challenge ourselves here. This isn't some sort of double dare physical challenge where you're finding the flag up a giant statue's nose. You should do the show from over there.
That was actually, it's funny you say it that way. That's kind of the realization I came to as I thought, I'm going to go into the studio. I'll just leave right at 6:27 when we go to break in the final segment, and I'll just rip it across town, and I should be there by 6:50 at the latest, sitting in the couch. And I'm like, why that angst?
Yeah,
why
you
that
should
stress?
be, but who knows? Who knows if it's Motorcade Thursdays? You know what I mean? You don't know.
That's such a DC thing, by the way.
Yeah.
You ever think about that?
Yes.
How driving in this area, we experience and see things that nobody else does. Where every now and then you just get stopped because here come 39 SUVs and police cars because someone really, really, really important globally is driving right past.
Well, it's like when I was living in New York or would travel around the country for stand-up purposes, and you just are talking to human beings and you tell stories about yourself and life experiences and just normal things, right? Like at one point, I can't remember the comic's name, but he was like, dude, are you making all this up? I was like, what? He goes, you live right next to the vice presidential mansion and motorcades and this person and this senator, and I'm like, yeah, just where I was. It was different than growing up in Milwaukee or something. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's pretty unusual.
You can listen to the show all over the country, wherever you go on the Odyssey app. If you're listening to us on the flagship 106.7 The Fan, you got to go run errands or go into a store or something, take us with you. The Odyssey app is free. It's available wherever you are. But we appreciate everybody making the show, making time for us today. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We are in high definition and looking fresh, if I could say that. We've both got a little white on the chin of the beards, but otherwise, I think we're in a good place right now visually.
Yeah, both my kids right there. You could see the bags under my eyes. They give way right to the gray in the old beard. It was the first White Walker south of the wall happened right around when I was your age, quite frankly. And I would notice them. I'd pour over it and try to do something. And eventually it was like, you know what? The war's lost. I'm just going to have a gray spotty beard.
The whites start for everyone at the same, like me and you both, right on the side of the chin. What is the science behind that?
I'm sure there is some. It's above this Pudgy Zilch's pay grade right here. So I don't know the answer to that, but it is commonplace. I'll tell you that. Like all my buddies with gray hair, that's where they started too.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Tomorrow, speaking of right there, we will be right there in Falls Church.
Right up in there.
We are going to be at the Casual Pint. Apparently, our guy Chris Paresh was out there today making sure everything's ready to go for us a day in advance, our engineer. He sent us some pictures. They've got some photos hanging of the show. They're very excited to have us, and we are jacked up to get out there. What better way to get you ready for Commanders Cowboys than a field trip on a Friday? So we're going to be in Falls Church. First show back in Virginia the last 3 weeks. We are excited to do a live show out and about. So please make plans to swing by if you're in the area. Come grab lunch. Have a casual pint with your boys in Falls Church tomorrow. We're live from 2 to 6:30. And I've heard we got some pretty good prizes as well. Got some bobbleheads we'll be giving away. They're bringing some of our 106.7 The Fan Bluetooth speakers that are really, really cool as well. So it's going to be a good party tomorrow. I'm excited.
Place sounds awesome. I have not been. It is not too terribly far from the old Hooray household. So I've pinged a couple people to swing on by. But yeah, man, it's the idea that people want us to show up. That's a huge first step. And, we've been having these sort of traveling road circus parties everywhere we've been. It's been awesome, dude. I can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, let's get to some of the news of the day with the Commanders. What does a guy have to do at this point, Danny, to get Marshawn Lattimore on the practice field? The 28-year-old corner not practicing again today. I've had a couple of people hit me up, and I'm sure you have as well. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny on social. And they've said, when do we start claiming that he is on the Curtis Samuel stationary bike? Now, we are not there yet. We are probably a long ways from the Curtis Samuel stationary bike. But this is now almost to frustrating territory. If he doesn't practice tomorrow and they rule him out ahead of Sunday's game, after the start of the week where Quinn basically made it seem like he was hopeful he'd be practicing at the end of the week and that they were thinking he might be able to play this weekend, now we're starting to get into annoying territory. Still a massive win of a trade as far as I'm concerned, because he's going to be here theoretically next year and the year after. You've added a corner one. You don't have to sign a guy in free agency. If you sign someone this offseason of his caliber, you would have spent more AAV than his current salary that you're bringing him in at against your cap. So even if he doesn't play this year, I still would have made the trade. I'm not suggesting that they made a mistake. What I am saying, though, is we all thought he was going to play pretty quickly after getting here, and this is continuing to linger now, and this hamstring is probably getting better behind the scenes. But as far as what we can see, the only judging we can do is, are you practicing or not? And he is not still able to go out there and put pads and a jersey on and run around.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I'm not mad at anybody. I don't, I'm not saying that Peters and company got sold a bill of goods or anything like that. But I'm frustrated. So I understood if you actually had a hamstring, not a Devontae Adams hamstring, right? That gets cured by a plane flight in time zones. You actually had a hamstring issue. I understand the quick turnaround of not playing on a Sunday and then, 96 hours later on a Thursday. I totally get that. Totally. It makes sense. But I think everybody thought, or a lot of us thought, okay, now you got that 10 days, basically Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the way through. Let's work up and now let's get in that lineup. And he's still not playing. It's frustrating. So I'm frustrated. That's the end of it. I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at the team. There's no one I'm angry at. I am frustrated by this situation. I think there's a distinction there where a lot of times people say, what are you supposed to do? Or what's the team supposed to do? What they're doing. but I'm still frustrated. I would like to see the football player play football. I was very excited at the trade deadline. That excitement has dissipated because I sort of forgot that he was here because I haven't seen him. You know what I mean? Like that's all this is.
Well, let's call it what it is too. They traded for him because they need his help. They traded for him because they're looking at
there's that obviously
their corner room like you and I are, and they're going, man, tell you what, we could really use a good cornerback. And so you've got this reinforcement, right? He's coming in to help you. Think of it as they're in a fight and they're trying to win the fight. And they're like, if we just had one more, you know what? Let's go get Marshawn. He'll help us win the fight. And meanwhile, they're struggling to win football games these last couple of times out. And who knows what would have been different if he was on the field? Could you have made one more play? Would he have changed the game with a tip that led to a pick? Or could he have intercepted a pass? Who knows? But today he was working on the side field with Commanders' strength coaches again. I think there's still a chance he could play Sunday. I'm basing that solely on what Dan Quinn said at the start of the week, though. If you subscribe to my normal theory, which is what coaches say doesn't matter, just follow the actions. Well, the actions right now are that he's still not practicing. And if you're not practicing on a Thursday, I don't know, a 60+% clip normally, it's not a good sign that you're going to play come Sunday. But I also feel like this is one of those games where, man, would it be good to have him, because CeeDee Lamb's a beast. The Cowboys don't have many guys on their roster, frankly, on either side of the ball, but certainly on offense, that I worry about. That is a dreadful offensive operation right now. With Dak Prescott hurt, they've got a backup caliber starting quarterback. They don't have a good running back. They have one wide receiver of note, and that's CeeDee Lamb, who is right now on his way to another 100 catches and probably 1,300 yards. Last year, he led the league with 135 grabs and 1,750 yards when Prescott was healthy all season. He's only 25, by the way. That guy, 3 Pro Bowls, an All-Pro, and he's on his way to the Gold Jacket Hall of Fame career that they were dreaming about when they drafted him in the first round. But if you can stop CeeDee Lamb, there's not much else that you worry about with Dallas, and that's where if you had a shutdown, legitimate, viable corner one in a game like this, I think this is actually why you go get Lattimore, because you say you worry about CeeDee Lamb, and these other 10 guys will worry about everything else. And if you don't have him, then you probably can't ask just St. Juice or just Sandra, still as good as he was against Philly, to handle CeeDee Lamb. It's a committee that you now throw at that problem, which means fewer bodies in a numbers game to stop everybody else.
Precisely. And that's really to be what Lattimore was going to unlock, if and when he's available to play, and assuming he's able to sustain health. It was, okay, that takes one piece off the board. Like, I don't know how many avid chess players are listening. I don't know how much you've played GP in your life, but there are different strategies and different ways to beat your opponent. The best player for each team is the queen, can move anywhere at any time. Some people let me just take their most dangerous piece off the board, regardless of what I have to do in order to try to win the game. Maybe it's a sacrifice my queen as long as I get theirs, and then I'll take my chances elsewhere. That, to me, is how this defense should be. In other words, their most dangerous guy, if I have to use my best asset to try to remove him from the equation, that's what I'm going to do. So it unlocks the ability, as you said, to play more heavy boxes, let Jeremy Chin creep down, or Quan Martin at times, or roll coverages a certain way. Just opens up your toy chest if you're Joe Witten company, instead of saying, we cannot leave our corners on an island. We cannot at any time. We can't do that heavy blitz. We can't go cover 0 that time, or we can't do this unexpected zone dog or this, that, and the other thing, because we are terrified that they pick it up and now someone's one-on-one with CeeDee Lamb. Sorry. I can't do that. So we're going to give up yards, and we're going to give up points. We're going to give up big passing totals. Number 1 receivers are going to have a way with us, or number 1 running backs are. Just depends on what we're trying to take away on that given player, that given series. He's going to open up options in theory when he comes back. It's just now, now I'm like hopeful for next week, but I'm not optimistic.
I mentioned this yesterday. So they traded for him November 5th, 5 days before the Steelers game, 9 days before the Eagles game. And at that time, what I said was, okay, if he's not 100% with the hamstring, and it's not the Devontae Adams fake hamstring, I went out of here situation, which we were also led to believe by some of the Saints reporters that maybe there was something to that maybe he wasn't as banged up as he was leading on because he was at odds with the team. Maybe he would just feel better when he got here, right? That obviously was not the case. And Lattimore is dealing with a pretty intense injury that he's been trying to come back from. But when they traded for him on November 5th, which was 16 days ago now, right away, my point was, If he can't go against Pittsburgh, whatever. And it turned out that George Pickens had a pretty good game against them. But my point then, and I still feel like, was they don't have a bevy of receivers they're throwing at you. There's basically one decent guy at the position. You can find a way to beat them with or without him. And they led the game by 10 points in the second half before squandering it. All along, though, I was hopeful, fingers crossed, your game of the year, the Goatee in Philly, the one you really need in the division with those two really good wideouts, that's the one you circle. I just wish, and I know why they're so private, and I think by and large, normally, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. But I just wish they were a little more transparent on some things like this, where there wouldn't be any frustration if they came out and said, hey, he's probably not going to be available for a couple of weeks. We're hoping sometime in the next couple of weeks, maybe leading into that Dallas game, we can get him on the practice field and start having him work out. And then at least you just set a expectation that is realistic, rather than every fan who listens to this show and reads everything from every reporter who just goes to practice every day and we're doing no Marshawn Lattimore, maybe tomorrow. Well, 3 weeks ago, there was no maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. The team knew that.
Yeah.
But if they just come out and say that, then you're not every day going to social media and looking at the coverage to say, was Lattimore practicing? Because he should be playing this week. And they could easily, I don't think they would have hurt themselves at all in terms of getting ready for Pittsburgh or Philly or the Steelers or Eagles, operating differently because they're thinking Lattimore is going to play. They could have just said, hey, he's probably not going to be ready for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so a couple things on that. Number one, if you don't know truly, if it is day-to-day and you're finding out shortly before we do, your hands are kind of tied there. But to me, if it's significant enough where it's not even on the table that he would play that first week, right, and that's 2 games in 1 week, 2 games in 4 days, then, leading up to next week, there's got to be some information that you would have post any kind of medical examination, right? Because remember, the trade was pending physicals. I mean, they worked him out. They gave him a physical. Not worked him out, but they gave him a physical to figure out the extent of this thing still went ahead with the trade, which is fine. That, to me, was one of the hallmarks of the previous regime. I don't mean Dan Snyder. I'm talking about Ron Rivera and company, where they looked bumbling. Even if they weren't, they looked that way. When during the time that Ron Rivera is on the air with you and I, and Curtis Samuel isn't practicing and has been bothered by this thing for months and goes on IR, and I'm like, hey, what's going on, Curtis Samuel? He's fine today, really is. You just put him on IR. I don't know if you did or one of your buddies named Marty did, but you tell me he's fine, he's day-to-day, now he's on IR. What the bleep is going on? He didn't practice in March or April or OTAs in May or couldn't do this walkthrough, couldn't do this mini camp. And now we're here in training camp. Oh, he's day-to-day, really is. Okay.
He could be back any day. And then we're like, actually, Coach, it looks like just across the wire now, he's on the PUP list. He's out for at least 4 weeks.
Yeah, PUP. I misspoke. I said IR. Yeah. He was on PUP. And so you look bumbling. You look like you're inept. You look like you don't know. Your left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. Oh, the left index finger doesn't know what the middle finger's doing. You guys are clueless. And whether or not that was the case, that's the perception. That's not the case with this group. I'm not saying it is, but there's a lower trust factor that comes with that. Now, what are the repercussions of that? I don't know. Maybe some grousing from you and me and some fans. So, you can play it out that way. But to me, this is one of those, I'm 100% with you, where you go, here's what we know at this point. We don't expect him. He's working his way back. We will give you an update when we have one. There's 24 hours or less of grousing, of irritation at that. Then you move on to the next thing. This way, it's a story until he's healthy. It's a story until he's out there. It's now, we're in week 2 of a story. And that, I think that's avoidable. So it's something that I haven't quite figured out as to why NFL teams, and this one specifically, regardless of regime, has done.
And maybe they just don't care that much.
Entirely
They're
possible.
going, whatever's being said outside of the building doesn't matter. Most teams say that they don't actually live that way. We don't know this group well enough yet, but maybe they really, truly don't. And that's fine too, if that's the case. But I just think you can help yourself. I'm from the school of, you get everyone on the same page in terms of fans, media, understanding what you're doing. That transparency is a good thing and not a bad thing. Now, having said that, there is a game to talk about on Sunday, whether Lattimore plays or not. And the Cowboys, they are wounded. They are an animal that's been bitten and is bleeding out as it kind of army crawls along a field. And the Commanders are a bunch of lions ready to pounce, it feels like. What is on the line for you on Sunday as far as how you feel about this team? Does your take on where they're at as an operation change massively based on how Sunday plays out. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on that next at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny.
And that facing a former team doesn't mean as much to you as you go along in your coaching career, but do you have a sense of what this game means to some of your players who have played in Dallas or started their careers there? And what has your message to them been as you prepare for the game?
I haven't talked to them much different about that. You probably know from now, I don't make one, too often bigger than another. I just think they're all really important, and we absolutely go after it as hard as we can. So for the players, you have to reach out to them, their teammates and their connection. And as they get further along in their career, they'll recognize that too. But for me and for the guys, man, it's like Washington, Dallas week. Let's get down.
Let's get down. Dan Quinn, man. Let's get down to business. His general diction is funny to me. How he talks is great.
It's like the granddad that was a hippie. You know what I mean? That you get over there and he's like, I used to roll with the Grateful Dead, man. Whatever you guys want to do, I'm down.
Let's get after this thing, man.
That's how I'm going to talk to my group of 6-year-olds for our indoor soccer game on Sunday. Tell the Arlington Tornadoes, hey guys, let's get down.
You guys better win, or it's going to be a rough to tell the truth Monday for that group.
We don't want that. I don't want to face the media after that.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back. The question for you guys is just how much will your opinion of this team change based on how they play on Sunday? I hate making too much out of a game, and I don't do the must-win thing, really, until the end of the year. I think must-wins are generally reserved for either mathematical elimination situations or close to it for me. So it's not that kind of scenario because there's a lot of football ahead, and frankly, their schedule's weak enough that even if they let up somehow in a game that there's no reason why they shouldn't win handily, they're going to be able to harvest some nuts down the road and probably still get where they need to go. But I'd be lying to you, Danny, if I didn't say that my confidence of just how much progress they've made in a short time would waver some if they were to lose to Dallas, this bad Cowboys team. And it'll be chalked up in some circles as, hey, it's a rivalry game in the division. You throw out the records. Doesn't matter who's good and who's bad. I'm sorry, I can't really do that. I have too much information. You have been resting since Thursday of last week. Dallas played on Monday Night Football. It's a 10 versus 6, basically, day prep period, right? On top of that, they don't have their quarterback. They have a bad backup. They don't have any running game. They have one wide receiver who can beat you or make you look bad on his best day. It's just not a good football team. Their defense has looked mostly checked out recently. Their coordinator is embattled and may or may not even have a job next year, even if they keep their head coach, who's almost certainly going to be fired. And I know that in the NFL, weird things happen. I get that. But weird things shouldn't happen as often to really good teams, right? Weird things don't happen that often to the Chiefs. Weird things don't happen that frequently to the Philadelphia Eagles, who we just saw and Washington just played. If weird things happen to you, then you are not who we kind of thought you were earlier in the year, which is not a crime, by the way. Year one of Quinn, year one of Daniels. But this would be a step back and really have a tough conversation with myself on how much better they are than they were the last few years if you can't beat the Cowboys. And now you'd be 7-5. And by the way, a Hail Mary touchdown away from 6-6.
So I have a much looser definition of must-have or must-win type games. I understand your point, and technically you are correct. The only time you must win a game is when you're facing elimination. You know what I mean? If that's how you go about it, I got no issue with that. To me, when I go, you got to have this one. That's a synonym for must-win. You need to win this one. This is the freebie. This is the team that's won 12 games each of the last 3 seasons now stinks. You got to win it. It's an NFC game. You got to win it. It's a divisional game. You got to win it. If you want to go anywhere this year, you got to win it. If you can't beat this Dallas team at home, what are we even talking about? There's not much point to the rest of it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, then if we can eke out go to New Orleans, and we have to have different conversations. We have to lower the bar and have similar ones. And to your point, it's still a win. There's still been a step forward, but it's nowhere near the leap that we thought. If you're not able to beat this Dallas team at home, now something fluky happens, God forbid, injury, or all of a sudden there's a monsoon,
sure,
and you play, but qualifications notwithstanding. But just given these two teams lining up and playing, there's a reason you're 10.5 point favorites. They're not competitive, even with CeeDee Lamb, even with Micah Parsons back. This is a bad football team that's looking for a reason to quit, limping in here, having been drubbed every time they've taken the field, over the last few weeks or so. You are better than they are. And anybody objectively would say Washington is a better team right now than Dallas. So, if there aren't style points, you eke one out like you did against the Giants, we can have a great conversation, and we will. There's nuance to all this thing. But what should happen is you beat the brakes off this team. That's what should happen.
I would even say that I don't even feel this way about the Titans game, just to show why this Cowboys game is so different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though the Titans don't have a good quarterback situation, they're not down to a guy that they don't want to be playing, right? They're not incapable when it comes to running the football. Frankly, they have better weapons offensively, and I don't even know that it's particularly close, than the Dallas Cowboys do in the passing game. They're also playing okay defensively. They're a top 5 yards per play unit. So while that's a really bad team, and the narrative next week, I think, around town should be that Washington absolutely should beat them. They will be pretty heavy favorites, I would think. I guarantee you they will not be 10.5-point favorites. Like, the reason for that line is that you are getting the Cowboys on the single best week to play Dallas in the last probably 5 years of that organization or something like that. Certainly of the McCarthy era, right? They are on short rest. They are dealing with a ton of injuries. They don't have a quarterback, and Washington is pretty good. That's how you get to a line that is crazy lopsided. I mean, what percent of the time does a double-digit point favorite lose anyway? I would bet in the NFL it's pretty rare. I would bet it's in 10 or so percent or something like that. Like, it is a game that absolutely you need to win. And if you don't, it's not a big deal. But the benefit of the doubt I give you when you lose to the Steelers by 1 point at home off of their bye because they had extra time to prepare, or maybe they're just not a great matchup for you and you're down a couple of tackles and TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith are coming off the edge, goes away some. The benefit of the doubt on the Eagles, it's a short week. I'm making excuses for you. You're going to Philadelphia. It's a Thursday. And I don't think they're excuses. I think they're actual explanations, for the record. I think it's stuff that really does matter that maybe a lot of people don't care about. But the fact is, you're playing good football teams. Football's going to happen. Now you're playing a really bad team. By the way, this group early in the year when they played a team like this, whooped up on them.
That's right.
They just absolutely throttled Carolina, Cleveland at home. So if you don't do that to Dallas, it is a direct indication, it is evidence that you are not what you were then. And we got to figure out why that is, because that's a realization that they've come back to the pack pretty severely.
Yeah, I always say this, and I'm sure people are probably tired of it by now, but each new sample, if it's an outlier from what we previously thought, forces you to reevaluate what you've already seen. In other words, when they struggled against Tampa, it didn't look very good. Didn't score many points against the Giants. They scored 21, got to the red zone a bunch, but they didn't really score. You're going, okay, I think we have an idea of who they are. And then Cincinnati happened. And we went back and went, wait a minute. This offense actually was really good against the Giants. They just struggled in the red zone. They actually didn't punt. This is incredible. We know the offense is good. Arizona happens. Yep, see, it's good. Then the Cleveland Browns game happens. Oh, my God, this is awesome. Now, if you have a bad sample against Dallas, you go, well, wait a minute. Over the last month plus 5 games since they dropped Carolina, the offense hadn't been the same. They've been, as you said, they're a Hail Mary away from being 500, basically. Maybe we had some early season success that's now given away to something else. It forces you to re-examine.
For the record, I think they're going to roll. I think they'll win handily. It's not like I'm predicting that they're going to struggle in this game. It's hard for me to envision how that would happen unless they turn the ball over a bunch. By the way, they haven't done that all year. They're the lowest turnover team in the National Football League at this point. Let's go to Tony in Long Island on Grant and Danny. Tony, you're on the Fan. What's up, brother?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
Well, let me tell you how much this game means to me. For the first time in 24 years, I will be attending the game with my family.
Let's go.
I'll have my wife and my 2 boys will be in section 102 right behind the bench. And I'm really fired up. I refuse to give Snyder money. The last game I attended was the home opener of 2000 versus the Carolina Panthers. And it never got better from there. Yeah, I haven't come back, and this is going to become regular. So I'm really looking forward to this. Bottom line is this, guys. How is it going to feel on Monday if we lose this game? What is the NFL going to think of us? The media, everyone, if we lose this game? You lose this game and you're a farce. And you're not going to be taken serious. I don't care what we do in the Titans. I don't care. We're not going to be taken seriously for the rest of the year. We have to win this game, and we have to blow them out and feel good about ourselves. This is a get healthy game, and we need it. And I'm fired up. I can't wait.
Love it, dude. Appreciate it, man. I love stuff like that, where it's first time since X year, or taking the trip down from Long Island, like our guy Tony's doing. I think stuff like that's cool. And this is on paper as good a game as you're going to get to see, right? I mean, those stupid Cowboy fans that infest everywhere are in theory going to have to walk around with their tail between their legs a little bit. That's fun.
Last time Tony went to a game at home, Bruce Smith had a sack and a half for Washington.
Times were the same then or different?
Larry Centers caught 7 balls for 56 yards for the Redskins a couple of names ago. Kenny's in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kenny? How are you?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for my call.
Hey, buddy.
I think Washington should be able to run up the points and not be a contender or a close game. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to be a serious playoff contender.
So for you, you think a poor performance against Dallas makes it hard for you to feel like they're a legit playoff team?
Correct.
I appreciate
you, dude. I suppose what you're cooking there. Like, I listen, divisional stuff is weird. There is a caveat to that. They're so much better than the Giants, and yet 1-score games in both of them. You know, Malik Neighbors drops a pass. Otherwise, maybe they don't win that first game. But there's, because of where Dallas is trending, GP, I hate to say this, but style points might matter a little bit here, right? Where you go, they might make the playoffs because they got off to such a good start, but they're going to back in, or they'll, if they win 9 or 10 games, it's like, and no one else catches them, they're not playing that great right now. Whereas if they go in beating up on these bad teams like they were, it just eye test wise makes you feel better.
G&D on the Fan, if you want to hop in and let us know at 800-636-1067, what's at stake as far as your opinion and your assessment of this team with their upcoming game with the Cowboys? We want to hear from you on the Fan. Next, I also want to look at the coaching firing market, the guys with the hottest seats. Of the most likely coaches to lose their job in the weeks ahead, who has the best chance to salvage their gig and still be around at this time next year? That's next on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. out there offshore on the next head coach in the NFL to be fired. I want to go through these names and see if you think any of these guys will survive the end of the season. And I don't mean fired in season as much as like Black Monday, right after the year when everyone gets blown out. Will any of these guys still be coaching next year? There are 4 names here that are expected to be fired. And those names are Matt Eberflus of the Chicago Bears, who is the favorite to be the next guy canned, Doug Peterson of the Jaguars, Brian Daboll of the Giants, and Mike McCarthy of the Cowboys. Now, it should be noted that Joe Shane and Brian Daboll did both, the GM and the head coach, get endorsed by the owner that they would be back next year. So maybe we could even separate him into a different category. But Eberflus, Peterson, McCarthy, Chicago, Jacksonville, Dallas, of those 3 guys who look like they are speeding toward losing their job at the end of the year, who's most likely to be back?
Oh, who's most likely to return? I just think that let me go through it super quick. I think that Peterson situation, because it's Jacksonville, so no one really notices. With all due respect to your one friend Joey, who actually likes the Jaguars, he's like the one person alive that's into it, that doesn't live in London or something. It's toxic down there. Like it's an adversarial, snippy, kind of a hot mess, right? More so than just the team that's losing and whatever. Like he's sniping at people in the media, and the whole thing is bad. It just feels really, really bad. It feels really toxic. Like Trevor Lawrence's growth has been stunted. A team that's pretty talented is really bad. So that he seems to be no question that he's gone. This McCarthy thing. Jones has been actually ridiculously patient over the years with his coaches. I know he has a reputation as a guy that just fires people for looking at him funny, but he keeps people employed that say, yes, Mr. Jones, right, for a long time. I mean, he had the clapper, Jason Garrett, just sitting there on a sideline for basically a decade. So maybe he's the answer. I just feel like that Eberflus Peterson group is just the instant it's convenient are into the sun. That's my thought. If there's one of the 3, maybe it's McCarthy. I think they're all gone, though.
I think that's probably fair. I think all 3 get fired, and my guess is Eberflus in the next month, certainly in season, because I don't think it's going to turn around to the extent that it will need to for Chicago. Although the Bears almost never blow out coaches during the year. You want to talk about an organization that doesn't have much of a history of that. They had an offensive coordinator firing in the Shane Waldron dismissal a week ago, and that was the first time in their history that had happened, in decades and decades in the modern era. The other of the teams that I think is a certainty to fire their coach is Jacksonville with Doug Peterson. And I only say that because of the reporting that's being done. We've already had all of the main reporters that cover the NFL at the power networks come out and say sooner rather than later, Shad Khan's going to make the move. I view that as the trial balloon where somebody with the team, whether it's ownership or whoever, kind of floats that and they see what the reaction is with the fan base, with the media. And it's only a matter of time. By the way, since that report came out, they got completely eviscerated this past weekend. They gave up 900 points to the Lions. So that's something. And the last one would be Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys. I think he's gone as well. But if one of them kept their job, I guess it would be him. Because he actually does have success before this year. They haven't won in the playoffs. But you can't say he's done a bad job when everyone said, all that guy ever does is win because of Aaron Rodgers. Well, Aaron Rodgers didn't come, and all he's done is win 12 games pretty consistently in Dallas. Now, he's got his own limitations. He's got his own areas where maybe you'd like to do better than him. But it's kind of like the quarterback conversation we have sometimes where he's pretty good. You could try to do better, but you're not necessarily going to. Bill Belichick is going to be a name that comes up. Mike Vrabel's going to be a name that comes up. I just think Jerry Jones loves his stars. He wants to be linked to those guys. And eventually he'll make the move. Let's go to the phones, though. Tron's in Maryland on Grant and Danny wants to talk about Commanders-Cowboys on Sunday. Tron, what do you make of the discussion we were having last segment on just how much this game's going to shift how people feel about this team?
Well, my opinion is, how's it going, by the way, guys? Listened to you guys for a long time.
Thanks,
my opinion is it would change, right? However, it would just change as the playoffs are concerned. I already felt that, since we haven't really defeated a good team yet, that we're not as good to advance to the playoffs. But nonetheless, even if we lose, I'll be upset because of who Dallas is and how bad they are and all that jazz. We still got a great outlook to the future, but as far as this season, yeah, it'll change if we lose for sure for this season.
Thanks, Tron. I
Appreciate you.
appreciate you, and I loved your legacy, by the way. Dan in Connecticut, you're on G&D. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on.
Hey man.
First time caller.
So he's got
Just wanted to see if that results in anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be.
You see, he knew what he was about because he built the pause was built in. He's like, so the first time caller he even said ... basically, just letting Jim walk through that hole.
He might as well have said, does Jim Zorn have anything to say about that?
If the button's not working, I would have taken a Danny impression of Josh Harris welcoming me onto the show, but that's okay. You guys found the button. So, I think I'm going to use a quote from my cousin Vinny, which is, there's nothing to worry about until there's something to worry about.
What part of the movie is that, by the way? When does he say that?
That's at the beginning when they're in jail, when they first land into jail and they don't realize they think they're fine, that it's a misunderstanding.
It's before he admits I shot the clerk in the interview. I got you. That's a great bit. Good pull. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah. I'm with you. Like, I totally understand. And there are different ways of thinking of something. There are people that are really good at this in life. There's people like me. I'm not good at this. I worry about things. Just in general. Like, I'm like, I want to be prepared for this eventuality. I want to be prepared for X. I want to know that we are taken care of if the worst case scenario happens or whatever that is, right? Other people are like, well, let's prepare practically. Let's do the thing that is most likely and we'll deal with whatever comes when it comes. There's no sense worrying about it. Just people are wired differently. When I see weaknesses, when I see chinks in the armor, when I see certain statistical trends, I'm kind of going, I'm alerting everyone to this. This is the trend line. It could be reversed this weekend against a bad opponent, and we can all celebrate and drink hot cocoa. It could also be a sign of something else. So I totally understand that philosophy is my point.
And I don't even have a trend developing that I'm worried about yet, because I think if they were playing a good team, there'd be a trend that maybe they're not good enough to beat that team.
Mm-hmm.
But the trend for this weekend is at home against terrible teams, they blow them out. And so that's the trend I'm kind of choosing to focus on now. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time in the back half of the show, actually, talking about this saga in high school football in Virginia. We discussed Hayfield High School, this team that was banned from the playoffs for allegedly recruiting players, only to be readmitted to the playoffs on the day that they were supposed to start. But there's been a couple of huge developments in that story, actually, since we talked about this last night. We'll tell you about those next on Grant and Danny. Back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Washington is building a foundation for success on and off the field. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. Our exclusive sponsor, the law firm Kandori and Murad, will help you do just that. If you need a last will and testament or a revocable trust, and if you've got a family or if you're starting a family, you've got to start thinking about this. Even if you're not older or you don't have health issues, this is the kind of thing that just needs to be done. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Yesterday on the show, we discussed frankly, an abnormal story for us to talk about on 106.7 The Fan, which is a saga at the high school football level, prep ranks, out of Hayfield High School in Fairfax County. And the reason we've been talking about this is because it is not really a Hayfield-specific story, but rather, I don't know if you'd agree with this, Danny, but I think a massive conversation that should be had and needs to be had about where we're at in high school athletics generally. Is that fair?
I think so. Because, again, it's more complicated than one team that was previously bad, now very good, running up the score. It's way more in depth than that, right? The defenders of this are, have platitudes about get better and do this, that, and the other, and it ignores an awful lot of potentially, I don't know how to say it, allegedly, whatever I have to say to qualify it, not great behavior, shady behavior at best, to put it kindly.
So before we move on and get to the development, since we talked about this yesterday, I do want to give some cliff notes because a little bit of radio insider here. A lot of the people listening right now probably were not listening yesterday. But without spending the entire segment rehashing this entire story, the gist is in Fairfax County and in high school sports generally, and certainly in this area, you don't just get to play where you want to play. You have to live there to play there. A coach was hired from Freedom Woodbridge to go to Hayfield, who is a two-time defending state champion, whose team scored 60 points 10 times and 70 points 5 times and beat a team by over 100 points in a game last year. And so Hayfield went and hired him. That's not abnormal. Then reportedly 24 players followed him to Hayfield, including 14 or more from his school at Freedom. The numbers are a little wonky depending on what story that you're reading. There was another 10 or so players allegedly from all over the area, schools like St. John's and DeMatha, who went to Hayfield to play. They went to, this is one of the weird parts, he chose this school in what is one of the worst high school football districts in Division 6. Like the high school football is not great. Every game they played in district, there's been a running clock in the whole second half because they're up 50, 60, 70 points on teams. They're blowing everybody out of the water. Their slogan is Hayfield by 40. And so this has now become this big conversation as to were rules broken. The rule is you cannot recruit players. Hayfield says they didn't recruit anybody, that this guy basically, starting when kids are 6, 7, 8 years old, the head coach, this talented coach named Daryl Overton, who's got unbelievable amounts of success at the high school level in the state and is a longtime successful coach, he would say, well, I coach these kids from when they're 7 and 8 years old, and I develop and groom this talent, and then it just so happens they want to play for me when they get to high school, and I didn't recruit anyone. They showed up, essentially. They followed me, which is technically not an issue. And so when Fairfax County looked into this, Danny, here's how they can look into it. Fairfax County Public Schools got wind of this before the season, and they basically said, let's do an investigation. Their investigation was done. There was no written report. They didn't give any details. They just said we did it and everything's fine. But what they found supposedly was the kids have addresses in the area. What do you want us to do? That's kind of what they came up with.
Yeah, and there are sorts of beats along the way. Again, this is some reporters who, whose stuff I've read on this, trying to get all the details, weren't allowed to listen to some of the hearings, which is utterly bizarre for a high school football eligibility kind of conversation. And there's been a lot of clouding of information, the flow of information here for something, again, that should be very routine and mundane has turned anything but.
The gist of this entire story, really, to me, as I continue to read more and more last night, as we've talked about this since yesterday now, is whether or not they're able to prove that something was done incorrectly. Obviously, the Fairfax County public school system and the superintendent didn't think that they could. The VHSL disagreed. The VHSL looked into this, and on the last day of the season, as Hayfield was getting ready to beat a team 63-0, that basically just kneeled down and took a bunch of delay of game penalties so that they never gave the ball back, so Hayfield couldn't keep scoring more points against them in this lopsided matchup in the same district where the two teams are on different ends of the football and athletic spectrum because of all the recruits that came in that weren't in Hayfield 1 year ago. Basically, they find out they can't play in the playoffs for a 2-year suspension based on the VHSL saying FCPS was wrong, that Freedom's program where this guy came from, they can barely field a team now. They had to forfeit 3 games because they don't even have enough players anymore, so this wasn't fair to them. And, oh, by the way, all the kids that had to play against them in that district, now that district's kids were at a disadvantage, and so you don't get to participate in the playoffs. Hayfield throws a Hail Mary based on some lawsuits that weren't taken seriously. A judge, on the day the playoffs were supposed to start, rules that they actually can be in the playoffs. So instead of games starting that night at 7 o'clock, at 4 o'clock it comes out that the playoffs aren't starting. This was this past Friday night, a week ago. They're not going to happen. So where you've bought your $4,000 in chicken and pizza at Lake Braddock, or where there's kids warming up on the field for their game 3 hours away, the playoffs are not starting tonight. What is actually happening now, Danny, with Hayfield back in the playoffs and favored by 47, 57 points in every game they play in, is they play tonight. They're playing in the playoffs this evening. But it was just an amazing set of circumstances where all these teams that were preparing for 2 weeks for teams that they don't play because the seeding all changed because Hayfield, after being told they wouldn't be back in the playoffs, this injunction plays out where the judge says, actually, you guys can be in the playoffs. VHSL did something wrong or wasn't correct. So now they're back in the playoffs. And really what's at stake here is a conversation about an open transfer portal in high school football. And if that's what we want to be, because at least what someone on Hayfield's side would say is, you cannot prove that any rule was broken. There is no smoking gun here. FCPS tells you as much. And VHSL and a lot of other people looking at this are going, I don't know if you can prove that a rule was broken or not, but this clearly is against the spirit of all the rules. And it would seem like common sense that something is not right here, that 24 kids who weren't recruited didn't all just show up and live in the same couple of neighborhoods. And so it's basically did they technically do anything wrong? Or is this just a moral issue? And what do we want high school football to be? That's where we are.
It's a good summary. It's impossible to capture every nuance of this thing, but there's some really good reporting done here. Now, again, I'm not here to tell you what set of facts are correct. And if you have a different set of facts, God bless you. Reading the stories, though, there's some stuff that at best, I don't know how to describe this better than this, at best seems shady. At best, some practices are head scratching. At best, some things that went on are, well, wait a minute. I guess technically you may be okay, but why are we doing that, right?
Right. If all your kids have addresses within the area now, and, what am I supposed to do? Do I go to their house every night if I'm FCPS and check? Like, is that something we want anyway? Do we want these kids being harassed and followed? Is that worth it? So it's a sticky, awful situation.
Yeah, so a coach that had taken this previously moribund school in terms of football had gotten them to relevancy to win this little district, which, as you said, no disrespect to any of these kids who are working hard and coaches and parents and everybody, but we're just trying to give the objective view here. But this is not a football powerhouse district, okay? This is a group that struggles. You win your district, congratulations, that's probably where it ends for you. You're going to go face, some maulers maybe up the way out in Ashburn, right? Whatever. That just is what it is. So he did what you're supposed to do, this previous coach. 3 years, they've had winning records, win their district, and then get bounced in the playoffs. New principal, new AD come swooping in and say, that's not good enough. Everyone else in the conference is going, we aspire to be like that. They said, no, we're doing something totally different. And now you get this brand new deal here.
So there have been a couple developments, which we want to get into, that have happened since we talked about this yesterday. And they've been covered by Asra Nomani, who writes at the Fairfax Times, and she joins us now. So, Asra, thank you for a few minutes. So I want to start. We just got everyone up to speed in our listening audience of basically what's been going on. And we could dive deeper in with some of your reporting. You're way closer to this than we are. But the big development I want to start with last night was that the superintendent, Michelle Reed, sent out a letter to, I think, everybody. It was an email to all parents of Fairfax County.
Right.
What did that letter say, and where are we now with the playoffs starting tonight and Hayfield playing tonight?
Yeah, so it's been 9 months of a local debacle on this issue. And to borrow a sports analogy, Michelle Reed, the superintendent, fumbled, and she's now trying to pick up the ball and, just save face. So last night, what she did is she announced that she is going to have a county-wide, a district-wide evaluation of recruitment and eligibility. So she's taking the focus off the controversy at Hayfield and now applying it to every team in every school and every sport. And so it's as one father put it and one coach, the house is burning down, and instead of like trying to take the fire out, she's just moving on and saying, hey, I'm going to figure out what we're going to do in the future. But meanwhile, you have this debacle just imploding in the county right now.
So could you speak to, I think folks that sort of come by this story and just sort of as tourists or somebody that's just sort of reading a headline, they're trying to frame it basically as, oh, this team got really good and you're mad about it. Well, I would love for you to go into, you've done some amazing reporting on this. Could you go into some of the other things before we even talk about a football team being good that just, the way I said to put it, kind of just seems shady, like where your flags are raised, whether it's the text messages demanding payments, who's got accounting of those monies, where did they go, what receipts are there? Things like that, that I think it's more than just this team got good.
Yeah, this is really such a fundamental story about what is America about also, because, we love sports in America. I loved athletics as a child. It brought me as an immigrant, to understand America. It got me to connect with people, raised a son in sport. And America is a place of rule of law. And so this is where sports is also to be defined. And sportsmanship is really not only about ethics and etiquette, but also about rule of law. And so what we have here is a school that you noted under the past coach had successes, Coach Aziz, and all of a sudden a principal shows up and he said, I want to just catapult to the top. I want to be state champions. And what they did to accomplish that was bring in a new coach from across the border in Prince William County and bring with them some, the estimate goes from 20 to 30 players from Freedom High School in Prince William County to private schools. They redistricted some ninth graders that folks don't really talk about. But what is fundamental here is that Virginia High School League has some rules that people are supposed to self-govern around to create fairness in the sport. And it's not to take away a competitiveness, but to make sure that everybody's working with the same rule book. And we all know that folks move around, a few players here and there, maybe, coaches recruit one or two players, but this was at such a mass scale that the alarm bells went off. And that's the chaos that has now ensued in Fairfax County over the last 9 months.
Azra Nomani is with us. The reason, frankly, that we've been talking about it is it feels like a seminal moment in high school sports in this area as to where are we going and what are we want out of high school athletics, essentially. I guess my next question to you would be for the person who says, because I've asked so many people now that are around high school sports about this, and they would say, well, there's no smoking gun. Like the FCPS couldn't find it. All the kids had addresses. The paperwork is filled out. There's not much else to do. It's a moral issue. What do you say to that?
Well, it's so interesting because there is this proselytizing rule. That is the one that is the funny, funky word to describe recruitment. And what it states is that a student is not supposed to move to a school for the sake of athletics. That's what public school is supposed to be about. Communities. And, really a lieutenant general in one of the impacted schools, Fairfax High School, described to me too how a lot of the military families, they've been moving their kids around for years and they're trying to then build them a community in high school. And so what you kind of had happening was, I hate to put this word, it's such a strong word, but sort of like mercenary athletes coming into a high school, replacing the students that had grown up in that community so that they get displaced, they get bullied out of their spots on the team. And it wasn't just about caliber, it was about just basically making everyone feel like they were welcome. And then at the end of it all, you have stacked the deck. Like that's what is illegal in high school sports in public system. And this is not just an issue for the DMV too, because what I'm hearing is this is striking a nerve because it's creating that existential question that parents and coaches and communities are having about what is going on with youth sports. That I was a mom. I told you, my son was in the sport of fencing, and we went from Salt Lake City to San Diego for national fencing tournaments. And I do look back and I say, what were we chasing? It's that dangling carrot, of scholarships and prestige and this and that. Remember when we go to kid to karate, you're paying up for every belt that they get. And so it's a multi-million-dollar industry, and we have to have a real deep conversation about what we're doing and what's the sacrifice to then the kids, right? At the end of the day, the innocence of the sport is gone in all of this.
Azra Nomani with us here on Grant and Dan. Has done some great reporting on this Hayfield High School story. We have two more for you super quick. I'll go first. Your experience then trying to get information, and some of it is just the behavior is like someone trying to keep a state secret or invoke the Fifth Amendment, just bizarre things about access that you were, it was restricted to you and others. Could you go into that part of the process, which makes this seem all the more below the level?
This is just unbelievable. So I was a reporter at the Wall Street Journal for 15 years. I covered corporate America, tried to break into corporate secrets. I've covered terrorism. I actually went down to Guantanamo Bay to cover the 9/11 trials. I have had more cloak and dagger on this story than any other story I've had. People are writing to me on Proton Mail. There's this thing in intelligence community called a dead drop, where somebody just leaves a manila envelope with secrets at a location. I did that. I picked up a manila envelope with the inside secrets about what had happened in Prince William County at Freedom High School at a park in Fairfax County. People are afraid for their jobs, retaliation for their kids. But the real story to me, I've thought about this so hard. And why have I cared also? Why am I bothering? Because politics is local, and sports becomes politics in this kind of situation. And that innocence again of the youth is evaporated in these tug of wars. And what ends up happening is Fairfax County Public Schools is a $3.8 billion company, and they have not been able to adjudicate this in a fair way so that you've got these playoffs of chaos starting tonight. But the end of, the school system, Tuesday night, they called the police on us as reporters. And thankfully, the Fairfax County Police Department knows that we're allowed to be in public space. I've had some of the parents from Hayfield, try to knock my camera out and intimidate me during public, little moments that they had in front of the courthouse. And what is it that everybody's hiding? I mean, there's a dark secret that's going on in youth sports, and we've seen some of the worst of it when it comes to exploitation of children. And this is in its own form of financial exploitation, using youth bodies for purposes of self-interest, building businesses, building credentials, building resumes. And what I am so heartened to hear, you guys, that I want everybody to feel good about is I call them guardians of the game. There are whistleblowers like this mom, Regina Dorsey, whose son was one of the ones bullied at Hayfield High School. She stood up to the new coach and all the shenanigans that was happening. And there are coaches that are standing up with great courage. They could lose their jobs. They're being threatened. And so I hope everybody will support the truth telling in all of this, most of all, because everybody may have a different point of view about how far should we go in sports. But I think we can all be on the side of, let's get to the truth of what happened and how we can fix this.
Azra, thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you guys so much for bringing me in. I'm so honored.
Azra Nomani, Fairfax Times, has been doing a lot of reporting on this. And frankly, there's just not a lot of it locally. So that has been helpful to people trying to figure out what's going on. By the way, she had the story today that the Hayfield AD, Monty Fritz, has been set now to go on leave. The story just keeps getting crazier. But again, you're going back to the day the playoffs started at 4 p.m., they're back in the playoffs. And one team that's been prepping for a playoff game is now out. Robinson,
Mhm.
and all these other teams that were prepping for teams that they were supposed to play.
Yeah, the 4
don't
seed
get to.
had a home game. Now they don't because they're the 5 seed. You know, the 3
crazy.
seed was playing the 6 seed. Now they're the 4 seed playing the 5 seed. All that kind of stuff. Crazy.
Everyone screwed up, like
Yeah.
Fairfax County.
Everybody messed
the
up here.
VHSL.
Yes.
I mean, there's almost no winners in any of this. But we can take a couple of calls on this next at 800-636-1067. I guess the next layer of this is with the playoffs starting tonight, whether or not you think that a team with these allegations should be in the playoffs. But maybe more importantly, what should the other teams do? Where you're going out there to lose by a ton of points. They're coming out of the region. They're going to win, but by how much? There's been talk that the other teams were just not going to play in the playoffs, where they were just going to essentially say, we don't want to take part in this. Let them represent the region. What would you do? And what would you want done if you were a parent at one of those schools? Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you are coming to Grant and Danny, the steakhouse, for the steak you normally get, talking about the Commanders and all things pro sports in D.C., fear not. We're going to throw some steaks on the grill here in just a bit. But we are navigating away for a moment for what we think is a pretty important sports conversation about the prep level and the high school ranks. There is a playoff-bound school that plays tonight. They've got amazing players. I've seen them play 2 times. They've got a ton of D1 kids that are going to go get scholarships, and some might even play in the league. This head coach at Hayfield, Daryl Overton, who came from Freedom where they'd won back-to-back state titles. They had some of the same issues at Freedom and Prince William, swirling around the program with where the kids are from and whether or not they're in the area and all these things. But 50 players or so have gotten scholarships that he has coached. I mean, he helps develop these kids from when they're very, very young. A lot of these kids, the moment he said, I'm moving, I'm going to Hayfield, their parents were instructed by the kids, I need to be with D.O. He's going to make me the best player, the best man. I'm following him. And so they up and moved to Hayfield. Whether or not they all did is kind of the question that led to the allegations, that led to the investigations. And here we are. And after, a year where they outscored opponents 560 to 13, then all of a sudden now, at the end of the year, it's determined they can't play in the playoffs. The day of the playoffs, they're back in the playoffs, and everyone else is screwed one way or the other because either they're preparing for a game with concession stand food they just bought that they can't use, or because they're playing a different team than they were supposed to, or because they're outright dropped from the playoffs altogether because Hayfield's back as the 1 seed. And the playoffs start tonight, Danny, and it's just, you could make a movie about this. It really is unbelievable, and it's happening in our backyard.
And it's unfair to pretty much everybody, right? There are no winners in this thing, and I don't want to editorialize too much about it, but I will say that governing bodies failed here on both counts. Even the Virginia High School League that issued the suspension, which I happen to technically agree with. But it's all too late. Like, this needs to be done before. You know what I mean? Like, you can't go through a season and then say, just kidding, whoops, there at the very end. And that has ripple effects, the unintended consequences. You pretty much have to say, you know what, this one slipped by us. We're going to tighten the screws for next time. So this starts. The school system itself, it totally failed here on transparency, on whether they conducted a thorough investigation or not. I have no idea. The results of that, principals, administrators, everybody involved up and down, there are no winners here. And it's so in that way, that's why I'm so fascinated and focused on it.
I got a text from someone during our last interview just a few minutes ago who was making the kind of pro Hayfield case again, where they said, look, I know this guy. He's a great person. He takes good care of these kids. They're going to get scholarships. And, that whole idea of he's a winner, he's winning football. Other schools are upset because they're not winning. And what I realize is really there's just 2 sides of it. And a lot of it just comes down to what your philosophy and paradigm is on what high school sports are supposed to be, right? The person texting me that and saying that believes that high school ball shouldn't be that different from college ball, where the transfer portal and the open season opportunity for kids to go be their best version of themselves as football players is what it should be about athletically. And to that, I would say you can do that at a private school. They do that at private schools in this area. You're allowed to recruit. You're allowed to big juggernauts. He could build in this area if he wanted to an IMG academy. But at a public school in a week football conference is kind of a strange place to do it. And that's why there was so many people that were so bothered by it.
Yeah, my quick response would be, I'm, again, alleged, whatever I have to say, but there are some that would allege a made-up position at the school for this coach, for the quote-unquote team mom, for others involved here that, enriching themselves. Money's changing hands via Cash App. That's not where money for a school program goes, right? What accounting has been done? All the parents were told you need to give a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. Well, that seems like small potatoes. You do that.
So the Cash App, I will say this just because I asked the coach about this. The Cash App thing should not happen, and I'm sure they had to make changes there because that's not allowed. That's really, really bad. But it's not abnormal, as you'd imagine. You played sports, to ask kids for money for. He wanted, of course, to have polo shirts on game day and team meals. Give us a couple $100.
The travel club that my kid does, it happens all the time. Hey, there are travel fees. Here's what this is for. One-off asks. Right? If somebody just texted me and said, we need $200 for a T-shirt and meals, I've got some questions about that. You know what I mean? What account's that going in? Who's paying for that? This way, what happens is the poor team manager for our team has to pay the damn thing up front and then is hounding people for 3 months. Please give me the $124.79 for the Hunt Valley Classic tournament that we're doing this coming weekend. That's not what this is. This is, if you'd like to be included, $200 for a T-shirt and some meals. Very nebulous. Just no accounting done, no oversight, etc. So my response is, everybody wants to focus on that high end part where they're beating people. And God bless you if that butters your biscuit. My response is, again, this is what's alleged. There's a bunch of shady stuff that's got nothing to do with that. That to me is where I kind of go, it ain't just the thing that you're saying it is. It ain't just they're really good and he's a good football coach. There's something, he's made himself a nice little fiefdom here, where if you want in, he's the Pied Piper, he's got the disciples, he's got everybody who wants to be a part of it because the results speak for themselves at the back end. And there are plenty of coaches that have done that, right? Where you put a winning program together. Now you bet your ass that summer camp's the important one to get to if you eventually want to play for him to get that scholarship, right? So he's made this self-sustaining thing. He's found a land of opportunity. He came to Northern Virginia, one of the richest places in the world. He left Prince William where he was. It's more of a gold mine, more vein to tap up here. I understand it, but you can't just tell me it's as simple as he wins. Get over it. If you don't like it, win yourself. Wrong. Shady. At best, it's shady. At best.
Well, I mean, and it's high school football. It's not college, right? Which is now pros, and it's certainly not the pros. That's your issue. My issue is, I think, said well by this school board member who sent out a letter last night to everybody, who said he's appalled by the situation. He went on to say, though, as children, we're taught the words of sports writer Grantland Rice. It's not about winning or losing. It's how you play the game. We've completely lost sight of this in Fairfax County. And I'm not suggesting, again, that no one should be trying to win state titles. No one should be trying to get to D1.
Of course, we're trying to teach kids to compete. Yeah, of course.
But what lesson is being learned here when I'm being sent out for slaughter against the team that's bussing in 24 new outstanding players, in a district where I'm trying to score a touchdown for the third time this season.
When you take delay of games for 2 quarters rather than let them run up the score even more, who's being served? Who's improved, right? If this is a district where this is done for everybody, more okay. This is a not that great football conference where you're beating people by 70 points. Who is that helping?
Let's go to Javale, who's in Culpeper, I think, on line 6. What's up, Javale? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Going well, man.
Good. So my situation with this is this has been going on long before this year in the state of Virginia. I believe this is an issue now just simply because it's Fairfax County. And your last guest that you had said it, the $1 million industry of athletics or the school system in Fairfax County. And I believe that's all it is, because this county knew what this man did previously in Prince William. They knew before the season started. Okay. And VHSL allows you. Another thing that she said was the ninth graders in the state of Virginia, you are allowed to go to any school that you choose in the county that you live in, as long as your parents are able to provide you transportation
Not in Fairfax.
to and from school.
That is not. That's in Loudoun County. That's true. That's not true in Fairfax.
Oh, well, the VHSL is also, you can go to any school in the entire state before your freshman year, as long as that school accepts you.
I appreciate the call. I will clarify this, but I've asked that direct question to people and been told in Fairfax that's not how it works. In Loudoun County, before ninth grade, you can choose to say go to Stonebridge if you want to go there. You can't change year by year if you can provide transportation and they have an opening in their school. But in Fairfax, it is based on where you live very specifically.
It's more densely populated. There's a million reasons for that,
magnet
I'm sure.
programs where you could say, I got to go to that school because I need to be in this ROTC program. There are workarounds that are used sometimes for athletes, for sure. But in Fairfax County, which is where this is, and this is the primary county in the state, obviously, in this area, the rule is that you're not allowed to choose where you go, or else I don't think this would be as big a story. And the one other thing I would say, and it's a great call by JaVale, and I appreciate you making it, buddy. This is the main argument. This has been happening forever. I remember this school had this player, and Eddie Royal ended up at Westfield, and whatever else. Find me one time where 20-plus players in the same offseason went to the same school. This is not, a bunch of people going to join the state championship program legendary coach. It might be in the future. This is a first-year program that's never won a state title, that has not won a playoff game in the previous years, and 24+ players are going there. There's no precedent for that. That's not my kid moved from California because you guys win state titles and get guys to D1. I mean, again, if there's another example like this in this area at any point in history, I haven't found it. But maybe there is, and you can tell me about it. Let's go to Brendan in Fredericksburg. What's up, Brendan? How are you?
Hey, so a long time ago, I was trapped at a high school, and luckily I found a loophole. My mom did, because she was a teacher and she knew all the loopholes, so she found a loophole. And like 5 years later, after 3 or 4 guys, some guys had to move into new houses to get away from this abusive coach. Like 5 years later, the guy was sued, fired, found guilty of being abusive. Why should kids be trapped in a school? And your other points about being fair and not being fair, I have a 23-year-old. He graduated from Virginia Tech. In high school, he went to a different school that had an engineering specialty center, that had engineering college professors. If you were a kid at that school and your grades were, I don't know, a 3.0, guess what? You couldn't get in. Was it fair? Was it not fair? This is America. My son had a 4.3, so he was able to go to that specialty center for engineering. People are crying because it's sports. I get it, but it's America.
It sure is. Did your son? I
enough,
appreciate the call, man. Did your son, I wonder, have an engineering competition where he lost 7-0? Was he getting tackled during that engineering position by a guy that's going to Clemson when he was, barely able to get the pads on? That's the point of this to me, more so than anything else. I understand
your point yesterday on why because I brought up the point that he just did, which is I've always found it weird that if I want to go to a theater school, I can transfer to do that, but I'm not allowed to do that based on the rules for athletics. But you had a great answer to that I've never thought of.
Yeah, there's no competition in theater programs. There's no, if I want to study Korean at my local high school and it's not offered, sure, I need to go be able to do that somewhere else. A point of study that isn't necessarily emphasized. That's reasonable. If you want a better theater program, a magnet school, an engineering school like Thomas Jefferson, or otherwise, that's better than what you're offering. Totally fine. Direct competition, physical competition, injuring people, mauling people, getting in, controlled chaos and car wrecks. Because of that competition factor, you're not supposed to do this. That's the nature of a conference. A conference is like-minded schools with similar philosophies and ways they're going about things, trying to compete on as level playing field as possible. In given years, one team might be better or worse. That's normal. That happens. This tilts the playing field so mightily that everybody fell off. It's wrong. It's not crying about anything. They're going to go play these games, and I wouldn't if I was them, by the way. I would tell this group to pound sand.
The playoffs start today. The teams in their district or region playoffs, I guess, in the 1 through 8 seeds, whatever it is that starts tonight, at one point were reportedly considering not playing. I think all of them came forward to write a letter asking not to put Hayfield back in it. And now Hayfield's playing one of those teams, Edison, tonight, with one of those coaches who said they shouldn't be in it. Dave McKenna wrote a piece in the Defector where he said, take the over. I mean, you don't think that might come up in the pregame speech? Grant and Danny on the Fan. high school sports and the future of ball at that level. Do we want an open transfer portal at its core is really my question. Because every time you start to debate with anyone on this issue, there's the idea of, well, the kids are going to get scholarships and the team's really good and people are just upset. And it doesn't get to the core of like the right versus the wrong here, if you believe that. And I think the reason is people have different opinions on what's right and wrong. If you think winning a state championship and getting as many players as possible into Division I, which is a goal everywhere, I would say, and doing it in a way where, like they've done at Hayfield this year, kids are coming in from wherever they need to play as part of the program, then you probably don't have much of an issue with this. But do you want the open portal in high school football? One of the parents I watched a YouTube clip that's now no longer online a couple of nights ago when I was kind of researching all this. And one of the parents and one of the players said, look at college. There's a portal. You can go wherever you want. It's the same. Well, it's actually not the same by way of the rules. And a lot of people don't want it that way, but some do. Let's go to Jason and Chantilly on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jason? How are you?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so my only comment really is we're not really looking at the rules here. I think there's misconception about what the rules are. I mean, one of the statements that's been made is that the VHSL approved these players, certified that these players were eligible at the beginning of the year. That's just simply not the way it works in Virginia. Your local athletic director and principal technically certifies that the players are eligible, and then it is sent to the Virginia High School League. So they're acting as members of the Virginia High School League.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this follow-up. Stay with me here. So have you coached or are you on the athletic side of anything before?
Yeah, I've coached in Fairfax County for 28 years.
Okay, cool. Okay, so it is my understanding, and I guess it makes sense that you wouldn't be able to verify everybody. So basically the principal, who in this case is in his first year at the school, hired the new head coach, came from a Richmond area where there's a Marshall High School program doing the same thing essentially in Richmond. And the AD, who I think is reportedly going to take a leave of absence, but came from more of like a private situation where they recruit in DC. So those guys, if they're like-minded that they want to do this, there was a report that they told the parents, we're going to be on ESPN, whatever. You're saying they're the only two people really that have to confirm the paperwork, not Fairfax?
Yeah, essentially, that's the way it works. I mean, you have a registrar within the school system that actually approves that as well, and you have to prove that you have a bona fide address, that they're a bona fide student. But that's the way it works within the school system. And then the VHSL is just the governing body.
Okay, so when they said, we looked into it, it's fine. Now, there was no written paperwork or report. But when they said, nothing to see here, move along, what did that entail?
I can't speak to that. I have no idea. I mean, it does seem odd. I agree with Danny, like 24 students, and I heard B. Mitch say it earlier today, 24 students transferring in. I mean, that is extraordinarily unusual at the high school level.
Well, I would say it's unprecedented.
Yeah. I mean, even in a private school where the that's what they major in. That would be unusual. It goes beyond unusual. Is the point here? I mean, in the downstream stories of it, you're just mad because he wins. Every kid that was on that team previously that was doing the right thing gets hazed or is almost ultimately forced to quit. The kids from the other good teams, the once in a generation, right? You work your way up. You do everything you're supposed to do. The 11-0 James Madison Warhawks, the 9-2 Westfield, whatever their name is. You probably know better than I do. The other
Bulldogs.
team, thank you, the Bulldogs. Other teams that have a legitimate shot at this thing, normally that's taken away from them. And I guess that's fine with everybody because I'm jealous or crying or whatever. But it's just, if you're able to do that in the regular, genuine way that they did on the same playing field, that's impressive. This way, I hope you feel good about it.
Let's go to John in Herndon on Grant and Danny. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
I actually went to the hearing last Friday. I have two boys that play football at Herndon, and I was fascinated by it. And there really hasn't been any reporting in terms of why the judge did what he did. And if you guys want to hear it, I can tell you what happened.
Yeah, go
shoot.
So went to the hearing. I think there was one other person there that was kind of neutral, about 60 folks from Hayfield. Lawyers come in. The VHSL lawyer was not local, and frankly, he wasn't that prepared. The lawyer for the players, a very well-known lawyer in the area, wasn't that well prepared either, better prepared than the VHSL lawyer, but to his defense, he just got retained 2 days prior and was able to get the judge to grant this emergency hearing the day before, which is kind of extraordinary. The judge was the most prepared judge I've ever seen in my life. I cannot even fathom it, okay? He starts the hearing, and before he lets either party say anything, he starts asking detailed questions about who at VHSL or what at VHSL made this decision. Neither attorney could really answer the question. Ultimately, it came out that there was a October 30th letter or something like that in which the penalties were set forth by the executive director, Billy Zane. I think that was his name, Billy Hahn.
Billy Hahn, yeah.
Billy Hahn. Then the judge started asking questions to the VHSL lawyer. And eventually, the VHSL lawyer admitted that Billy Hahn did not have the ability to do that. He had the ability to do certain penalties, but if the penalty involved, I think, probation or suspension, it had to be done by a committee. So he goes to the VHSL lawyer. Did a committee do this? And the VHSL lawyer eventually says no. So 5 minutes in, I texted a buddy, this is going incredibly well for Hayfield.
Yeah, you're
right?
like, they're cooked. And we appreciate the call.
Thank you, buddy.
It's a technicality, essentially, at that point. I just don't get why VHSL waited so long to get involved, how they thought releasing what they did the day of the playoffs starting, or I should say the day of the final day of the regular season rather than earlier in the year was okay. And then Fairfax County and their superintendent seems to have botched this every single which way from the beginning.
Yeah, I've heard from a few interested parties who either have kids playing or nephews and nieces, not nieces, but you know what I mean? Like people that are involved. Everyone knew going back to the summertime.
This was not a well-kept secret.
When these new students started enrolling in the spring and go, well, this is odd. Even before, the school year kind of changed, like everything about it. Basically everybody around has known for a while, and it's not to the 11th hour that the governing bodies get involved or don't, as the case is.
Let's go to Dan, who's in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how are you? To piggyback off what the other guy said, that the VHSL went with what Fairfax County said and everything said. The crazy thing is, the lady who is in charge of administrating these new kids said something to the principal and the AD, and guess what? She mysteriously got transferred to another school. The one who checks those things got transferred to another school.
I've not seen that anywhere. Where have you seen that?
Oh my gosh, it's in the article. She asked questions from Fairfax Times or something. She asked questions about these new students, and then suddenly she was mysteriously transferred to another school. The lady who checks that job, just like he said, VHS goes by what the principal and what the AD says. And as for the smoking gun, there was a smoking gun. 9 kids the day before the season started were told they were not allowed to play because their transfers weren't right.
And now that you said that, I appreciate the phone call, my friend. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Just want to make sure I got this in. It jogged my memory because there's so many details to this thing that are crazy.
There were. I went to their first game against West Springfield, and I was there. And the reason I went was because I'd been hearing all of this stuff for weeks, just to see how good these kids were and what the deal was. And they were up by 35 at the end of the first quarter.
And here is from the article from Azra Nomani.
But I was told, several of them were ineligible.
As previously reported, Fairfax County Public Schools Assistant Superintendent Michelle Boyd and Hayfield's Principal Darren Thompson involuntarily transferred Erin Crowley, the school's popular director of student services, after she raised questions this past spring about the paperwork on the transfers of the estimated 30-plus football players who followed Overton to Hayfield.
I had not heard that.
I'd forgotten I read that because there's so much to it that I read that's crazy.
I mean, again, make the movie. I want to do a documentary. John in Falls Church. What's up?
John,
you there?
Hi, I just want to say, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? Yeah. Hi. I don't want to say my real name or where I'm working at now just because of everything's going on, but I was part of the last regime at Hayfield with the Z's, and I worked at the school as well. Basically, coaches get let go and hired all the time. It is what it is. That's part of life. The biggest thing that people keep forgetting, like the victim is the kids here. There are multiple kids that were all region caliber kids the last year at Hayfield that are now relegated to JV, or they're unable to play because there's 6 guys in their spot.
And what about those kids?
Had to
Why is that fair to those kids?
I'm sorry, huh?
What about those kids?
No,
Why is that fair to them?
That's the biggest thing. Yeah, like that's not fair to those that starters as sophomores have to play JV now, but they were all region caliber kids.
Can I ask you,
and then
without giving too much information
sorry,
away, can I ask you, were you on the staff as recently as last season or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes, I was.
How did, like, we're out of time and we only have about 30 seconds or a minute left, but like, what do you think happened? Like, why do you think they did this?
I think because the principal and Overton know each other from going back when Overton was coaching at Woodbridge. They're familiar with each other there. Everyone's saying that the coach is from Richmond. He's really from up here. He knows Overton from up here. The athletic director was actually the head coach at Mount Vernon High School last year, who plays Hayfield. He was at Friendship Collegiate before that, but that was years ago. He was at Mount Vernon for the last, I want to say, 7 years almost. This is a lot more local than everyone's kind of making it out to be. And then the principal is using fear tactics against staff and saying he told the staff in a full teacher staff meeting one day that if anyone's talking about these rumors, there will be consequences, stuff like that. Kids not being able to, it's just all that kind of stuff. I think people are kind of glassing over and not realizing, like, the kids are the victim, the principal and the coach are the ones who are at fault here. And then I can confirm the thing about the director of student services that she was transferred to, I believe it was Annandale. I believe it was, they switched those two positions. And yeah.
Appreciate the call. No, it's good. It's good information. It is. And again, we're too late, and we could do this for a lot more time, but it just seems like something important at a level that we normally don't talk about, but that everyone has an opinion on, because either played high school sports, you got a kid who will or does, or it just feels like one of those kind of cultural, moral discussions around the water cooler that everyone's going to have. So as there are more developments, perhaps we will discuss it on the show. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our Beltway Blitz is next. We're giving away Caps tickets as soon as we return. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Caller 10 is promised. 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Caps Friday, November 29th against the Islanders. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contest. Our Beltway Blitz to feature the Caps, the Wizards, and the Commanders. So let's get it going. John Walton is the voice of the Caps. You can hear him on 106.7 The Fan every time they play. They've got a 7 o'clock puck drop tonight at home against the 10-9 Colorado Avalanche. The Caps are 13-4-1. John, when are we going to find out more about Alex Ovechkin? It sounded like they were going to say more than they have to this point, and that has not happened yet.
I feel like something's coming. It's just kind of my sense of it. And, whatever the timeline, and the one thing I guess I'm encouraged by from what I've heard so far is that it's not season ending. That to me is, dodging a little bit of a bullet by things that it could have been, but obviously it's not great. And, we're trying to see starting tonight, what this team's going to look like. I am kind of encouraged in the sense that this team is a lot better than last year's team, that you have pieces that can be moved around. You're getting a lot of goals from a lot of different places, including the blue line. I mean, Jacob Chikrin alone has certainly changed things back there. As long as you are still able to get the kind of offense that we've seen through the first quarter of the season here, I think it's something that they can withstand. It's obviously not ideal, but hopefully we know something soon, and then we'll go from there.
Should probably turn my mic on. My joking tongue-in-cheek prediction is that after he plays, we'll find out that he played. John Walton with us here on the Beltway Blitz. But in terms of, you don't replace him, obviously, however long he's out for, John. But how do you expect the lines to be deployed here this evening and maybe a little bit going forward?
Well, I think you're going to see a few different looks, and Spencer Carberry talked about that a little bit yesterday. But tonight it's going to be Andrew Mangiapane to start. He's going to skate with Dylan Strome and Alexei Protas, which basically leaves the Dubois line with McMichael and Wilson. They're still together. You're going to have Hendrix Lapierre draw in and play the wing tonight. Ivan Miroshnichenko was recalled yesterday, but he won't play tonight. It's going to be Hendrix on the left side with Eller, and the fourth line remains the same. Now, Brandon Duhaime, I don't think is 100%. He has been pretty banged up here the last couple of games, but best that we can tell, he's going to go tonight and he's going to be all right. But certainly ailing. And I think, the reason I bring that up is because Nathan McKinnon is pissed with what went on in the game on Friday in Denver. No shots, -2. No one does that to him. So him coming in angry, and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen. I mean, this is a group that is very they certainly want to lay the lumber to the Caps on what happened to them last Friday. So them coming in motivated, you're going to need that checking line to be in tip-top shape tonight. Might see Dubois' line take a few more D-zone shifts than normal, but all in all, I mean, I think pound for pound, they'll be ready for him.
John, how good is this team right now, and how good can we expect them to be in the weeks ahead if Ovechkin's not on the ice?
I mean, I think they can still continue to win hockey games and do it through goaltending, defense, and they still can score some goals. I mean, Connor McMichael, no points in his last 2 games, but has obviously shown that he's on an entirely different level now. I think Pierre-Luc Dubois is well past due. I don't think there's a more snake-bit guy in the NHL at this point. The analytics say that goals expected here should be much higher, and it's not through lack of trying, and it's not through, the rest of his game has been excellent defensively. He basically told McKinnon what to do on Friday night, and it was a brilliant display. Those pucks are going to start going in. So I think if you're looking for a little bit of offense there, you've got the stuff from the back end. John Carlson, it looks like on paper he hasn't scored in 12 games, but he's had 2 goals taken away that he should have had, I think. So he's getting chances and looks and getting stuff in. I think you've got a real opportunity to get more from the blue line. And then I think it's just a little bit more from everywhere else. You're not going to make up number 8. In terms of goal scoring, I mean, you can tread water. I think where he really has missed, fellas, is the stuff like right now, like 2-3 hours before the game, dragging guys into the fight in the room. You see the videos that we play here, the live cam in the tunnel before they come on. I mean, he's a guy who's always coming around and, chest bumping guys and all that stuff. That's the part where I think they're really going to miss him. And I think that emotional lift, that's where you've got to really draw collectively as a group and say, hey, listen, we're going to go win this for this guy.
John, thank you as always, man. Have a great call tonight.
Thank you.
Talk soon, my friend. Hit that Wizard sounder, Dares. Our guy Varun Shankar of the Washington Post joins us to talk about the Wizards because he covers the Wizards. They don't play tonight, Varun. They play tomorrow. But last time they did play, Brian Keefe was ticked off, huh?
He was not happy. Brian Keefe is usually a very patient, very mild-mannered guy when he talks to the media. And, he sat down immediately, got into a statement and then ended it just, after 2 minutes, basically saying, I got nothing else to say.
What were your expectations for this team coming into the year, and how has their performance to this point matched that?
I think the expectations were that they would struggle to find wins. This is still a team that's very early in its rebuilding stage. I'm a little bit surprised at some of the defensive struggles they've had, which the more I think about it, I don't know how fair it was for some of I expected them to be in defensive rating to kind of jump up to that 15 to 25 range, to be honest. And a lot of that came from the fact that they added a lot of size with the 3 rookies, and especially Sarr would have a outsized impact. Looking back, I think that might have been putting a little bit too much or dismissing too much how hard it is for rookies to learn how to play defense. And I think we've seen some of those struggles so far. I think they're a little bit under the expectations I set, but those might have been a bit high.
What's the latest on Koulibaly's health?
Yeah, so he is in the concussion protocol, but was a full participant in practice today. So bodes well for a return sometime in the near future.
What do you need to see in terms of growth, just areas where individually, if you want to go that route with their young players, or collectively, you need to see this team make some strides even in a year where we're expecting and okay with them losing?
I think the collective is where I'd like to go. And it's going to be just Keefe played a pretty big card after the Knicks game in calling out his team publicly. Do they respond? They've said all the right things in the time since, said everything about how, they need to look in the mirror. They've had a really tough and good, chippy couple of days of practice. Guys have been really competitive. Does that translate against the Celtics, who are obviously a very imposing test? And not just that game, but for the next couple of weeks, for the next, as we go through the rest of the season, do we see good habits being formed? Because that's something that, Keefe and the entire front office has talked about repeatedly, is how much this season is about laying a foundation and building habits. So far, and, Keefe wanted to limit his comments to the last 2 games, but you can see just the overall defensive numbers, they haven't been there on defense. And if there's an effort and there's a competitiveness problem that Keefe pointed to in those last 2 games, the Pistons loss, I think he had specific issues with the second half, and then the Knicks game, those can't continue if you're trying to lay a good foundation.
Varun, great with us as always, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Same to you. Bye.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. Get my pronunciation guide ready. Just a quick bit on the show sheet. We'll put pronunciations down for everybody just to make sure that we don't stumble over air or do something stupid like I've done in the past. So Daris wrote out how to pronounce JP Flame's name. I thought that was really funny, and it popped me here. JP Flame with the Junkies joins us here on G&D. JP, let's talk about the local 53. They play Dallas this weekend. 10.5-point favorites. What do you need to see to feel good?
Well, they cannot have a letdown, I think, offensively. That will be a big debate. You guys deal with this. We deal with this. There's that narrative of the Cliff Kingsbury swoon in the second half as a head coach and as a coordinator. The offense hasn't been firing like it did earlier this season. They've had 11 punts in the last 2 games. So I think we need to see the offense clicking like it did the first 9 games.
How do you feel about Sunday against Dallas?
I think it's set up for them to actually succeed a lot. We got to see Dallas on Monday night. They're a defense that can't stop the run. So I would imagine that you're going to see a heavy dose of Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, and they should be able to get into the high 20s or the 30s offensively.
I should turn my mic on again. I keep turning it off for some reason, JP.
I'm not in the studio,
I'm scuffling.
So when you do that, I think something's wrong.
It's so
I need you
disconcerting.
to get your S together.
Yeah, it's twice this segment, JP. I've just been talking and wondering why isn't JP responding? Or there's the reason. I literally wasn't talking with my mic on. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So how much do you put on if you're making a pie? Cliff Kingsbury was even talking about Jaden Daniels was banged up or was, maybe more in pain. Daniels was saying that he keeps getting treatment or whatever on the sideline because a certain part of his body gets cold. I don't know about any of that. Just seems to me he was bothered a little bit by injury. How much stock do you put into that with his recent performance?
I don't put that much. I know a lot of the listeners of the Fan are putting it all on the injury, and I know that you are a doubter, a skeptic of what the coach, Dan Quinn, says, but it seems to me that the narrative about his injury wasn't as loud after the Bears game. It wasn't as loud after the Giants game. It wasn't even that loud after the Steelers game. But then all of a sudden, they had a lack of success against the Eagles, the number one defense, if you look in terms of yardage. And then people started blaming it on the injury. I think the opponents probably had the most. If you want me to do the percentage game, the pie game, I put 50% on the opponents. Let's put 45% on Jaden Daniels himself for just maybe playing like a rookie, maybe just regressing to where he's going to be. And then the other 5% you can put on Cliff Kingsbury, you can put wherever you want.
Hey, JP, next segment, we're going to take calls on whether this is the breakout game for Daniels and if he gets back to balling or if it's more of the same of these last couple of weeks. What's your take on that?
I mean, I think you want him to get back to balling. I think you're going to see it to a certain extent. What I'm guessing about Jaden Daniels, look, we've only seen him for 10, 11 games, right? Cakes likes to take away the one start, which he basically only played a couple plays. So if you want to say 10 games, that's fine. He doesn't seem like he's going to be the quarterback that's dropping back 50 times and throwing for 400 yards. That's just not the style of this offense. So I think a good Jaden Daniels game would be guy doesn't commit many turnovers, only has 3 interceptions, right? So a touchdown or two, give me 45 yards rushing, 210 yards passing, you're going to be okay. We posed the question, and I can ask you guys, do you think style points matter in this game? I think they do in terms of confidence for fans, but what do you think?
It does for me, JP. For them, they're counting wins. They're going to the postseason. They think differently than I do. But for me to feel comfortable that we didn't just have a nice start and we're not kind of in the middle of that regression or, Daniels is maybe coming back to the pack. If they beat the brakes off of Dallas and he looks awesome, a lot of my fears and reservations will be quelled.
Grant, do you want style points?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't need them, but I think they should beat the Cowboys by 10 to 15 points. And if they don't,
right.
I think they'll play down. This is a terrible team without a quarterback. Short week. Washington's got a long week of prep. And this sets up to be a game you should win handily.
Do you know how many yards passing Cooper Rush had against the Eagles?
It's like 300 almost, right? Oh, no, not the Eagles. That last
a couple of weeks when they were actually
45.
It was like 60 something. I thought, yeah,
45.
That's rough.
That's a low number. If you're looking at numbers,
got to beat the brakes off that guy.
Yeah,
I mean they're just not that good. Hey JP, we appreciate you, and thanks to Darius, we know how to say your name.
JP Flame. Yep, that's how you do it.
Thanks, boys.
See you, dude.
See you, brother. Listen to the Junkies, brand new show. They got a good thing going. They might
Good
last
chemistry on that show.
6 a.m. every single morning here on the Fan. You already heard me tell JP what our next topic is. Is this the week that Jaden gets right and breaks out, feeling better about that rib? Does he get back to balling like he did early in the year? Or is this more of the same in the last couple of weeks? That's next. Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels and the Washington offense have the spotlight squarely on them as they get ready for the Cowboys after back-to-back weeks where there was a regression because the expectation was that it wasn't going to go as smoothly as it was early in the year all season long for Daniels and Kingsbury in the offense. I don't think anybody should be stunned that it didn't go perfectly against great defenses, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. But there are other concerns. Has the league started to solve the Kingsbury riddle, something that was perceived as an issue in Arizona? Have defenses caught up to Jaden Daniels a little bit? Is his rib affecting him? There's all kinds of different things people are worried about. So the question now is, with a bad team coming to town, the Cowboys, and a defense that has not played that well recently coming to town. Remember, Danny, they gave up touchdowns of 77 and 44 to players that were untouched on their first drive this past week because one of them got called back for penalty. Is this the week that Daniels gets right and bounces back and puts up a huge week and wins Rookie of the Week again and everything is hunky-dory? Or do we expect kind of more of the same as this offense tries to get back to where it was several weeks back?
I think it's more of the same, unfortunately. And it's going to lead us to more questions than answers.
Why?
I think they win the football game, but I think it's because Dallas messes up more so than Washington is a juggernaut. I think the word's out. I think the blueprint is there. I think because they don't have because they're limited in certain places and their best receiving option outside of Terry McLaurin is Austin Eckler out of the backfield, there's just not that much that you're going to be able to do. They'll be able to run. They'll do fine, but it'll be a little bit more attrition than it is dominant wire-to-wire performance like we saw against Cleveland or Arizona or the offense like we saw against Cincinnati. I just think the word's out. I think the blueprint is there to slow down and take some things away, and they'll be taken away. Even though Dallas is terrible and wants to quit, they'll shoot themselves in the foot. Just give them a chance, and that's why Washington's going to win the game.
Wow. So when you say the word's out, is your fear that Kingsbury's riddle has been solved or that Daniels' film has gone around the league enough that adjustments have been made to quell his excellence, or both?
So it's a little bit less on the Daniels front. My thesis is twofold. One is the Kingsbury part. I'm a believer there in the sense that I think it's even within the nuances of misdirection and play calling and some of the things that he does, it's nothing bad. But I think, Terry McLaurin's on the left, and we'll sort of figure out the rest, right, in terms of formation design. I think teams have kind of figured out their tendencies, what they want to do, and I don't know that there's a counterpunch coming. That my hope was that he took his sabbatical of being in the Far East and then as a college special assistant, whatever his title was at USC, to reevaluate and go through some of the same things that Dan Quinn did. By all accounts, he did. So I'm hoping there's a counterpunch at some point. But right now, my worry is we're now seeing defenses having a pretty good idea what to do. I don't think it's we know what Jaden Daniels can and can't do. I think it's they don't have enough great weaponry to be able to counter some of the things that defenses are going to try to take away. So in other words, if you got someone that can de-up Terry McLaurin, like Quinn Mitchell did this past week against Philadelphia, or if you're somebody else, you bracket and shade coverage that way, your second best receiver got cut by Houston. Your third best receiver has been on 7 teams in 7 years, and Luke McCaffrey's open some, but they don't really look for him. Like there's not a threat there. Defenses aren't threatened by that group. I think that's what's at its core here.
So my homework tonight is going to be to dig in on Kingsbury's numbers, first half against second half. So if you're listening to the show tomorrow, you'll get a full report. And by the way, if you're listening to the show tomorrow, you should listen to it in person.
Do it in person.
We're going to be at the Casual Pint in Falls Church for our Friday field trip. We've got great prizes that we're giving away tomorrow. Live show 2 to 6:30 for our field trip series back in Virginia at Falls Church. So come on out and hang out with us tomorrow. The first thing and the easiest thing for me to grab was just honestly to pull up box scores and look at the points scored in his last full season as the head coach. And in his first 7 games, Cliff Kingsbury calling plays for the Cardinals, Arizona scored 225 points, which was an average of 32 per. And in his last 7 games, it was 162 points, which was an average of 23 per. Massively different. Now, that is not an end-all, be-all. Doesn't tell us were there defensive touchdowns. Doesn't tell us was it a 10-yard drive after a takeaway or a 91-yard drive. So there's other better ways to figure out how efficient the offense was, and I will sink my teeth into that tonight after my Altcast, which you can watch on Monumental Sports. The Caps and the Avalanche, 7 p.m. tonight. Myself, Brent Johnson, Tarek El-Bashir. But I think there's something to Kingsbury's offense getting figured out. I think this year is different enough that Daniels and the way he'll use him is different enough that the variations in the run game that he uses that are so multiple are going to keep teams guessing. So even if there's going to be a little bit of a natural regression like there's for a lot of teams when you have a lot of tape to study, and for him maybe that's a little bit exacerbated and worse, I don't think it's going to be a major issue, which is why I actually, Danny, think this is the breakout. I think that they're going to score 30-plus points perhaps. I think I said the other day 27-30. But if you're telling me it's either like 22 or 32 or 35, I would think they're into the mid-30s. I think they're going to move the ball against a team that just feels like there's not a whole lot of fight left from Dallas. That's not how they're playing defensively. They're not getting after people and really playing physical, frisky football. So I'm counting on the Daniels breakout. Sounds like more than you are. And we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. Is this the week that Jaden gets right, or is this another week of some struggles? I want to play a little audio from Kingsbury today, though, because he was asked about a lot of things, but the rib injury came up, and the fact that it sounds like maybe Daniels is further removed from the injury and feeling better. And I want to play that audio in a moment. But this is Kingsbury talking about why they've struggled and haven't executed over the last 2 weeks. Cut one, Darius. Him discussing his offensive problems as a coordinator, what he sees, and what they've got to improve.
In what regard? Obviously, the Thursday night game was not our best, but like when you just overall execution, you say, yeah, I think there's a lot of things. Played two really good defenses first off, and then just having the ability to be on the practice field, continue to get reps together and build. I think this is the first week we've been able to do that consistently as a unit, put in a full week. And so hopefully that pays off. But, still had a chance in the fourth quarter. Our guys battled even when we weren't playing our best, which I appreciated. But just nailing the details, calling better plays. I mean, overall, collectively as an offense, we can be better. And I think a week of real practice will help that.
I don't know if you heard at the beginning of his answer there, Danny, but there was like this slight dismissiveness. It was a pretty easy to understand question about the struggles in the last two games. And he kind of was like, yeah, we didn't play well against the Eagles. Obviously saying he thought the performance against the Steelers was better. And maybe he'd hang his hat on 27 points. But there's no reason to sugarcoat. They had 240 yards in that game. They had 4.1 yards per play on 60 plays. They had a net passing of about 180, which would rank near the bottom of the NFL. That was not a good offensive performance. He seemed to take a little issue with the idea that it's two straight games where they haven't played well on offense.
Yeah, so I understand him bristling. I mean, if you're directly criticizing almost via the question or via sentiment, the product that he's responsible for over the last couple of weeks, you might get defensive about it. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, objectively, they didn't play as well on offense. And people go, well, they scored 27 points. Well, again, it's always about nuance. The team did after a failed punt where the guy dropped it and they got the ball at Pittsburgh's 15. They did score a touchdown there. To their credit, it wasn't a field goal. There was another short drive in that game as well that they did. So there's a lot more 3-and-outs, a lot more punting here of late. The offense just hasn't looked as crisp. They don't look as threatening. If you could tell me over the last 4 games, including the Chicago game, that offense looked as good as it did the previous month, then I got all sorts of property to sell you. The middle of the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. You know.
I thought generally, did you agree with this for the presser, that he was defensive about things that maybe he doesn't agree are problems? And what I mean by that is, the narrative that your offense is a regress in the second half come up. He doesn't really believe that. I'll give you another example here. We can actually play the clip. It was on his reaction to an opposing defense exposing his tendencies. I think this is the clip where he's like, well, I don't really know what you're talking about. Help me out. What are my tendencies? If you've ever followed, your best friend is Peter Schrager, who's in the media. Like, you are well aware, at least that's what Schrager said. I don't know if that's true or not.
It's a one-sided source.
Schrager claims it in the morning, most mornings. But, you're tight, right? You know what's going on in the media. I think you know what the narratives are. But he acted like, can you explain it to me? But this was that clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't tell you that. That would be because then teams may use it against me. So
I got you. Yeah,
especially this week. But yeah, definitely got to get him the ball more. So a tendency of not getting him the ball, we got to get him the ball more. I'll say that.
So that didn't include when he asked, like, what tendency are you referencing, kind of what I was leading to. Look, Kingsbury's done an amazing job. This is not a beat-up Cliff Kingsbury segment.
No.
I think he's been awesome. I think he should be a head coach in the league. I hope he's not, by the way, because that would be bad news for Washington. But he is a offensive savant. I'm willing to say that at this point. I wasn't necessarily sure how this would go. I think it's gone very, very well. But there are things clearly that in the second half of seasons that I'm sure if you go back and study it, that you want to do better. And maybe it's just not something he's willing to talk about or doesn't want to talk about at the podium. I hope that's the case and not, I hope he doesn't really think, well, it's not a bad thing if my guys are on the left all the time. It's not maybe he just disagrees that that's the case.
Well, obviously,
right?
sure he does because he hasn't made any changes. So, I mean, you think of Dan Quinn's approach to everything, both in terms of, if you remember the story about him in the offseason over the years where he wanted brutal evaluations of him and the job he did as a head coach. And in all aspects, he had this comprehensive sort of self-consulting evaluation, asking media members, former coaches, whatever, to try to improve. Kingsbury took a similar approach, maybe not to the same, kind of level. When Dan Quinn knows that there's something out there, he'll get up there with his hat on, not forwards, mind you, backwards, and tell you, just want to get this out of the way right up front. Jaden's fine. Because he knows everyone's talking about it. He confronts it right away. Cliff Kingsbury, on the other hand, all it would take is a profootballreference.com/Cliff Kingsbury, look at his career and to go, oh, would you look at that? The numbers in December and January are not as good as the numbers in September and October. This is not a mystery, right? This is not some sort of hidden bit of information that Nicolas Cage is trying to get along with the Declaration of Independence. All right? We got this. This is easy access. Every pudgy rube like me has found it and going, hey, I just hope this doesn't happen again. He knows it. He's not aware of it, right? But, whether he says maybe he's got reasons for why it happened previously that I'm obviously not aware of. He was there. I wasn't. Maybe he knows DeAndre Hopkins had a sprained thumb that went unreported and we couldn't throw to him. Or, my right guard was hurt. Nobody knew about it or whatever. I mean, there's a million different reasons. But either in his mind, it's not worth mentioning. It's not worth addressing. And he's got it figured out in his own mind. Or he's like, screw that. That wasn't my fault. Like that's the part that worries me a little bit.
I want people to hear next what he said about Daniels' rib. And while he didn't use the words to say he's better now than he was a month ago or feeling healthier, he did allude to the fact that clearly he was playing through something, it seemed like. I'll let you be the judge and listen to that audio next, and then we'll take your calls. If that's the case, right, Daniels is getting healthier. They feel like he's, after this break, finally going to be the best he's been in terms of the rib in weeks. Why shouldn't he break out against Dallas? Do you think this is the bounce back coming out party again for Daniels in this offense? Or will the struggles continue? 800-636-1067 to chime in on Grant and Danny. high school prom stuff there, Stammer. Little Ursher. Yeah, Danny, you sleep. This was way after you were in high school.
I've got the appropriate amount of awake on this one. This is when I was still like going out. So what I would do is I would leave the house after dark and go to a location that served alcoholic beverages, and I would see people in low light. Crazy. I wouldn't do that now.
This was the good stuff. This song makes me think about senior prom. Who's got the beat that make your booty go? It's Lil Jon.
It is Little John.
Little John is the
Little
man.
John's the guy. That's
He's
who it
the
is.
man for the job, isn't
You want to know who it is? I've been racking my brain for it. It's Little John. That's
I'll
the person.
tell you, that's always fun to like read the lyrics
That's right.
of a rap song.
I think it's a 10 out of 10.
Take that and rewind it back. Little John has the beat that make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Usher has the voice that make your booty go. You know, just work your way through
All
the
in.
lyrics. Such a good bit.
All in on that bit.
That might be a fun thing to do, actually. Let's get Clary. Maybe we could work this tomorrow from Falls Church. Let's find some rap lyrics that would be fun to have Clary just read. I think that could be really fun.
Just like an essay. The Notorious B.I.G. writes, and it's just sort of like Dear Abby type letters. Yeah.
Right. Chris Russell, when he was on MLB Network Radio with me many, many, many years ago at SiriusXM, once read I don't even think it would have been a tweet. It would have been too early, but like some type of public exchange that a baseball player had where he was like saying terrible things to someone, and like it was actually I think it was like a domestic issue or something. But Russell reading it in like a dramatic way in this, and it was literally on a text message the way you just type out shorthand.
Mm-hmm.
Still one of the funniest things I've ever heard on the radio. So good. But as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, we are talking about Sunday's Commanders-Cowboys game. I think it's going to be a huge bounce back for the offense and a get-right game for Jaden Daniels. Danny's not as convinced. We've been going through some of the audio of what Cliff Kingsbury thinks has been ailing the offense, why they're going to be better. It's pretty clear they think the lack of practice time for Daniels over the last few weeks has been a major issue with the passing game, the timing therein. But one other clip we should play is Kingsbury on the rib and on whether he was calling plays differently over the last several weeks based on Daniels' rib injury against the Panthers that he played through. And this is what he had to say about that.
I'm not going to divulge what we did while he was, I would say, more banged up, but hopefully we play better this week. I'll just say that.
While he was more banged up, there's an acknowledgement that he's been playing through something, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is common sense, except it kind of goes against the Dan Quinn, like this is not a factor. This has nothing to do with anything. This is not why we're not playing well. Kingsbury, not willing to talk about play calling, understood, no problem. But he is acknowledging there was a point where he was pretty banged up. If that's still a topic on the 21st of November, I can't quite figure out why he played on the 27th of October. But I'll just throw my hands up and defer on that one.
Indeed. Yeah, because we're into that place again. I mean, Matthew McConaughey's character, True Detective said it best, the time is a flat circle. We're doing this again. What's the difference between hurt and injured and cleared and healthy and 100%? Nobody is. Just the semantics of it are exhausting. You go around in circles on it. But listen, this is not Klay Thompson coming back out with a torn ACL to hit his 2 free throws and then trying to, maybe stay in the game. It's not that. I don't think anybody ever said it was. So it's not there. It's also not like 0.0 impact, no bruise, not even a hair on your forearm was damaged. It's more than 0. It's less than 100. And, where it is in terms of the risk and what's bothering him. All I've ever argued is that it's a factor, is that it's bugging him. That's it. And that's led to a couple different things here or there. I think it's up to the eye of the beholder. It'd be up to him, with truth serum as to how effective or, how impactful that was to how he was playing and, what was called or otherwise. But yeah, I mean, that acknowledgement, certainly it's like, yeah, the closer to the injury, probably hurt him a little bit more than it hurts now. And maybe there's something where he got dinged against Pittsburgh and it was bothering him. We have no idea. But it's not to the point that he shouldn't be playing or this is malpractice or any of those conversations we had 12 years ago.
Let's go to Matt, who's in Fairfax, on Grant and Danny. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Chilling.
All right. Cryptic Cliff. Okay, so why I don't think it's the solving of the Kingsbury riddle that is the issue, and why arrows point toward a return to form for the offense. So I'm just thinking, if it's the Kingsbury riddle and it takes time to solve it, well, he's coached elsewhere. There's already film on him that if they'd solved the riddle, they'd solved the riddle, and the riddle would have been solved, and people would have been like,
but this
dealing
is
with
a
it
different
from
offense, right?
game one
Different
this year.
players,
Well,
different run
well,
concepts.
yeah, but it's Cliff's offense, and I would say, I mean, I know there's differences, but Murray and Kyler and Jane Daniels, they're not dissimilar in style. They're shifty, they're quick, they extend the play, blah blah blah. Connor Robinson, we both got tight ends, D-Hop, Terry, whatever you want. It's still Cliff's offense. It's been around the league. Another thing I'd mention concerning that is this: Quinn in his hiring said, when I hire my OC, I'm looking for a guy I didn't like preparing for. I'm looking for a guy I had trouble stopping. So I think Quinn believes in Kingsbury and hired him for a reason. So it might be the Kingsbury riddle. I don't think it is.
It's a great point.
Fair enough.
Why I think we're pointing in the right direction for resurgence here, a couple reasons. And it kind of plays into it not being the riddle as well. What I saw is we played some tough defenses, and I also saw Jaden not being super accurate anymore. Like, we'd be kind of cruising down the field, and then I see a guy streaking across the field with two defenders a couple steps behind him, and instead of hitting him in stride and it's this big play, it hits him in the back foot incomplete.
The throws haven't been there the same way.
next-
Appreciate the phone call, man. Sorry we got to jump. But yeah, so my contention was some of that's related to the rib, where he's not stepping into throws, doesn't feel as comfortable, getting into bad habits. Those have been obvious. Anybody that's watching has watched him fall away, spin off of throws, not step into things the same way. Some of that could just be good defenses, entirely possible. Some of it could be uncertainty. Some of it could also be discomfort. Some of it could also be a bad habit that's formed. There's a million different explanations possible.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Where is this rivalry? Where is the passion compared to where it once was? I want to go a little State of the Union on Cowboys Commanders. I almost said the old name because they're inextricably linked.
Yeah, right.
And Commanders and Cowboys aren't, despite the alliteration. That's next on the Fan. the field this season. Make sure you plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show exclusively is the law firm Kondori & Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, and they'll set up a revocable trust if needed for you and your family. Schedule a consultation. They are free. Schedule one with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a great discount. That is kmlawyers.com. Darius, before we get into our regularly scheduled program, I need you to hit Ryan Clary's music, please. Rhino, as many of you know, is one of the producers of the Grant and Danny radio program. Danny, I don't even think you're aware of this at this point.
Okay.
So I am on location today, out and about. I'm missing the guys.
Well, I knew that. I knew you're on location. You're doing the Altcast tonight. I knew that.
Fear of missing out a little bit. I'm sitting here at the Monumental headquarters doing the show live. As soon as we're done at 6:30, going to walk downstairs, and I'll be on TV at 7 for our Altcast, Manningcast style hockey hang with Tarek El-Bashir and Brent Johnson.
Not the point of what you're talking about. I know you. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah.
What room are you in right now? Like the background, I can't explain it. It's like if you've ever seen like a design on a soccer ball.
Yes.
That's what the wall looks like behind you. What room is that?
That's very funny. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, you can see it. I am in a room that all I could say is maybe it's like storage.
Okay.
But there's a green screen if they ever need it. There's some TV monitors in here that I don't think show television. There are very nice, fancy TV walls. It could be like a backup studio. There's a bunch of very expensive cameras. I think they mostly just put me in a storage closet.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the storage closet, because it looks, that's not what the whole wall looks like. Oh, wow, okay. Gotcha. All right.
So you can see, and like over there, like that's TV studio,
Yeah, that's TV stuff, yeah.
So it's very fancy. I'm just sitting in front of the one wall that kind of looks like a soccer ball.
Just an interloper in the soccer ball wall. All right,
exactly.
Back to my friend Grant. Go.
Yeah, so there was something that popped up that I need to tell Clary. And it's one of these things where I was going to tell him during the break down the line, and I'm like, you know what? I'll call you in about 10 minutes when we go to commercial. I want to see your reaction. Like, this is a huge development.
Okay.
And I can't say what it is over the air.
Why not?
It's just not something I can say over the air.
Oh.
So I call Clary during the break. He answers.
Yeah.
It's not that weird. Clary answers a lot. I give him a lot of credit. But here's where I'm going to be a hypocrite.
Mm.
I like people who answer their phone. I FaceTimed him, and he answered the FaceTime, and he was on the toilet at work.
Now, I can confirm a couple things here. I had to throw a fastball during the break, and I was in there, and I noticed Ryan was gone from his post for a previous few minutes before we went to commercial break. I, go in and relieve myself and went in and washed my hands, and I recognized a pair of shoes, the white Nikes right down there. Ryan and I exchanged some pleasantries. I realized I still had my visitor's pass on from my kid's school this morning where I had an event, and we made pleasantries about that. And then as I was leaving, the phone rang.
And he answered it.
Yes, he did.
So I could tell he was in a stall pretty quickly.
In the loo.
It was very obvious. And he's like, hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
So casual, so comfortable, no acknowledgement. Hey, I'm in the bathroom, which is, we all know what's happening. But like you would be like, hey, man, call me back. I'm in the bathroom. Not that, even though that would be a bridge too far. He's just waiting for me now to carry on with the conversation.
Yeah, you called me. What's up?
By the way, public bathroom.
Yeah.
Like, it would be bad if you were at home. You're in public. People are coming and going. There's clearly, I could hear someone off in the distance. I didn't know it was Danny Houhan.
Well, now, would you like to know, let me ask you this. Do you want to know that there was someone in the stall next to him, or would you rather not know that? Does that help you or hurt you in this thing?
That makes it even more egregious.
A second pair of shoes. There was a second deucer.
Do we know who that was?
I don't know. I couldn't identify the shoes. Yes,
now,
Ryan.
This is coming from someone who quite literally will swing my legs around up against the wall if someone's in the bathroom just for fear that they might know that I'm in there doing something. I don't want anyone to know. So this comfort to answer the phone and someone's next to you, I'm going to call him rude here, a rude thing. And this is hypocritical because I love when people answer the phone when I call. So this is now when I tag in Clary. Clary, what were you thinking there?
I mean, you're my guy. I remember you telling me the segment prior that you were like, hey, I'm going to call you. You're going to be really interested in this one thing. And so you piqued my curiosity. And so I was on the toilet there, unfortunately for you. And I answered the phone call. In my opinion, here's the thing. I can balance two plates at once. Is it weird? Yes, I can acknowledge that. But then again, this is maybe a tough guy bit. I don't know. Make fun of me for it. Do I care? Not really. I really, because you're my guy. I would tell you. I tell you guys all the time. I mean, yeah, like I'm going to the bathroom. I'm gone for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long it is. You guys know what I'm doing. I'm not hiding anything.
No,
I'm in the bathroom.
It's not even. I'm the weird one that has to hide when that happens out of just discomfort. That's not. There's a difference between us knowing that you're going to the bathroom and answering the phone and then expecting to have a conversation. And that was if you were in a locked, closed bathroom. I would say that's weird.
Yes,
there were people in there.
Yes, there were people in there. I know. It's weird. It's weird on my end. It may have made you uncomfortable not knowing that there are other people there, and I'm sorry for that. But at the end of the day, like I told you, I warned you. I was like, hey, I'm in the bathroom. Like probably I said that second or third sentence of the conversation. I did warn you. I did warn you that I was in the bathroom, and even then, you work at this place. You should have seen the background when you FaceTime me.
No, I knew you were in the bathroom.
I
right
know,
away.
And you acknowledged that. And then I told you,
said, why did you answer? What are we doing here?
No, I just said I'm sitting on. I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah, I remember because then you flipped your camera around and I saw your underwear and shorts and shoes.
Jeans, but yes.
Pulled down to your feet. Now, luckily, I didn't see anything else.
True. I did get close there. Maybe a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, too close for comfort is an apt phrase.
Yes.
So the protocol there is understanding that it's now. Here's the deal. Stick aside. This is during the show, not like it's during show hours. There may be something business oriented because you're on location, or we have to share things all the time behind the scenes. I want this sound clip, or are you calling this guy? There may be something. So a FaceTime or a call during show hours is something where you'd go, oh, I probably need to respond to the host who needs something from me. The protocol there is, that option where it's you decline or whatever, you send that text right back.
Yes.
In the bathroom.
Boom.
Call you right back.
Boom.
Boom. You don't answer the FaceTime with only half of your body available because the other half you have to go to HR.
Oh, he made the other half available for the most part.
I mean, I did, and I'm sorry for that. Like that part, maybe a little too close for you there. I apologize for that. But then again, I get back to this point that I cannot get past myself is I'm not hiding anything, man.
So I'm not hiding.
I'm not trying to show you anything.
He is doing, Danny, help him. He keeps acting like this is I'm not going to be ashamed. I go to the bathroom and every human does.
So you're getting caught on the fact that my co-host, my pal Grant, is a weirdo who has never admitted to us that he poops.
Yes.
A human adult male in his mid-30s. What are you, 36, buddy? Or 35?
36.
36. He has never said that he's done the thing that every human being does to survive. Mm-hmm. Every human being sleeps. He won't sleep anywhere and let you know that he's might have been asleep, and he won't. If
you call me and I was asleep and I'm like, hello, hey, were you asleep? I'm like, no, not at all. No way.
No, I was just getting up. 3:45 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
But like whatever. So he's the weirdo here. Okay, forget about that. Forget about his proclivities. You're debating that one. It's like debating the one Jerry Springer guest as like a mainstream viewpoint. It's not a mainstream viewpoint. It's the extreme. What we're saying is if there's a FaceTime and you're on the pot, can't get that FaceTime. You just can't get it.
I disagree with that point. I disagree with that. Like I genuinely disagree with it. I'm not even doing a bit. Like I'm not showing
you
it.
Talk to people on FaceTime when you're on the toilet.
I do it all the time.
Regularly.
I would say
now, Ryan, sorry. Him and his
say it.
Cavemen friends.
Yeah.
Will FaceTime each other and look at I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this. Mm-hmm. They look at the trophy I just made.
That's disgusting.
It sure is.
There's a Snapchat group chat.
Yeah,
for
that's who we're talking about.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Not a joke.
Well, we're dealing with an alien. We're dealing with a madman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does not have the proper respect or reverence for the act being private.
You just can't get the FaceTime on the John. I think it's ridiculous people answer the phone. I think it's ridiculous that people watch loud videos with no shame. When I'm rolling in there, it's like a little peace and quiet.
Danny, that's the other part.
Yeah.
Clary, let's say this is your normal move at home, that you and all your weirdo friends who like to show each other your business, right?
Yep.
That they call and you're talking to them. Let's say you do that, which I think is outrageous. Mm-hmm. You're in the bathroom and someone's sitting next to you in the stall. You now, even if you're not me and you don't want them to know that you're there, You now can't answer the phone because there's someone you don't want to. That's rude to just talk next to someone, even in a random public setting, let alone a bathroom.
Yes, and okay, if we're at a restaurant, I would not do that. Something about this place, and again, this is an issue that I have. I think I am too comfortable here.
A little too comfortable.
I think I am a little bit too
When you say
comfortable. Because
this
here's the
place,
thing:
do you
3
mean
out of
the
the 5
work?
days, 3 out of the 5 days, no one else is here besides us in this little corner. And to be frankly honest with you guys, if it's Darius, Danny, or you, Grant, walking in the bathroom there, I'll say hi. I always say hi.
He said hi. It's very
Danny,
nice.
yeah. I noticed that it was Danny. And first and foremost, I wasn't even 100% that it was Danny. But I saw like the jeans and the shoes. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Went for it.
And he said hi back.
Yeah, that's no problem to me. That's no problem. You can't FaceTime. You just can't. You can't FaceTime from the Jordan stall, dude.
I don't know. I disagree. I think it's fine. You cannot show anyone your business, which I was never going to do. That was never my intention.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like it's a compliment to me that you're comfortable enough that we're friends that you would do that.
Yeah.
Where does that line? Where do you draw that line? If it was our boss, Chris Keinert, calling you in that moment, and he's calling you, would you answer?
Absolutely, because I'd probably have a panic attack because if CK is calling, like something's either great or really bad,
But
and I'm not going to take that risk.
You would answer a FaceTime on the toilet.
Yes.
From your boss.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, too comfortable.
All
That
right,
is on me.
So again, way too comfortable. We're going to go to the next line.
We're just telling you have some discomfort.
What if this was a female member of our staff?
Oh, no.
A female member of let's say the sales staff. If Laura Gonzalez is calling you on FaceTime, or Courtney from sales, or whoever, pick any member of sales. They've got an important question. Did Grant do the read? Did this happen? Are you answering a female's call while on the John on FaceTime?
Well, I would not with them because I'm not as comfortable with them, but like with you guys,
okay,
that's what
like
I'm
you
getting.
guys, you guys are in that category
So
where
this is
I'm
a comfort thing.
This is a comfort thing.
Okay.
I am comfortable with you guys.
Okay.
This is my second home.
Apparently, he's extremely comfortable.
He's almost full Costanza with his shirt off.
Yeah.
But that's what I was trying to get at, Danny. Is it a comfort thing? So we're like on the buddy list where you'll do that. But if it was your boss at Locked On or something, you're not doing that.
I think I would.
Oh my god.
I mean, like again, I don't know, man. Like I always answer my call no matter what. Like I never let it go to voicemail.
Okay, would you say to him when you answered? Would you say, "Hey, just so you know, I'm on the toilet," or do you just let him figure that out?
Yes, I would.
He'd probably figure it out.
Well, yeah, he'd probably figure it out.
Well,
yeah.
hold on, Danny. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So this is your boss that you're not like buddies with. This isn't like a CK situation where you see him every day and you do shtick. Like this is like a guy that wears a shirt and tie. He's calling you.
Mm-hmm.
You are answering your phone on video on the toilet, and you're just gonna say, "Hey, Bob, just want to let you know I'm on the toilet. What's up?"
Yeah, I probably would.
Oh dear.
Because if they are calling me, it is about work, number one, and number two, it could be an emergency. You will never know that answer if you don't answer that phone. I'm gonna answer that phone. I think that's what it comes down to.
Hit ignore and text them back and say, "Hey, I'm on the."
What if it's urgent, though? What if it's urgent? We get into the what if scenarios, and you guys will never know that answer.
You're right, but it's a risk you have to take. You can't have a boss, and you just go, "What's up, man? I'm on the crapper. What do you got for me?" Hey, boss.
This is
hold
not
on,
your buddy
hold on
from
one
high
second,
school.
boss. I'm efforting here. You can't do that. It's a 1 sec. They don't know your life. They don't know what's going on, et cetera. If you miss some kind of emergency because they needed you in the 11th hour, that's poor planning on their part. Like that 1 in a trillion lightning strike in the palm of your hand while you're juggling fire in the other hand. That ain't on you, dude.
That's a call you in 2 minutes kind of situation.
Yeah.
Now, Darius, who's our other producer, is closer to me, I think, than Ryan,
yeah.
where he's very like Darius is like he's going to another building to go to the bathroom.
Did Darius go to the roof? You go to the roof, don't you?
He leaves
Darius
the
the roof
Navy
guy.
Yard, gets in his car, and drives to another zip code and comes back.
This is all true. Yes.
I mean, can you give people your quick rundown of just your if duty calls, if the time
Like
is right?
if Call of Duty World at War calls, what happens?
I mean, give people it's pretty lengthy operation you've got over there.
So I hate public bathrooms. In particular for doing that part of going to the bathroom.
Of course.
So yeah, I don't like doing in the public bathrooms. Because I don't like the people walking in and seeing your feet and knowing he's doing the thing.
He's me.
Yeah, I'm you. Right. So I rather go to the one place where there's a private bathroom, and I don't have to worry about that. And that's on the roof of the building.
You take the elevator up?
Yeah, absolutely. Scan my key card, go up the elevator all the way to the 11th floor.
You leave the studio, you go to the special elevator, you go all the way up to the top.
Do you do the freight elevator?
You go outside of the.
Yeah, that's the only elevator that goes up there. The freight elevator.
Unbelievable.
It's so peaceful up there.
Well, they get angry at us for using it. By the way, they scold you every time. If they see you go in there, they get mad.
Well, that's why I don't know. I've never been scolded going up there, but I know it gets the work done up there.
So then, with that mindset that you have, which is comparable to mine, I would say, when you hear that Ryan did this, your thoughts are?
I'm absolutely cringing. I can't believe that he has the audacity to do such a thing and put anybody in that position. It's unbelievable.
I like this, Danny, because for Ryan, he's like, I'm fine with it. What do you mean? Darius's point is the nerve of you.
Yeah.
Look at the imposition on other people.
The Odyssey at work action to sit there with someone with, like, if you now there's a wall in the way, but if you extended your left arm and they extended their right arm, it's beyond touching. Like, they're that close. Like, you could reach out and hold hands underneath the stall if you wanted to. That's how close the proximity is. And you're just chatting away. You're on FaceTime. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Like, come on, man.
So rude.
There's got to be some solitude, some dignity to an undignified act.
I mean, I hate to be this guy, but like, Danny.
Yeah.
You and I have conversations in the bathroom.
Sure, but that's if someone initiates. I'm not talking like if there's you do not know who was next to you. You don't know who it was.
I had a pretty decent idea.
But maybe you did, maybe you didn't. You don't know.
Fair.
Like, if you had to swear to it and you're just chit-chatting on the phone, you're just chit-chatting on a FaceTime while throwing a breaking ball while doing Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
Yeah.
No, is my point to that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Clary, who do you think was growing a tail next to you?
That's tough.
I have a good idea. Do I say that?
No, do not say that person's name. Do not do
It's on
that.
the other side of the building.
Oh, man. Well, let's just, in the future, let's not answer. How about that?
Okay, fine.
If your Locked On Yankees boss calls you and you're on the John, please, I'm begging you, don't answer and say, hey, I'm in the loo. What's up?
Next time you're
Please don't do that.
next time you're making room for dinner, do me a favor. Don't let me see your face.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I like your batting average on answering calls, and that's why
That is
I
a nice
don't
quality.
want. I don't want this to be a situation. Danny, it's big. It's important that people answer their phone.
I will tell you, I'm not a good answer, but like I'm doing something. If I'm doing something,
Yeah.
it's hard for me to stop doing that thing with my kids, a conversation with my wife or something. If I'm free, I'll do it. But like,
You're horrendous at answering.
I'm not good at it. And I certainly admit to that. It's not screw this guy calling. It's
Sure.
I'm doing something.
I would say
Ryan
of
stops what he's
people-
doing, no matter what it is.
I would say of people in my life, and maybe this won't surprise anyone after this segment, Clary's probably the highest batting average of answering the phone.
Yep.
And I think you take pride in that, clearly.
I do. I seriously do. I always answer my phone. Always
In this
do.
case, just a little bit too much pride, maybe. But anyway, I'm going to FaceTime you now when we go to break so I can tell you the news that I wanted to tell you. So don't be in the
A
bathroom.
lot of pride, not that much shame.
Right, exactly.
A little low on shame.
Let's get back to our regularly scheduled program next and get into the Cowboys and the Commanders and whether or not your passion for hating Dallas has waned at all in the last few years. This is the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Danny, I'm trying to get you to go.
Sorry, buddy.
I ate a peanut right
Oh,
before
yeah.
we came back.
We've all done it.
And I lost, and like the cameras aren't up yet for some reason.
Mhm.
So I'm pointing at you, and you can't see me. And I'm desperately swigging water, and my eyes are watering for some reason.
And I kept thinking he's going to go. Darius was like, Grant wants you to go. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then you started going, and then we're talking about who was going to go. And then you go, and I go.
I also saw Grant actively choking, so I didn't want to put you on camera while you were choking. So that was why.
That was part of it.
Yeah.
I just kept waiting for the camera to go on so I could point at Daniel.
Yeah.
Like, can we do this?
So part of me is sort of like, if he's going to choke, we got to see it. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's morbid and it sucks, but Zeke always tells us, if you're going to have something terrible happen, have it happen on air, you know?
I'm eating one of my Co-Pair peanut surprise bars, which are delicious.
And surprised you couldn't breathe.
But it went down the wrong pipe. It got ugly there for a second.
Dude,
and I was like, oh, it's fine. Danny will start talking eventually. But that did not happen.
No, it didn't. And Stone Cold Grant Austin is with us here on G&D. I bring it as a snack every day just in case, like I'm out of food or I need a little pick me up or something. The thing of peanuts, and every once in a while when you do it, something happens.
It'll get you.
It gets you, and it's not something you should always. But it's like it's so easy to take with me and have like all the time. But it could dry you right out, and all of a sudden you talk like this.
Yep.
Well, you sound like Lindsay Richmond from SNL. And you're like, why am I doing that?
There were no words there to be clear.
You're good now.
How does your passion for Commanders Cowboys compared to 10 years ago when we started as a show?
Yeah.
And the best way to quantify it might be 1 to 10. But how would you go about that?
This is hard because you're forced to do some introspection. You're forced to like look at yourself and kind of take inventory when this comes up. And, you know, I can work myself into a lather, which I will. I can work myself up for these sorts of things. But it used to be I got out of bed in July of 1993 and I hate the Dallas Cowboys. I would go to bed at night in September of 2004 and I hated the Cowboys almost more than I loved the Washington Redskins. Like the thought of that stupid star and their dumb fans with chin strap beards and flat brim hats and popping their jerseys and being antagonistic in road stadiums. I hated them. It's not the same now. It just isn't. And I finally will admit defeat on that. Just because I know that I wouldn't be being honest with everybody. I'd be putting on a front.
There's been so many years where I feel like you've pushed back that the rivalry isn't dying and the hatred's still there. Because I've always said it's still a fan rivalry. Like it was dead in the league. It was dead between the players with player movement and stuff. But the fans still care. And I even think that part of it's dying.
It's not the same. It just isn't. It's not the same as it was. And there's no way to dispute that. For some, it burns bright. Like if you're if you've kind of held on to the older ways, I don't know how else to better say that, the old traditions, totally fine. I'm not begrudging that. I'm not criticizing anybody, right? But for me, it is not the same as it was.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just think that part of it is neither team has been great while the other one was at the top of the division or fighting and scratching and clawing, for supremacy in now almost 25 years. You had Washington at the beginning of the 90s and then Dallas into the mid-90s. Since then, since the late 90s, really, there hasn't been a single point over almost 30 years where both teams were really, really good. That's a problem. I think player movement and the rivalry dying on the vine between the actual football element of the competitors, where you've got guys that are going out to dinner when they're in Dallas for the game the next night with their former buddies because they played in Dallas. I covered Stephen Bowen, and he's doing dinner with DeMarcus Ware and stuff. It's just not going to be the same as when the 10th-year Redskin is playing the 13th-year Cowboy, and they actually hate each other's guts, and they're not helping each other up, and it's just a different world. But maybe this is a hot take, and maybe someone could blow me out of the water on this. I do think it's a thing. I think the name change has changed the rivalry a little bit because I think it's changed the fan base. A lot of the older guard, diehard, Cowboy-hating people
don't care the same way.
They don't care as much. They're either gone or they're less passionate, or they've checked out, or they're just not as vocal. The new fan base is, I'd say, a little less old school and a little more okay with the black uniforms and whatever colors they're changing to. And if that's the case, then why can't they also be a little bit less hateful of the Cowboys?
I think that's certainly part of it, right? I mean, things have changed, and the way we consume football has changed, whether it's from gambling or fantasy sports or realignment and the way the games are covered. I mean, for me, it was you only had access to Washington growing up. I didn't really get to see the other teams unless they were in the 4:00 window or something different. It was like, once or twice a season you saw somebody, and then you tuned into Chris Berman and Tom Jackson on Sunday night. Now you see everybody. So my kids don't care about Washington, but they know who Pat Mahomes is. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a different time. And a lot of things have happened, I think, to your point, where both teams haven't been excellent at the same time for a sustained amount over a long enough period.
We've got breaking news on Alex Ovechkin's injury and recovery timeline. Let's get it right now.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. Breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. This from Capitals PR. Washington Capitals captain Alex Ovechkin underwent further evaluation with team doctors. It was confirmed that Alex Ovechkin has a fracture to his left fibula and is anticipated to miss 4 to 6 weeks. Again, Alex Ovechkin going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a left fibula fracture. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. That is breaking and into us right here at 106.7 The Fan from the Capitals right now. So 4 to 6 weeks, which sounds actually like a good thing after many of us were worried it could be a season ender. And this is the interesting part.
Mm-hmm.
They kept saying over and over, lower leg. A lot of us were assuming knee, MCL, ACL. When they said lower leg, my first thought, if it was really serious, was Achilles, right? It was a fracture of the fibula. And by the way, that is stunning to me. I'm not a doctor. We should get one on the air as soon as we can. But a fracture of the fibula only meaning 4 to 6 week recovery feels like a hockey thing.
Yeah, seriously. This is a relief. Now, you're going to say, what are you talking about, idiot? I'm telling you, I thought this was way worse. I thought this was surgery season or something close to that, where they were going to do this hockey machismo thing and then pretend that a guy with surgery might come back for like an hour in March and they, so they could get away with saying he's not out for the year. So this, to me, it could have been way worse. And the initial play didn't look worse than that, but the subsequent fallout and somber mood and him trying to go on clearly not right and the silence for 72 hours afterwards, I thought we were going to get a far more devastating announcement. So again, I'm not happy his leg's broken, obviously. You know what I mean? But given what I thought over the last couple of days, this is something of a relief. There is a very good chance, if all goes well, I'm going to see Alex Ovechkin play hockey again this season. And that, to me, is a boon. That is good.
Yeah, it's fantastic, actually. Now, let's get into what it means for the goal-scoring record in just a second, because it puts that on pause, and then you come back, and he's not going to be on the heater he was on, leading the NHL in goals, hunting down another Rocket Richard trophy as the leading goal scorer in the sport. But the fact that he will play again this season, and that he'll have hopefully most of January, all of February, all of March, on into April, to go compile another, let's say it's a slow stretch, and he only scores 10 or 12 times, well, then you're still only 15, 18, 20 goals away next season from breaking the record. So the difference between a season-ending injury, if it was an Achilles or if it was an ACL, and you're not back until into next season, all of a sudden the record's very much in jeopardy, because Alex Ovechkin is under contract through next year, but needing still upwards of 25 goals to go get the record. I think the thought would have been, if you can't still score more goals this year, now you've got to come back from a serious injury at 40 years old in your recovery and go chase down Gretzky and score another 27 goals in 1 year. Good luck with that. But if he comes back, he scores 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 times, whatever it is, he'll go into the final year of his contract because of the work he already did this year, Danny.
Yep.
Only needing, potentially like 10 to 15 goals next year, which puts him in a really good position to break this
he's
record.
26 shy now. And at the pace he was on, even with this layoff, if he came back and was at this pace, he'd break it this year. But that's ridiculous to assume. To your point correctly, by the way, is that you don't play for a while. You try to work yourself back in shape, and you're scoring at the same torrid pace where you're basically going 2.5 goals per game over his last couple.
What about the team element of this? They were the best team in the Eastern Conference at the moment their last game ended in the way of points. So if you account for games in hand, they're still number one in the Eastern Conference. They're a legitimate contender. They're playing great hockey. Now they've got to push forward without him for at least 4, maybe closer to 6 weeks. They've called up Ivan Miroshnichenko from Hershey. Hendrix LaPierre, who really struggled and was sent down, is back up to play tonight. They've messed with the third line to bring Mangiapane up to the first line. They've kept their 2 best lines, other than the Ovechkin line, their second and fourth lines together. So they're trying to make it as little a wholesale tweak as possible. But they go from being the best team in the East now to without their number 1 goal scorer, their captain, and the glue of the number 1 line on the operation.
Yeah, so you've been on this from Jump Street here. It's not just losing one player, replacing with player. It's probably dominoes that have to fall. So a line that's humming had a second line right winger that's now maybe the first line right winger, or it's Hershey Bears Harry that's going to come in and play on that first line. Then it's not really your first line anymore. Then it becomes kind of your third line. But is it? There's trickle down and sort of fallout from this, where it's not just having that bell cow there. The power play unit, special teams, different responsibilities now. Maybe somebody that is a top penalty killer is needed maybe more for power play. Just different things like that now Spencer Carberry is going to have to sort of mix and match and shuffle. And those shuffling things, these are all pros, obviously. They'll be fine, but you're maybe not quite as comfortable, because what was happening right now is everyone was comfortable in their role. It looked like a bunch of guys that were winning their job, right? Whether it's the fourth line to just bother people, agitate, get turnovers in the zone, put pressure on, whether it was that first line, which looked devastating and beyond creative. They were skating around, and Dylan Strome was basically Dylan Backstrom almost at this point to this year, right? So it's to me, it's kind of that fallout from it. Whether Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren are affected, maybe not as much, but everyone else in terms of the forward lines, there's a lot more fallout than just, hey, they're missing a player for a month.
I think worst case scenario would have involved his season ending and maybe even a recovery into next season. And now ever getting to Gretzky's record is possibly off the table, and he can't help you this year as you try to make the playoffs. This feels like actually about as good an update as we were going to get when he was deemed week to week. But I'd be curious, Danny, if people agree with that. Let's give Caps fans a chance to weigh in. Their team's the best in the East, and they'll be without their captain for 4 to 6 weeks. 800-636-1067 is the number. The news from the Capitals just now breaking is that it's a 4 to 6 week recovery. Ovechkin broke a bone in his leg. He broke his fibula. How do you feel about this news and what it means for him, the goals record, and the Capitals? You're listening to The Fan. with a fracture to his left fibula. The team made the announcement last segment. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. That's good news, it feels like, because Ovi will have a stretch run. He will be able to play after the new year for the remainder of the season with this team if his recovery goes well. And his chase of Gretzky will be back on, and assuming he's able to pot some goals down the stretch, even if it's not to the pace that he was scoring at earlier this year, Danny, he is very much now likely to catch Wayne Gretzky again in the next coming season, now the final year of his deal next year.
It's a relief. And, listen, it still sucks. We're dealing with less bad than before, right? So relative to what my expectations were, because I'm not kidding you, and I'm not faulting anybody specific. I'm not mad at anybody. My fear was they were going to do a bit where they're going, well, he's not out for the season, but he's going to have this really long rehab, and they're going to keep pushing it back, and he's day to day and month to month, because they didn't want people to sort of punt on everything. I thought it was going to linger and be super annoying. This is a little bit more straight up. It's broken. You can't unbreak it, right? It just needs time. It's going to take in this 4 to 6 week window, and he's going to play hockey again. I am pretty happy about it, honestly, given the expectation.
Weirdly, I'd almost rather a break than some type of, even an M. We were talking ACL being a year ender, but an MCL, like a tear where you need some type of little surgery right away, and then you're reworking that ligament. You don't know about the strength of it. The break, to your point, and I'd have to ask a doctor if this is actually true, but for me, anecdotally, feels like a better deal. I also want to say the NHL's injury policy is antiquated and maddening, and it's a joke, and it should change yesterday. But I give the Caps credit for knowing this is too big of a deal to play games with. Like, it took longer than I would have liked. I mean, there's no way the X-ray took 4 days or whatever. Having said that, to come out and announce that he's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks, that he did break this bone, like, this is anti-hockey. It's not what the NHL does with injuries, which is a problem. That is ridiculous that they don't, but they didn't have to. I mean, they could have just hid behind the NHL way and said lower body and week to week. And I give the Caps credit.
Grateful for that, yeah.
Because they, he's our Ovi. I mean, we care.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
we need to know.
Just a quick 2 seconds. This NHL injury thing, whatever it is, I'm with you. It needs to change decades ago. It's beyond stupid. Not only for purposes of gambling and television and everything else, but if I'm a consumer, I mean, there's always risk. Like, I could buy a ticket a week in advance. Guy sprains his ankle the night before, he can't play. But if I'm going to make a big commitment where I'd like to go see Alex Ovechkin play, and I don't know if he's going to play or not, I'm a paying customer. I need the information to make an educated decision. You should be telling people what's going on. I'm not talking about HIPAA violations. I don't need a microscope inside his leg right now. But this, he's out with an upper body when his head's been split open. Like, enough of this crap. It's absurd. We get it. You're tough. Guys lose teeth all the time. Fix this nonsense.
Yeah, and it's even worse now. You brush past the gambling part, but
it's huge. Yes,
you're making millions and millions of dollars off of people betting on your games and playing fantasy sports, and you're still hiding information from them, which just isn't fair. You can't have it both ways. Paul's in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's your reaction to the news, Paul?
I heard it from you two guys. I guess it's good. I'm excited. It's going to take him. If we see him, there's no hurry. Obviously, if we see him mid-January, it's great. It's and then next year, what happens next year? So his contract is up, and then starting from scratch again. That's what's going on.
Well, he's got a year left on his deal, which is next season, and he'll break the record. And presumably, at that point, if he breaks the record, he would, wave and say goodbye and go into the sunset. Although, if he's on pace for 68 goals like he was this year, and he's playing at that level, maybe Ted Leonsis sits down with him and says, "Hey, what if you wanted to keep playing and we wanted you to keep playing? Should we talk
Would you
about
like to score
that?
more goals in a red uniform?
You're almost 40 in all right now. So when they would have this hypothetical conversation, he'd be in his young 40s. But if he wants to do it and they want him to do it, then why not? Grant and Danny here on The Fan discussing Alex Ovechkin's breaking news and injury. And it's literally breaking. He does not plan on playing in games for 4 to 6 weeks, the Capitals say, as he recovers. He did have a fracture in the lower leg. It's a left fibula fracture for Alex Ovechkin. Let's go to Michael in D.C. What's up, Michael? How are you?
Good, gentlemen. I'm thinking pain tolerance. Guys literally play through Stanley Cup playoffs with these types of injuries. So let's keep him on ice. We got him for another season. It's 30 goals. And I'd rather have 2 playoff runs than the Gretzky goal. And I think Ovi feels the same way. What do you think?
Appreciate you. That's interesting. To me, that record. Because now, if you give me a Stanley Cup, if you like,
how deep are these playoffs?
Yeah, that's what I need to know if I'm making a trade. But to me, just sight unseen, give me the goal record. The next closest active goal scorer is Sidney Crosby, who's close to the end too, and he's 300 goals behind Ovechkin. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody getting close for a long, long, long time. If anybody does, he has a shot at 900 goals. Like, I saw Wayne Gretzky, dude. Half the guys didn't have helmets on. The goalies were, stick figures, and there was more room to shoot. There's nothing but odd man rushes. The game has changed so much, and he's doing it now. Like, that is such an astounding record. Like, I would think back to San Francisco Giants fans. Like, obviously, they won some World Series. They had those too. But how magical was it when Barry Bonds is hitting bolt after bolt after bolt after bolt for them? You know what I mean? Like, those are the things that you remember forever. So I don't know. That's a tough thing to weigh.
The goals record,
yeah,
by the way, lives forever. That doesn't go away in our lifetime, probably. The playoff run is fun. If you don't win a cup, it lives until the next season. If you lose in the ECF, if you lose somewhere in the Eastern Conference playoffs, it's over right then and there, and people are upset again. And you're waiting until next year. So that goals record, short of a Stanley Cup, outweighs just about anything. What do you guys make of the news? Good news, bad news? 4 to 6 weeks for Ovechkin. He comes back. Probably going to be a bit hobbled in the recovery. The goal scoring will slow down, but there will be a rest of his season. You're listening to The Fan. will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a fracture in his leg. The fibula fractured means that he will not play for at least 1 month. So the Russian machine, for the first time in his career, minimally broke, but he will be back on the ice in no time. If you know Alex Ovechkin, you bet on the under on that 4 to 6 week recovery. Before we get back to Ovechkin, take people's calls on how they feel about him coming back and what it means for the team in the short term, and maybe more importantly to a lot of people, him trying to chase down Wayne Gretzky. A quick look at the injury report for the Commanders and the Cowboys, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that CeeDee Lamb, who was limited yesterday on the Cowboys injury report, did not practice at all today? He's going in the wrong direction.
Let him rest up.
Thursday, man.
Yeah.
You go to limited on Wednesday to not practicing on Thursday. That is generally a sign that there's a decent chance he may be out on Sunday. We'll see what happens on the injury report tomorrow. But I can't state this enough. They don't have good players on offense. They don't have weapons. They don't have anybody that scares you. CeeDee Lamb is their best football player by far. If he can't play, then a 10.5-point line is going to grow another half point probably.
Yeah, I mean, he's scary. He's really good. There is no one in this league really that can cover that guy, right? I mean, even as they're bad, even as they're scuffling, even as they're barely making any forward progress, he's still running free. He's still making catches. He's still going to get his. He's still a first-round fantasy draft pick. Even as the rest is crumbling down, that guy's still unbelievably good.
Pretty good injury report as far as Washington goes. Now, unfortunately, added to the injury report today as limited was Dante Fowler, who's the leading sack artist on this team. Noah Igbenogany with a thumb was limited. Austin Seibert's back to practicing some with the right hip. He was limited again today. And then Fowler went from full go to limited. But the only players that didn't practice are Mike Davis, who has a personal reason to be out, not even injured. Cleveland Farrell, who they listed as at least partially resting, not just hurt, but they put knee plus rest. So I would say the knee is a factor. And then Marshawn Lattimore with the hamstring, which we started the show talking about the fact that this is lingering longer than we expected. But really, other than Lattimore, who has never played for this team, and Fowler being added to the list, that's about as good an update in Week 12 as you can ask for before a big division game.
Seriously. And they're beaten up, right? They were at least, going 12 straight weeks of NFL football. Then you add in, I guess it was 11. Then the short week. Then you think of all the preseason. Then you think of all the training camp and the mini camps, all the grind. They've basically been going every week since July, August, etc. So this mini break, even though it's not a ton, you had to go through it a little bit extra effort just to get to it, but you get maybe some time to get right. And then of course you're sprinting for a couple of weeks here until the bye. So they're setting up as good as you could ask for reasonably for a football team. I know they're missing John Allen. That's done for the year. That already happened. That Band-Aid got ripped off. But for the most part, at this stage, it could look a lot worse.
All right, let's get to the MGM National Harbor listener lines. People went away in on the big news of the afternoon. The Caps have made it official. Alex Ovechkin going to miss 4 to 6 weeks. That could be about 16 games. 16 games for them takes you up to their Christmas break, which is on December 28th at Toronto. They come back. So they go through the holiday break on the back end of those 16 games, and then they've got the Leafs basically right before the start of the new year. That would be ideal to me. That would be between 5 and 6 weeks if he were to come back right at the end of the calendar year into January. Another note, and this was a good point, a buddy of mine just texted me, December is when they have the majority of their back-to-backs. It gets really, really busy before the break in the NHL because they give the holiday off. But that's a lot of back-to-back games. They crowbar a lot of games into December there in a short time. Not the worst thing in the world, maybe, to have younger legs. I'm not saying you would rather not have Ovechkin in any way, but if you're going to rely upon Marashnishenko, who's 20, and LaPierre, who's barely old enough to drink, the month where you're playing a lot of games in short order and younger legs might help you more than older legs might not be the worst time to do it.
That's a sharp point, by the way. So looking at the schedule here, by my quick and dirty count, it's 17 games in the month of December, and I'm casually noting 1 back-to-back, 2 back-to-backs, 2 games in 3 days, third back-to-back, a fourth back-to-back. There's a lot of those, and it's all right there. The NHL schedule is always mystifying and frustrating to me for a number of reasons. They'll have a month and a half off, numbers approximate in the first few weeks of the season, and then they have to cram it in there. I know sometimes it's a multi-purpose arena and basketball and other things take precedence, but whatever. It's still frustrating to me that this is more evenly spread out. But yeah, there's a sprint in kind of this end of the month of November into end of December before it kind of gets back to the normal grind and pace again.
So if it works out that way, that he's back around the start of the year, we're talking about maybe 16, 17 games, which is bad and not what you want when he's the leading goal scorer and one of the best players in hockey at the moment on the best team in the East. But, man, it could have been a lot worse if it works out that way, that the recovery goes efficiently and he's back around January 1. One more thing I want to say, and maybe I'm just talking myself into this being okay because I'm a big fat mark. There is something to this team's age every year in the playoffs. When they get in and they are out of gas, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
This might not be a terrible thing from a playoff standpoint to have Alex Ovechkin at what is not quite the midway point of the season, but basically the quarter pole, taking a month and a half off.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it would be. If you're looking at early January, call it before January 10th as a return time, that's right past the quote-unquote midpoint of the season in terms of number of games played.
But I just mean starting right now,
exactly,
you're a quarter of the way through and you're going, Ovi, go put your feet up. Now he's coming back from a pretty serious thing, right?
Sure.
He's got a broken bone. So it's not like it's just rest. But this will be the first time if they continue this pace and they don't completely fall apart here, where they will have made the playoffs in many years where Ovi hasn't just logged 79 to 82 games to help get him there.
John Carlson playing, 28 minutes a night. Point taken. Yeah. I mean, they're still a veteran bunch. They've had an influx of younger talent, certainly, but it's still the core.
I'm already
the core's
excited about
veteran,
that part. Like come playoff time, this is the youngest, this is the freshest legs, the speediest they've been. And maybe Ovi, if he comes back in early January with a little less mileage on the tires, has a little more of a run in him. At least that's what I'll tell myself. All right, let's go to the phone, see what people think. John's in Herndon on Grant and Danny. What's up, John? How are you?
Am I on? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You are. What's up, dude?
Just want to say, it's great for hockey that he's going to be only 4 to 6 weeks. And I agree with what I think you said, Danny, that the scoring record is a record for time immemorial. Everyone will Gretzky. Everybody will remember the great Gretzky. And Ovechkin, he's his own legend. So it's good news for the Capitals. It's good news for hockey. And if I might, I just want to deviate just a little and say, I love you guys. Only you guys could have a conversation about FaceTiming in the bathroom.
Thank you. And then pivot right back to Obi's fibula. Right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Clary's bathroom break to Ovi's fibula.
Into the fibula.
By the way, it's 26 goals. That's it. Between Gretzky and Ovi because of how insane he was playing. 15 goals in 18 games, dude. He was on a 68-goal pace. So think about this. Like, he could have easily had 3 or 4 goals right now.
Yeah.
18 games into the season, like he started off last year pretty slow. I think he was at 5 or 6 goals.
We're kind of doing, so he plays 2.5 more seasons, and then what if he...
But he basically has to come back over the last couple months of the year, Danny. He's got to... Let's say he doesn't... Let's say he scores at a pace that is similar to like, Taylor Radish. And he just goes out and scores another 9 goals the rest of the way or whatever because the fibula's barking and he's just not the same and he's on a cold stretch. Okay.
He's 17 shy.
He's still going to go into next year, and if he scores 20 goals, he gets the record.
Hear me out. Let's say he plays after he comes back, right? And, it'll take him sea legs underneath him, et cetera, right?
He'll just come back and get a hattie on the first night.
He'll do something stupid like that.
You know he will.
Let's say the last 41 games. What if he does it?
I mean, wait, just...
But hold on. No one's saying anything. But what if he does it? What if you're looking ahead at the old schedule, right? And you are counting ahead and you're doing some math, and all of a sudden he has a little 2 spot in Nashville. Then he has like a goal and an empty netter in Detroit. And you're doing the math, and it's April the 15th at New York Islanders at Pittsburgh to close out the season, and he's 3 goals shy. Like, are you positive he's not doing it? Are you positive he's not going to score 26 more goals this year? How sure are you?
Well, not sure enough to miss those trips.
Yeah.
I might be making a couple road trips.
He's going up to Pittsburgh and that.
at 39 years old coming off of a fractured leg, I'm just going to assume he's not going to be on a 50-goal pace.
Bet against that man at your own peril. This is my axiom about Alex Ovechkin. I have looked like a buffoon enough times where I ain't doing it no more. I am not going to say he can't do something. That's where I'm at on it.
I get it. We've never seen him come back from an injury like this, but
sure,
I think you're onto something. Jay's in Vienna on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jay? How are you?
I am devastated, but I get it. I was planning a celebration for the record, sometime in January or February at this pace. But, I also saw the replay several times.
Mm-hmm.
And what I saw was McBain's skate cutting across his shin. I'm assuming that's where the fibula is, but yeah, just devastated. But I'm hopeful he'll come back and get it this year.
Appreciate you. So just looking at pictures, I'm not a doctor, but I'll play one on the radio for a second. The shin bone in the front, that like when you run into your bed that hurts so bad, that's called the tibia. And then the fibula is like if you're looking at a skeleton, essentially like the bone that's kind of in the back. Because it's not like one leg bone, you know what I mean, Danny? Yep. You've got that front bone that goes down the shin. So if you're touching the front of your leg right now, that's the tibia. And then you can't feel it if you're a big feller like me. But there's another bone in the back somewhere there that's inside of all that muscle and fat. That's your fibula. And that's the one that he broke. I don't know which one would have been better. I'd assume that's the better one to break. But
if you're going to break one, maybe that's the right one?
I don't know. That's where I leave you as Dr. Paulson. But we will get somebody on who knows these kind of things on tomorrow's show to educate us. Let's go to Paul in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul?
Man, I feel like this is a sports show, so I can say I feel like I messed up with my girlfriend, and when I told her what happened, she said, "You're a mess, but guess what? We're going to go to therapy." And I feel good about that because I thought she was going to leave me because at the end of the day, that's good news. That's not terrible news. Mm-hmm. That's good news.
Right.
He might be injured, but he's coming back. And this team has already shown us last year that they can win for a small period of time without him, right? So, I mean, that's how I feel right now. When y'all said that, I was saying to myself, like, oh, man, I still got a shot, baby. I still got a shot, So, hey, that's what I feel like. I felt like my girlfriend caught me, but she said, you know what? I done put enough work in where we ain't going to just let you go. We're going to have to go to therapy.
You know what I love about that analogy?
I love that.
So
Thank
funny, by the way, is it's perfect because if you just start from zero and find out you're going to therapy with your girlfriend or whatever, that's not a good thing. That's not fun. But if you find out the context is that the prologue is that you really screwed up and she could have left you and you don't want her to leave you, and she chose therapy, gigantic win.
That's a huge win.
If you would have told me the moment he scored his last goal that he scored before the injury, Ovi's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with an injury, I would have broken everything around me. But today, when I find out officially that it's 4 to 6 weeks, it's a fracture to a bone and it's not an Achilles or an ACL or anything like that, win. I'll take it. It's all about perspective, right?
100%.
I would sign up for that.
That's
right
what
now.
it is. Yeah, I would text with a bunch of different buddies about this who are obviously interested in it all across the country. And I was going back and forth with my one buddy, and I'm like, I'm telling you, he's going to be out for the season. He's like, based on what? I was like, this cone of silence that they're in. They're trying to figure out a PR messaging strategy, and they're waiting days to do it. And it's instead of just coming out and saying, I had this whole thing I was worked up in my mind, right? Where they're going to try to pretend that he's coming back, and there's no way that he is because they don't want people to tune out. I had this whole like tinfoil hat thing in my brain. Nope, it's just a regular old broken bottom part of the leg. And I've never been so happy to hear a message like that. I think you said it very well. I've never been so pleased to hear that the star player, the greatest athlete in the city's history, the guy that's going to break down a breakable record, has a broken leg. I'm sitting here going, all right, neato. That's it. Weird, man.
Our guy, Toby Altizer, who's been providing updates today on the Fan, just texted me this, and this is a really good point. He mentioned when Terrell Owens, if you remember, played in the Super Bowl after breaking his fibula and having a torn ligament in his ankle. And the reason he was able to is because that's not the load-bearing bone, that's the tibia. So, yeah, of the two bones, I guess that is the one, if as an athlete, that you'd rather have an issue with. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean?
Hey guys, thanks again for taking my call. I appreciate it. I will see you at the Casual Pint tomorrow. Good to have you guys in
yes,
town.
Man.
Heck yes. Shout out to my boy Butters in Arizona who's listening. And the most important thing is the Russian machine fractures. He never breaks. You need to appreciate that. I never thought I'd be smiling to hear that somebody's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, like you guys are saying. It's just, it really is something huge. It's something that you won't re-injure. You'll come back from. And that's really what I got.
Love
Thanks,
that.
buddy.
Yeah,
See you
appreciate it.
tomorrow. If you guys want to come out and take part in or see the show tomorrow, we look forward to meeting listeners. We're going to be back in Virginia at Falls Church at the Casual Pint, live from 2 to 6:30. Grant and Danny on the road tomorrow. I'm sure there will be some relieved Caps fans having a beverage or two with their pals tomorrow to discuss Ovechkin.
It'd be just fine and dandy. We can talk about that, talk about some foosball and everything in between. You got an update on the Hayfield story? We want it, man. We want all the smoke.
Do we want the smoke?
Not necessarily the smoke, but just that intense conversation. It is crossed over to casual parents. Like, again, this is usually my barometer. People are not that plugged in. They're living their lives. They're dropping their kids off. 3 different people this morning asked me about that Hayfield story. 3.
Well, it's everywhere. I mean, that was why I wanted to talk about it so much. Twofold. I guess one, I think it's just an important thing in our community that potentially high school athletics is about to change forever if we allow it to and want it to. And then secondly, what do? We broadcast, we don't narrowcast. And it sounds silly to talk about one high school team, but it's not really about one high school team. Everyone's played high school sports or has kids that have or have kids that will or has seen a movie about, right? Like there is a relatability to that. We all went to high school or will. And everyone, I think, in some way can relate to right and wrong at the high school level. And there's different sides of what people perceive as right and wrong. And it's just fascinating. It's a really good conversation. So I'm glad we've been able to talk about it. You ready for Thursday Night Football tonight? We've got the 8-2 Steelers and the 2-8 Browns. Do you think we get a game, or is this just going to be no fun at all?
This is going to – I feel like this is very AFC Northy on a Thursday. The Steelers are a better team. That's great analysis, by the way. I'll break it down for you hard. But weird stuff happens, right? It's Thursday night. It seems like it's always the under unless it's like 700 points get scored. And then, of course, it's the over. I just feel like because it's a divisional matchup, there's snow, it's wet there. I just think it's going to be a little bit of a rock fight.
Is it snowing in Cleveland tonight?
It's snowing.
Oh,
So
I love that.
I think it stopped snowing, but the snow has snowed.
Well, the aesthetics of a weather game, a snow game, are fun for me. And I know what you're saying. You like indoor football. I just like the option of indoor football. But while we have outdoor football, give me some snow games. I think the line right now on FanDuel's 3.5 points. That makes me think it's going to be a decent football game. You got low-scoring teams that basically want to play defense and run the football. Division, as you said, slugfest. 3.5-point line. Thursday over a Sunday also makes me think short week. Everybody's battered and bruised and banged up. Probably not going to be at your best in terms of the big chunk plays and the explosives. So I could actually see this being a little tighter. And let's not forget either, the Browns' 2-8 record is slightly deceiving because they're more capable throwing the football now and moving the football than they were earlier in the year going to Jameis Winston.
That is true. Now, but again, how limited are things because of the weather? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be actively snowing or it's just wet. And how limited is he going to be because Pittsburgh invites you to take chances? They would love for you to start forcing balls into tight windows and letting TJ Watt and company eat with some turnovers and because Jameis Winston is not scared of that turnover. He ain't scared.
Steelers get to 9-2 this evening, very likely. Your front runners in the AFC North. If they do, by the way, they'll be 2 full games ahead of the Baltimore Ravens in that division.
Man, they deserve so much credit.
I mean, Mike Tomlin's the best.
Yeah.
How many people are better at that guy? I always used to say this about Gary Williams at Maryland. You give Gary 5 guys and you give every other coach in America the same 5 guys. Gary Williams will get more out of those guys than almost anybody.
Amen to the amen. Yep.
I think the same thing about Tomlin. And he is a rare guy, right? Because I would never hire a defensive-minded coach. But he is the apex predator when it comes to culture building, hat on a hat, football Cowboys. He's a leader of men. Dudes love him. It's as good a program-defining presence as you're going to find in the league. The problem is, at the same time, they haven't won anything meaningful in forever because he can't get the offensive situation sorted out. And hopefully the quarterback position for them is better into the playoffs with Wilson. But they've had awful quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
He's hired terribly at offensive coordinator. So as good as he is and as amazing a coach as he is, I also blame him for a good portion of the fact that they haven't won anything in the playoffs in years and years and years. Still love the guy, but that's part of the problem with the defensive-minded philosophy, in my opinion.
Could be chicken or the egg, though. What would you do with Kenny Pickett? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Since post Roethlisberger, they haven't picked players great either on that side of the ball. And, he's been saddled with bad quarterbacking. Like, there's the idea that you haven't gone under 500 with Kenny Pickett and Justin Fields having started the majority of your games, with Mason Rudolph starting the majority of your games 1 year in 2019. You're not subject to the ups and downs of the rest of us. Like, if that happened to the Giants, they'd go 4-13. If it happened to Dallas, they'd go 5-12. Happened to us, we did it. We went 4-13. He's incredible, but I'm with you. Like, there are trade-offs to that, right? Where he keeps his buddy, who's the OC, for way too long, just because that guy shows up to meetings on time or whatever and speaks an authoritative voice. But yeah, I'm getting sidetracked here. But they're so well coached. Mike Tomlin should be in charge of stuff. Put that guy in charge of things. That's my view about him.
It is time for a Capitals power play. We've been talking about it for the last hour. The Caps announced that Alex Ovechkin is not only out tonight, but for 4 to 6 weeks, officially a fracture to his left fibula. The Caps have recalled Ivan Miroshnichenko, their very talented young forward. He will not play tonight. Hendrix Lapierre back in the lineup. He was sent down to the minors a couple of weeks ago to make room for Lars Eller. Lapierre will be on the third line. They will bump up Andrew Mangiapane to the top line this evening. Capitals at home, 7 o'clock puck drop against the Avs, Danny.
High-scoring game is when Colorado's involved. Nathan McKinnon leads the league in assists and points. But Colorado, one thing they love doing, Graham, is giving up goals. They have given up the fourth most goals in the NHL. So even without Ovechkin, hopefully the Caps can light the lamp a little bit.
Tomorrow, Falls Church, the Casual Pint, a Football Friday and a Field Trip Friday on G&D. We'll cover the Commanders and the Cowboys from all angles. We'll break down Thursday Night Football, look ahead to Week 12 in the NFL. Plus, as I said, we'll get a doctor on to discuss the Ovechkin recovery that lies ahead as well. If you are a hockey fan listening and you want to watch your boy tonight, I got a Caps Altcast, Manning Cast style on the couch with Brent Johnson and Tarek El-Bashir on the Monumental Sports Network. Starts at 7 p.m. You can watch us over there. Danny, go have yourself an evening, buddy.
You got it, my friend. We got some basketball practice tonight. And I've got both boys, so we're either going to go to 7-Eleven during practice or we're going to hang out and disrupt the practice by making noise on the side. It depends on what the little guy wants to do.
I love it. For Danny and for our producers behind the scenes, Darius and Ryan, who I believe is not in the bathroom right now. G&D
you can
saying
FaceTime him to
so
find out.
long. We'll be back at it tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Thank you for coming.